in another channel, we're commenting on the drafts, right? And just to summarize, to basically conclude this, we have Omega Gaming, who actually runs a pretty solid drafting in the laning phase. Very, very strong lanes, kind of a snowball potential, but unfortunately lack, and they have good synergy, but they lack a way to deal with the Drow. And then Thunder Predator, very, very good synergistic lineup, but struggles in the lanes considerably, especially with 2 melee supports, because they'll be running the Ember and the Slardar as the 2 melee support combo. So hopefully everything goes smoothly for the rest of the day, guys. Do talk to us in case you guys have any audio issues, or you want us to honestly change the resolution, whatever. You are hearing us too low, doesn't matter. We're here to try to help you guys out and make sure this production goes as smoothly as possible. Today I won't be joined by Seek and Strike, hence why I'm doing the production this time. I had to reset everything up. I'll be joined by Arthur Dota instead. How are you doing, Arthur? Hello.
Hello everyone. I'm good. I'm really excited to cast this game. This is my first time casting South American and North American Dota. So I've always feel like Southeast Asia, because I'm obviously from Southeast Asia, from Malaysia. I've always feel like Southeast Asia and South American is a little bit similar, because these two regions are filled with really high skilled players. The amount of insane team fights are on par. So I feel like I'm watching Southeast Asia again, so a lot of familiarity, a lot of good feelings.
Yeah, it's I agree. The two regions are actually relatively similar, because the two regions also relatively, like, they were both considered quote-unquote weak regions, right? And they started to increase their power. People were like, oh, actually they're not that weak. They have really good players. They just didn't have the infrastructure, right? And people started respecting and recognizing much more. I agree with you. And I think that's one of the strong suits. That's why I like living in Southeast Asia. I'm like, oh, you guys were like us just 3-5 years ago. Hey, you're seeing the start here as they go for Minos. Mingate slowing him down, but they don't really have an option to kill anyone. I'd be surprised if Wu dies here. They don't have an arrow. They could charge the Fortune's End, and they will slow down Wu for now. Let's even go for the rune, because you want to feed the first blood. Okay, Wu. They still charge at that Fortune's End. That's full duration. He tries to eat the tree. Heal back up. Another one of the arrows, and this time they actually do have the Sacred Arrow to finish him off. Mingate was surprised, though, by that Fury Fire, and Wu will actually end up surviving. Instead, they'll sacrifice the courier in the mid lane for whatever reason.
Alright, consolation prize on the career, but this also forced Wu to pick up the very level 1 Guardian Sprint, and he burns out all the consumables as well, the Fairy Fire and the Tangles. So I'm not sure what Wu's can contribute into the lane, except for tanking some hits for the Drow Ranger, but should be alright as long as Drow Ranger on Minos will be able to get a free farm on this lane. They obviously dodged their lanes, because it wasn't favorable for them at all to have the Slaughter, to have the Brewmaster versus the Troll. That's why they switched the lane. Oh, mid lane.
Wow, I'm actually very surprised. I was actually checking this lane because I didn't think that Leo would die. Sorry, would kill Dark Mago first blood. But yeah, Dark Mago gets the counter kill here with the poison attack, but that was still the first blood by Leo style. I'm very sorry I missed that. I was not expecting that whatsoever. I've never seen a TA kill a Viper this early before. I guess he took advantage of the fact that Dark Mago is really weak at level 1, level 2, and that's why.
Yeah, that's always a small window for you to abuse the weakness of Viper, which is pre-level 3. Because level 1 poison attack just doesn't do as much damage as you expect himself to be. TA, look at the itemization. He's already setting up himself for the retreat into the jungle with the Culling Blade.
Yeah, oh, that's true, actually. Nice nice catch on the Quelling Blade. Is it really worth it? Is that for cutting trees, or is the 6 damage really worth it?
I mean, just to increase your, efficiency of farming jungle, since you'll be in the jungles at like level 2. So, and he's also put out a very good efficient play as well to stack the small camps. So everything looks pretty good for Leo style here. That's why TA is one of his top tier hero. Meanwhile, the top lane they get another kill onto Ins. The lanes are going better for Thunder Predator here. Not like what we will say in the drafting phase, that they will be off to a very bad start. Hillstar is already in the jungle, and Matthew here. We just pass by him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still fine, right? Like, I'm sorry, I think it's still accepted for Omega, right? Leostar was still forced into the jungle, which is what you expected anyway, even though he's actually catching up Dark Mago in terms of farm, which is impressive, just because Leostar is so good. The bottom lane, you have Troll actually winning the lane against Drow. Minos is struggling a lot to find farm, so it doesn't seem too bad right now as it stands for Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder Braider, they know that their lanes are weak. Oh, Mingate.
Yeah, Mingate with the Frost Arrows. They try to set up for the kill, but Wu will die first. That Purifying Flame's a bit too strong. Matthew joining in with the Searing Chains, catches both. Nice sleight of fist Searing Chains. And thanks to the blind, Mingate will survive for a couple more seconds. End up dividing the gold among 3 heroes there. Matthew still looking for the kill on Panda, but he doesn't have the Searing Chains available just yet, so let him go.
Yeah, this is 100% worth it. You know, Mino just gets a free XP, free gold, and also most importantly a free wave as well, all to himself.
Yep.
And this is what Wu wants to do. He just wants to tanks up and be the bait for Mino, just so he can clean up. He can clean up the waves as well. And this is what you want to do on the position 5 starter, I guess.
That's the best usage of the hero, right? You kind of sacrifice himself because you understand that the lanes, it's not just the position 5 slaughter, you understand the lanes are impossible for you. Mid lane, Leo Style is actually getting poisoned to death. Poison attack 5 stacks, but only 2 more ticks, not going to be enough. Matthew tries to defend him. Dark Mago says, yeah, sure, I'll spit poison on you too, I don't care. I'll kill anything that comes to my lane, says Dark Mago.
They will be able to control the power rune as well, but they are a little bit unlucky here, as it will just be an illusion rune, nothing like the DD or regen rune that can really change the dynamic of the lane. And you can see that Mirana is already positioning himself very aggressively, just disrupt the TA and kind of kick Leostar out of the jungle of the. So he has to go to the right side, which is not as efficient as he want to be.
Of course. We're seeing now in the bottom lane that Minos is starting to take over a bit, right? He's actually equaling the Troll's farm. Is this all because of that kill from Wu? They really turned this lane around, and now it's Drow Ranger starting to get ahead. Probably because of the levels now, with 2 points of Frost Arrows, much more damage. Multi-shot does not get affected by Blind. Mingate still looking for this kill. They killed Matthew in the top lane, but we're looking at Mingate as he seems to fall against Wu. They want to get the stun off. One more hit for the stun. Frost Arrows for Panda. Panda will sacrifice himself at this point for this kill. Panda has the Purifying Flame, so now out of range. Nice bash for Wu, but he only has 1 point in bash. It won't be too much damage. Minos might almost die, but another bash by Wu, guaranteeing that he survives until the Purifying Flames catches him. He actually revealed himself a bit too early. Matthew now coming in for Mingate, hoping that the 2 supports can finish off the enemy core, and they will successfully do so.
Ouch, Mino was a little bit too greedy there, trying to get the last hit on the Oracle, but you know, the magic stick and the fairy fire wasn't enough to keep him alive, and it'd be such a big win for him if he stays alive and get the 2 kills onto Throw and Oracle, but sometimes greedy kills a cat.
Yeah.
But overall, it's pretty good for them. They are meant to lose all these lanes, but it's 4 to 5, and Leostar has gotten to a pretty okay start, but the mid lane tower is fallen, so that's gonna help Omega put a lot more pressure onto the jungle TA.
That's true, which is what you want to do, right? Because you need to, yeah, you kick the TA out of lane, which is fantastic, but you need to be able to like actually Hunter and Invader in the jungle, right? That's part of the point of you trying to beat the TA in lane. It's not enough with you just kicking her out of lane. Because at this point, the Leo, in terms of net worth, is only 600 gold away from the Viper. Considering you haven't been in lane at all, that's incredible. Oh, Sacred. Oscar comes by. Sacred is actually... Rupture doesn't have the split. That sucks. Oscar was really smart about this. He knew the timing before the split was ready, and he didn't get this kill guaranteed because he had the level 6 slightly faster than the Brewmaster.
Yeah, Omega, they are doing a really good job in abusing the timing as well. Bottom side, ooh, going ham on Panda. Yeah, but they are really utilizing the catapult timing a lot. Mid lane, there's a really early tier 1 tower drop, and top lane as well.
Okay, that kill on Dark Mago, that kill from Dark Mago down bottom is slightly what you want to do right now, right? Rotate the Viper, take advantage of the fact that Viper is so strong in the early, and try to get kills as a result. Omega is not Argentino, por cierto. They are from Bolivia, mostly Bolivian team. 3 Bolivians and 2 Peruvians. Fun fact.
Yep, a lot of diversity.
Yeah, it's nice because Bolivia didn't really have like a strong scene until Pisco's kind of made a name for themselves, and everyone's like, oh, if Whisper can do it, I can too. And all of a sudden you see all these players coming out from the woodwork that were okay before, but now actually having the confidence to go for it. It's really, really nice. I'm very happy to see new regions coming into Dota even this late into our game's life cycle.
Yeah, that's true. You can really tell like the inspiring run of Pisco in TI really just
activate the region.
Just inspire a lot of new players to come out to the scene and make a name for themselves.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. Of course, that was also happening in other regions, like SCA, for example. Starting to see the Vietnamese teams, the Thai teams do really well, so that's nice to see in general. Leo Styles now being hunted by INS. Should the Mirana be doing this? We'll see now, because if he dies, certainly not. But INS still has one more leap charge to get away. In fact, two more leap charges soon. Searing Chains, Matthew dealing a bit of damage. Leo Styles is done with this. He comes back to farming. Okay, he's actually chasing him down a fair amount. Starstorm takes away, though, that Flame Guard. And the Mirana will be fine for now.
Yeah, another fun fact is that Mirana has 2 points into the leap, and this is something that I have not seen at all. Is this like the South American special?
I'm not gonna lie, I actually not really sure. I've not really noticed the Mirana builds for INS. He might have, honestly. It's an interesting idea, right? What is it? Attack speed bonus is the biggest thing. Actually, from the first point to the second point, it literally doubles your movement speed and attack speed bonus. I think this point particularly is a huge value point, right, for the leap.
Yeah, it seems like it, and he has not a lot of incentive to level up the Sacred Arrow as well, simply because he does have good setups for it. But top lane, though, seems like they want to make a move on the group.
Sacred could be in trouble. This time they have to split. Yeah, the difference between last time, right, is that they knew he had no split, so he couldn't counterattack. Now with the split, it's much easier for them. Sacred coming in. They do have the boulder to stop Dark Mago as they cyclone up the Bloodseeker. They dispel it immediately with the Oracle. Sorry, Fortune Zen stopping him. The Blood right, though, catching Matthew, and look how hard Dark Mago hits with just his drums alone. He absolutely decimates Matthew, and Sacred is going to be forced to walk away. I don't know if he can TP. Yeah, he does. He has Magic Stick, so it's fine. But still, the ultimate completely wasted, and they might even be able to take a tower as a result.
Yeah, that was a really smart move. Just they knew that they are not going to take down the Brewmaster, but you know, as long as you make a move on him, you'll be able to force the split, and there's no way they can fight as well because you have TA plus Drow, 2 very passive core at a 10 minutes mark. And this is how Omega just abusing the numbers and trying to take down objectives. A really smart move so far coming from Omega. It's pretty impressive to see.
They're doing a really good job of taking advantage of this early game. It's very similar to what we saw against Quincycle, honestly. This team knows how to play from the lanes. Okay, Wu is going to fall. Goodbye. That was super easy from Dark Mago. How do you stop this Viper? What is the Predator's plan? How do you elongate this game so they don't just run you down?
I mean, right now you just have to grab the resources that you are left on the map and then try to play away from the top side, because with the top tier 1 tower down, oh wait, Sacred once again.
The Rupture. They do hit him with a blood right there. That's annoying, but not impossible, right? He has the Purifying Flames healing up. Yeah, so
I like how they are just, you know, putting pressure on the side lanes, even though they know that they won't have the damage to kill. They're just forcing TPs, they're just forcing rotations. They're just trying to split the entire Thunder Predators up so that they can try and make a move at the side lanes. Look at that Margo. He's popping the drums, going ham on to Mino.
Minos, he does have that TP. He gets away. He's fast on that TP. He acknowledges the weakness of the Viper, of course, because this Viper is not going to be going for the old Atos build. So then if I'm Thunder Predator, how do I regain the confidence in my game? Do I just wait until Leo Style is farmed and play around him? Or
yeah, I mean, Leo Style has his tempo item now with the dagger.
Going for Panda specifically. Oh, that's nice. I've never seen a South American retreat, dude. Leo, he's confident enough to know that it's wise to retreat there.
Yeah, Tony's way out, and meanwhile, Omega is making a way into the triangle.
They're stalking the fish, right? They want to kill Wu here for now.
But they have to be careful. Fish is a bait, just like what Sap says. Yeah, like back to your question, I feel like, you know, what Thunder Predator needs to do right now is to protect at least one of their jungle, because they're losing both of their jungle right now, and Banger is definitely the one that you want to protect.
Okay, Matthew avoided this, but another one. Matthew's like, no, I'm having none of this Rupture. In fact, now they counter-initiate with the Primal Split. They stop the Mirana. Dark Mago is in trouble. They try to body block him. Nice hurl boulder to keep him in place, and with the Searing Chains, they'll guarantee the kill. Mirana dealing a lot of damage to Leo Style. His refraction charges are lost. He only has the damage right now, but Matthew, he blocks the arrow here, ensuring that INS will go down. Oracle is flying. He's going to come down to a world of pain and suffering as both Slaughter and Brewmaster start to pummel him down. And that's going to be a nice turnaround by Thunder Predator.
Yeah, that's a really good punishment. Like when you're behind, you need to always make sure that you have the numbers against the aggression coming out from the opponent team. But meanwhile, Matthew...
No, he's fine. He's okay, dude. He's okay.
Yeah, because the Tro is not gonna show up in the fight. He went for a Fury build, so it's all he wants to do is to finish up the Fury. He's just another 900 gold away to know that whenever we take fights, it's only 4 men coming out from Omega.
That was a beautiful run. That was a really, really good refraction before he TP'd, so he avoided the blood right damage. Sorry.
Nice. I mean, right now you can see Omega, they're just hugging as a 4-man unit,
Yeah.
just rushing into the jungle, but they're not going to the triangle though, because obviously that's way harder to evade and way dangerous as well. But there's no primal split now. I think if they want to invade the triangle, this might be the best timing to do it.
But it's a bit difficult though, because Thunder Predator is also guarding the triangle quite strongly, and as long as you preserve that high ground, it's not easy either to take it, right? Even without the primal split. I don't know how strong Omega is. In fact, Omega will be choosing to push the tower up top. Not a bad idea either, take advantage of your troll after all. I don't think Thunder can afford to defend this right now.
Yeah, not at all. They are not able to split the map up. They have to play around Leo Star because he's the only one that can come in with a huge damage. Mino on the Draw Ranger, he's oh my god, mid lane.
Yeah, Sacred is almost about to die. He has no split like you mentioned earlier. Used the magic stick already, but 3-charger poison attack. Sacred is going to fall here, not even needing the blood right. I guess you can say you created some space, but Troll is still pushing your top tower, and he's going to take it soon. In fact, this top tower will guarantee the Battle Fury. 14-minute Battle Fury, not bad at all for Mingate.
Not bad at all. This will help him, just pull the head of his net worth against the TA. And of course, they have taken away most of the jungle of Thunder Predator, and right now Thunder Predator have to play at the complete opposite side. And Wu,
yeah, they catch him. Wait, he's bleeding to death. There's no way Wu is getting away. We also have Rod of Atos on Oscar, so it's going to help a bit with the Viper. Nice.
yeah, have you noticed like all the gangs that's coming from Omega, they all work as a 4-man unit.
Yep.
So if Thunder Predator did that, if they are managed to just throw one of the 2 supports to die, they'll be able to buy a lot of time for Leo Style and both Mino to actually farm up. Because every single time Omega they want to make a move, they have to perform a 4-man unit move. So that's gonna help you farm more efficiently on Thunder Predator side. As you can see, TA is already top on the net worth, just already 300 gold ahead of the Viper.
INS could be in trouble. The Flame Guard. No, Matthew is like, I'm done. All right, well, we had our fun. We had our fun, but I need to get out of here because everyone's coming for me. He's creating a fair amount of space here, though. But as you mentioned, I like that you point out the 4-man unit all the time because they're always allowing... what the fuck did Jamir just do? Oh my goodness. You just TP in the high ground? Matthew, you madman. Sorry. What you mentioned about the 4-man unit is incredible because you're totally right. Mingate is constantly farming and it's only 4 people in Omega that are actually playing aggressively. So Mingate is not really falling behind compared to the Drow Ranger. However, the TA is starting to catch up because Leo is just a machine at farming.
Yeah, I love his decision to go for the Blink Dagger first item so that he'll be able to play the dangerous lane, which is the bottom lane, because this lane is dead.
Yep.
The only one that can do this is Leo Star with the Blink Dagger. So love the choice for not going for Daisol first instead of go for Blink first and mid lane. Once again, Wu just tanking the hits.
He's okay with dying. I mean, you took the Rupture, honestly. Bash is like, no, fight me, parao sin polo. Okay. He's gonna fall there, but it's only support. Not too bad, honestly, wasting a Rupture on him. Leo Style finally threatened by this Viper. He has Dezo already. 15-minute more or less Dezo. Actually, it was like 15:30, which is the standard timing on TA. Or standard good timing, rather. But if you start with Blink first, getting this timing is incredible, honestly. And now with Matthew nearby, they do have the Remnants as well, but the Viper's playing really defensively. Well played by Darkmago, huh? Not getting caught out here by Leo.
Yeah, this is the time that things really get, handy and dangerous and scary for Omega, because right now the Daisol is up. You are not afford to drop any single one person around the Roshan pit, because that would just allow Thunder Predator to just walk right into the Roshan with the corrosive phase. They'll be able to take down Roshan in just 10 seconds of time. So they have to play way more discipline right now and just hug as a team, especially the supports. And this obviously will just create more space for both Mino and Leo Star to farm up.
Yeah, and then that is concerning because right now, as Omega's seeing this, right, there's a lot of pressure running on their lineup. They know they played a good laning lineup, that's fantastic, but they know they also didn't draft a solution for the Drow Ranger. So if this goes late, they really don't have a way to deal with her besides hoping for a Rupture and praying that Minos will not, stand his ground and hit hard.
Yeah, the thing about Omega's lineup, it feels like they have to make action and move every single minute. Because if they don't, the side lanes are just gonna constantly get pushed out by TA. You have this insane Slark running around, creating space for the Mino and just throwing body here and there as well. So every time it feels like Omega wants to advance the map, they always run into Matthew, they always run into Wu, and they'll never catch the TA or the Drow.
Yeah, that's true. And then the match becomes really, really difficult for you because, as you mentioned, the only way you really can beat them is by flanking them and getting surprise smokes, and you can't really rely on that the whole game, right? And this goes late. They've managed to at least assert a fair amount of map control, and it's not like Omega's window of opportunity is completely closed, but they need to make something happen now. Matthew? He's like, oh, I see a troll here. Surprise, he gets away. Instead, Sacred could be falling here. They actually do rupture him and silence him, so no problem split, but it's okay because he has a TP. Wu instead, cosplaying Axel, looking to die, choosing not to.
Yeah, meanwhile, Leo Style, seeing all the actions happening at the side lanes, he's just forcing bottom all over again, just repeating this action over and over again. And there's no way Omega can advance the map without killing the Leo Style. I feel like they might want to make a move to punish Leo Style. He has been at this bottom lane for the past 4 to 5 minutes. He's getting scouted out though. We'll be able to blink out, and there's no disabler to stop Leo Style from running away. This is a lot of space created. The goal difference, the net worth lead of Omega has been 2k despite winning their lanes so heavily. It really tells you a lot about the game. They're being really stagnant right now.
But why is it that Omega is incapable of trying to pierce the high ground? Is it because they're not finding opportunities, or because Thunder Predator is not giving them any?
I mean, if you look at Omega's hero, they don't have the instant initiation to burst down some guy. Every time they want to go on someone, they have to rupture first, and the whole world sees that coming. So they're able to just sacrifice a few of the heroes to buy time for Drow Ranger and TA, but a huge smoke coming up from Omega.
Yeah, but a bit of a hopeful smoke, right? It's a smoke without vision, a smoke without knowing what the enemy team is. It was just like, I hope we find something here. And Wu completely canceled the smoke. He's like, yeah, sure, try to kill me. Wu's died many times. He knows what death feels like, and he likes it. They're gonna go down for the Roshan. Let's see if they can take it in time. Oh no, I thought they had Corrosive Haze there for a second, but it's Oscar who has the Corrosive Haze on, so they know the Roshan's being taken. Can they contest this? Wu's thinking about it. They actually use the Battle Trance on the Troll. They could easily punish this. Troll gets bashed. Look, Sacred is just coming in with all the chill attitude in the world. They finally take the Aegis from Mingate. No need for Battle Trance, I guess, and Thunder Predator, they will bide their time. They will not contest this.
That's a good recognition from Omega, knowing that there's nothing much they can do, so why not just take the Roshan? Brewmaster did not get into the Roshan pit with the Blink Primal Split, so he knows that that's going to be hard as well. So it's okay for them to let go of these Aegis, because they have item timings are coming up soon. TA is only 400 gold away from the BKB, so as long as they just survive through this just choke time coming up from Omega for another 2 to 3 minutes, they should be available for the next fight with their BKB timings.
And that's a huge point of inflection here for Thunder Predator. Because once they get BKBs, you're gonna have to rely on the Troll getting close to the Drow. You're gonna have to rely on the Bloodseeker also, rupturing the best target, which ideally would be the Drow. And it's gonna be a tough time for you, as the blood right damage will completely negated. And Trolls, I guess with Manta style, he's a bit closer to being powerful, but the TA looks unstoppable. I'm actually surprised how much Leo style is finding farm this game.
Yeah, it's really like Omega lacks the initiation to punish Leo style. That's why he has been just playing at the dead lane for the past 8 minutes and going unpunished. That's really big for their team. Then they desperately need this space creator from Leo style to just buy time for Mino to farm up on the Drow Ranger as well. It's amazing how they split the resources up, because they obviously don't have any, since top jungle is completely controlled by Omega.
I like what you mentioned, by the way. You're totally right about the dead lane. That's why they're managing to create farm on TA and still not lose farm on Minos. We're going to see a fight here, and it seems like Thunder Predator, they want to defend it. Is this the BKB timing? Yes, it is, at least for the TA. They go first for Oscar. Oscar gets saved by that false promise. And Leo Style hits BKB. Where's your blood right now? Immediately killing off Panda as Mingate is trying to chase after Leo Style. He comes in together with Dark Mago. Leo Style ruptured still, but he melts and nobody finds him anymore. However, he lost his BKB, which means the blood will kill him. They don't even need it. Leo Style will fall to Ins. the buyback from Slara to try to continue this team fight as Sacred loses his primal split. They take the Aegis away from the troll. He doesn't have battle trance when he comes back. Minos is keeping his distance, but Sacred is being poisoned to death with a set of Whirling Axes to finish him off. In the backlines, we see that Wu has actually guaranteed the kill on Ins, so they finish off the 2 supports, but they're unable to kill any of the cores. Well, they killed Troll Warlord, but he has Aegis, so who cares?
Yeah, but either way, that was a pretty good fight for Omega. They managed to kill the big boss, the raid boss of Thunder Predator. You know, forcing the 10-second BKB out from TA and still managed to kill her. That the physical damage was just way too much for TA to mitigate there, even though has the BKB to protect himself for all the magical damage. But the physical damage from Viper, from Troll was just too much for him. It feels like TA just still need a little bit of stats item for him to get online. Also, they weren't able to initiate on someone and burst down quickly because of the Oracle using the false promise to save on the Bloodseeker. That's why the rupture onto the BKB TA was huge.
You're right, actually, very big deal, because, right, TA, there's no way that you're playing TA and you can't get in the midst of things, right? Whereas Drow can sort of avoid the rupture from happening on her, TA is going to get it, no matter what. So, the only option you have is killing the Bloodseeker first. Great option. However, not as you mentioned with Oracle. They actually could have just murdered the Bloodseeker if it wasn't for the Oracle. They go in, but I think Sara's just dead here. Yep, easy.
Yeah, this is absolutely when Omega wants to start advancing the map. They want to take control not only the top jungle, but most importantly the triangle as well. They haven't been able to do this to establish the total map control, but it seems like this should be the time. However, they're still all the way at the top side though, not interested in the triangle just yet.
No, it seems like they're just taking over the enemy jungle. They're still going to allow Minos to farm the triangle. But right now, and there's still a deadline for Leo Style. I mean, what you said earlier still stands, right? They have no way of easily catching Leo Style because all they have is slow initiation, you know, with like roots and stuff. But these projectiles are very slow. Fortune's End is slow. Rod of Atos is a slow projectile. You can easily blink out of them. So the only way you can really start on Leo Style is with a lucky arrow. Leo, what are you doing though? I mean, okay. No, I guess he's really confident, dude. Instead, Sacred is the guy who's going to die here, unless he splits. He uses the Drunken Haze to avoid some damage and be a bit faster. Yo Scepter, he still has the split. Silence about to end, but they hit him with the arrow, and that will guarantee the kill. Sacred. He got cocky, didn't use the Primal Split, gets punished for it.
Yeah, he really didn't want to take the fight there because, you know, if you split and your team doesn't want to fight there, that's such a terrible position for you to fight. You have no vision. And that's you always want to have the high ground advantage when you are fighting with Drow Ranger. He has the butterfly, so you want the Drow to be able to stand at a favorable position to just dish out all the free hits. And I feel like that was a good choice for not primal splitting there. You want to just take the hit and die. Meanwhile, Leo Style just taking all the opportunities to split push over and over again. And this is time where he is already level 18. He has the trap damage as well, so she doesn't need to be physically there at the bottom side to actually handle these lanes. Look at the amount of traps that she has gotten on the bottom lane.
Matthew also got him nearby. There's one of Atos. They're gonna catch him here. Matthew is like, at least I'll kill the courier. Walks right back into the arrow. Okay, well, that's what he likes doing. Occasionally, you gotta die to create some space. Mingate's Manta style, Leo style. Did he just drop? He just drops the Fairy Fire on the ground. Come on, I'll take the Fairy Fire on the way out. It's no problem. I don't need it in my backpack. He literally leaves it on the ground. Wow.
Yeah, he's a rich kid now. He doesn't care about the 75 gold Fairy Fire. Who cares, right? Oh, woo! Just got out.
That's okay. I mean, I don't see the point of that. You can just keep it in your backpack. You do have 3 slots there, but okay, if you don't want to sell it. This panda just comes in and he's like, wait, what? There's an item on the floor?
I mean, sometimes you know, sometimes players chase for this maximum efficiency.
Yeah.
And picking up Fairy Fire, you know, you slow down his farm for 0.5 second, and that's totally not worth it.
that's the idea, right? A creep is already worth what Fairy Fire is worth. I'm just curious about why you dropped it, though. You could have just kept it in the backpack in the first place. Maybe later we'll see a play where Leo Style grabs it halfway through and then heals with Fairy Fire, and then I'll love him. That'll be the best play ever. Leo Style will take... Ooh, the arrow. Nice dodge. Leo is crazy good. I'm just so surprised by how he's playing this game. Even though his team is not doing too well, Leo's still top of the net worth chart. He's still being impactful. They have to concentrate all of their spells on him. It's incredible.
Yeah, just a really good understanding on, you know, what what can his enemy do and what can his enemy not do.
Yeah.
He's playing like a Storm right now, just zipping right in and then getting out, just exploiting the weakness of Omega. Does not have the instant initiation onto the TA,
Yeah.
especially when you can blink out while your refraction is up. It just opens up a lot of opportunities for him to do all these flashy plays. And meanwhile, the biggest winner here is Mino, really. On the Drown Ranger, just not doing anything and just farming all the way. Butterfly, Dragonlance, Yasha. I think if they manage to get a good high ground fight, this Drow would have just exploded in the fight.
Sacred Rupture. They try to get away here. It's fine for now. They have Primal Split, by the way. I don't know if you want to fight into Primal Split. They're really confident. Look, all of Bolivia's here, ready to take this fight on. Can they do it? Now the outpost is in Thunder Predator's possession, but they have stopped Minos completely. That's the carry gone. And Sacred, all you want to do now is retreat. You've seen your friend die. You're super sad. You got to go home and cry. Can he do it though? Perfectly timed. Those axes, incredible, will guarantee the kill on Sacred, because otherwise he would have just blinked. But the whirling axes capture him. They timed the Primal Split, honestly, on the dot. Omega is playing really well these days.
Yeah, the team fights are really good. The micro plays as well. This is why I've been like repeating over and over again. They have to pick themselves a high ground fight, especially with ground. Oh, mid lane, Leo style.
Now they're starting to lose the plot a bit. If they lose Leo style here, is a huge blunder. Mingate actually acted the battle trance just to kill him. There's no basher, so that BKB should work wonders for them. They have vision. They have dust and sentries. They only drop the sentry. They decide TA is a bit too hard. We already forced the BKB. Time to make some sushi.
Yeah, I love how Omega just move as a team and just punish everyone else, except for Leo Style, of course. But seems like it's working though. You know, just completely ignoring Leo Style because they know that throw with the correct item, he'll be eventually be the answers to this TA. So no need to worry about the TA as long as you just shut down the other 4. And this would be a 10k goal lead in 30 minutes, and they should be able to control the second Roshan for free as well, Omega. Oscar is constantly looking for any opportunities to get a pick off.
Let's see. He is the Ember is guarding right now the Aegis, or the Roshan rather, so they can't take it. But oh, Sacred already poisoned. In comes Minos. Oscar gets Wu. Not the best rupture though, which might give them an opportunity. Panda also lost at Fortune's End, and they see the opportunity. Sacred comes right back, but Minos is surrounded by 3 heroes. They've already murdered Wu, and they won't even help Minos. No Hurricane Bike or anything to save him. Leo style now, Rod of Atos together with the poison. He can blink in time thanks to the refraction, but you've lost to carry yet again. And that was not even the greatest initiation by Omega. They ruptured the Slardar, they false promised the Oracle.
Yeah, exactly. But they are just overpowering Thunder Predator right now. Like once again, you need, as for a Drow Ranger lineup, you need to secure yourself a high ground advantage. And if you don't have the high ground versus low ground fight, it's very hard for Drow Rangers to just sit there and dish out damage. As you can see, even though they don't have the best hero to deal with Drow, but Blissika is constantly on the face of Drow Ranger, making sure that she won't be able to, you know, activate the marksmanship. And this will allow Omega to just walk right into the Roshan. This is second Roshan as well, mind you. It will be with the Aegis and Cheese, and this is what they need to end the game, to walk up to the high ground.
They're gonna take the Roshan now. Sacred thinking of coming in. There's the Primal Split. What are you going for, Mingate? Mingate is taking the Roshan quickly. He's about to finish it off. Who takes the Aegis though? It's Thunder. Leo style will ensure that Aegis in his possession. He didn't take the cheese, I believe. No, the cheese went to Mingate, but he's quicker on his fingers, man. That's gonna guarantee the Aegis for them, and they don't even lose a hero there. Not a bad engagement for Thunder Predator. This might be a slight point of inflection for them.
Leo Style is literally single-handedly saving his team this game. Like from the very first 10 minutes, dealing with the late lane, and then doing this really bossy play as well. If he dies there, it's pretty much game over. So a high risk, high return play, and it works out beautifully.
Sorry about that, guys. Dota decided to kick us out of the game. As we can see, the stream is still up, so it's not my connection. It's just Dota. You know, the game is still in beta. Let's not say anything to it. There we go. We're back into the game. We didn't miss any kills or anything. And now we might see the next team fight. Let's see if Thunder Predator can actually use this Aegis to their advantage. We're seeing a Nullifier soon on TA, which is going to help a bit. I wanted to ask you though, what do you think of the choice of Minos to not go for a Hurricane Pike at all this game? Is it because of the Rupture that he decided to just go for the full damage build, or is it just a bit dangerous to go Glass Cannon?
Well, I feel like Minos on the Dry Ranger, she might be able to feel that, you know, she's pretty comfortable in the state of the game because of how much Leo Style has created space for her. So she feels like, all right, since I have got so many space, I don't really want to go for defensive item anymore. I just want to go all in on damage item, and hopefully I get the chance to dish out all these item and you know, get some quick kills. I think that's the mindset, but they haven't able to really exploit the. All right, never mind.
That Rupture completely took away the refraction, but Leo Style, oh, he get hit by the arrow. That might set up for a kill. Can he defend this? And it's a bait here. Mingate, Leo still has the Aegis, remember, and the BK when he comes back. That's the Aegis lost. Mingate actually takes him down in a matter of seconds. Minos is now the target as Mingate chases after him. The Manta Style, though, to confuse him. He will instead decimate Sacred as it leaves Leo Style behind. Even with the BKB, it will do absolutely nothing. Minos trying to defend himself from the troll, and he has managed to keep the troll at bay. That's your offlaner and your mid laner dead, and yeah, your carry survived, but he did absolutely nothing there.
Yeah, that looked like such a scary initiation from Omega because they're just charging high ground. Oh, at you. We'll be able to get out, but that was really unfortunate for Brewmaster because he was 5 seconds away from the Primal Split. Perhaps not the best timing for them to pick up the fight there, and since they're dead without buyback, this should be at least one lane of Rex for Omega to claim.
Oh, they're gonna take Matthew's life as well for free here. And with a Blood Rage, as you mentioned, the lane of Rax will follow so easily. You actually have all three possible for you, honestly. They have to buy back on Thunder. You're not gonna, you're gonna lose all three at this rate. You're up against a troll, dude. You cannot afford to waste this much time. Drow and Slaughter are not even trying to defend. I genuinely question this, though. What are you buying back for? The last Rax? What's the difference if you buy him back now or later? You all have everything. I guess you don't have the Brewmaster with Primal Split? See, Mingate's not even doubting it. He's just going back in. He's like, sure, yeah, we'll take the Rax, dude. You don't want to buy back on the TA? I'll take the Rax.
Yeah, he has the cheese and BKB doesn't care.
Yeah, exactly. And you find the Drow. That arrow, again, stunned. Perfect. Minos is down. They have to buy back on him for sure. And Leo is still holding on to that buyback. Leo will have the buyback available for game number 2, but game number 1 is about to end at this rate. Primal Split. Going for the Bloodseeker, the Cyclone for Troll Warlord. He gets dispelled immediately. Take down the melee Rax.
Alright, Mega Creep, how do you do with Mega Creep now?
Yeah, right? And Drasto is not buying back. You ballsy motherfucker, what are you saving the buyback for? Wu? Poison the Poison. Kill off Wu easily. Go now for the tower in the middle lane. And I don't know what Thunder Predator can do if you don't get your carry here. You're gonna lose this a second time. It's buyback, who cares? GG. Okay, I guess you gave up a while ago. I don't know what to say, honestly. That was a bit of a weird ending by Thunder.
I mean, it just feels like Thunder Predator, they're just picking all their fights wrongly. You know, it feels like Leo Style, he did a fantastic job for 20 minutes, just pushing, buying all the time for all the space for his team, but they just couldn't use all the space to translate that into a good team fight, and eventually just control Roshan and then come back into the game. And for Omega Gaming side, if you look at their decision making in the itemization, even though they don't have good initiation to catch the Templar Assassin, they built very nicely into countering the Templar Assassin. Look at the Viper's itemization. Halberd, Assault, and you have the Bloodseeker constantly focusing Rupture on TA only. It's just now TA and there's no more damage coming out from Thunder Predator.
Yeah, exactly. You're totally right. The TA was the biggest problem, and Rupture dealt with it incredibly. So, as you said, Bloodseeker might not have the best lane, but he was a crucial piece of the victory for Omega Gaming because he ensured that every single time the strongest enemy hero, which was the TA, was just killed every time. So, congratulations to Omega Gaming. They seem unstoppable after beating Quincy Crew. They go and actually beat Thunder Predator quite significantly here in the first game. We'll see what happens in the second game of the series, guys. My name is Mr. Allen Plus, joined today by Arthur Dota, replacing Seek and Strike for the next 2 days. Thank you guys for joining us. If you enjoyed the cast and enjoyed the broadcast, of course, give us a follow, and we'll be back with the next game very shortly, with a full draft as well. We apologize today for starting late. We had to stop production completely and make it so we could include remote production, guys, so we apologize for any issues that you might experience. It's always the first game that happens, and then it goes smoothly from there. So any issues you guys see, complaints either about the cast or about the actual the audio levels, whatever it is, we're here listening to you guys, trying to improve the experience to make sure that you can enjoy NA and SA Dota as much as we do. We'll take a short break now, and we'll come back with game number 2 very shortly. Until then, guys. Hello, hello, and welcome back to the Voice of the Realm. We are your top NA SA shitty podcast here to cover the great tournament that is Realms Collide 2. And you'll notice here that, well, there's an empty chair beside me, and inside of me, an empty heart. For my good partner, Seek and Strike won't be joining me these days. He had decided to take 2 days break. For those of you who don't know, Seek and Strike is actually the guy who usually runs camera and production and literally everything. He's also changing the titles even. We don't have any extra workers. It's really just us running production. So it was a well-deserved break 100%. Today I'm doing this nerve-wracking job. It's awful. Fuck you, Seek. Don't leave me alone again. But we did bring another caster, of course, and a top-tier caster at that. The man that I'm about to present to you guys, he casted last game, of course, if you were watching. But now we get to do a proper presentation. You get to meet him face-to-face, literally, as we have a little camera ready for him. And he's one of the best analysts here in SEA. He did coach Geek Fam for a while. This man is quite well known here as a top tier streamer and really high MR player. So he's going to be joining us to give us his insight on some of the NA and SA Dota. Please welcome with a warm welcome, Mr. Arthur Dota.
Aloha, amigos. I'm very proud and happy to join you here at the Realms Collide amazing NA and SA Dota 2 tournament. This is my first time doing NA SA as well. I'm super excited for this because I always feel like SEA and SA, they're kind of similar in terms of the infrastructure, the history, the skill set of players as well. So I'm really looking forward to this game 2 of Omega Gaming. I wish to see them putting more upsets. After yesterday's 2-0 against Quincy. Wow, what a big statement from them.
Yeah, it was incredible. Omega has really been making waves here. No pun intended. Poor Bolivians. They don't have beaches, unfortunately. But they have been they've been a really good team recently. Honestly, a lot of people were already talking about them coming into this tournament because they had been doing really well both in the close qualifiers and in general. Most of the opens they've been playing, they were beating some really high level teams. But it's really right now after beating Quincy that people are starting to pay notice to them because they're a strong team. They fixed a lot of their mistakes, particularly their lack of discipline in many cases. They would overextend very often. Not happening any longer because, especially against the match against Quincy, it was an incredible performance, particularly by Oscar, right? So we do see a lot of power from them. And now they continue their unstoppable streak and they go against Thunder Predator, where they beat him really quick first match. Let's see what happens in match number 2 as the draft is underway. And of course, we're seeing it here on screen. We have Omega going with the Undying Mars as Thunder Predator opt for the Dark Willow Terrorblade. Wow. Very different openings. Thunder Predator, fuck the meta, they say, and they pick up the Dark Willow Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really liking the opening coming out from Omega Gaming. First of all, Undying, definitely the top tier post 5 right now in the meta. His lane domination and his team fight domination with the Tombstone as well. Definitely top tier. And Mars is just a snatch from the Dark Widow plus Mars combo. They're just removing the combo coming out from Thunder Predator because I believe this is one of the most popular duels in SA right now. And Thunder Predator, the Mars being snatched, they have to think to themselves, what else what are heroes that can deal pretty well against Undying and Mars? And I'm surprised that they didn't pick up the Timbersaw because Timbersaw obviously pretty good against Undying, plus much 2 very tanky strength hero, but they opt for a Terrorblade, which is pretty good in taking down the Tombstone, but not as good against Mars because of the Bulwark.
That's true. The Bulwark does struggle against it a bit. Also, a lot of magical damage coming from Mars, which Terrorblade usually dislikes, right? So decent hero in lane. However, with Thunder Predator, they do pick the Terrorblade as their quote-unquote last pick of the first phase. So they will have a they have a strong 3 bans now to protect the Terrorblade a bit. And they're actually going for not only bans that protect the Terrorblade, bans that Omega plays regularly, like the Scarif Mage on 4 position. That's actually quite a common pick. We've seen it particularly from Omega Gaming a lot, and really good hero against Terrorblade. So nice response. Clearly, they've done their homework. They also banned the Mirana. This game, they're respecting their opponents a bit more. And it seems like they have something prepared to surprise them with. Because you don't start Dark Willow Terrorblade without a plan up your sleeve.
Yeah, definitely. Like Omega, they have to start, thinking about the Venge. You definitely don't want to let the Venge plus TB through for Thunder Predator. You probably want to ban out some heroes that synergize really good with Terrorblade as well. The Magnus is still in the pool, the Slaughter is still in the pool, but they only have one ban left on Omega Gaming. So some of the very OP heroes are going to get let through. in the second phase.
We'll see what those heroes. What heroes are you gonna? Can you counter Terrorblade with? What bans would you be expecting here that are very important?
I mean, the first to mind is definitely the Zeus.
Zeus or Storm?
Yeah, Storm is pretty good as well. If you think about the carry side, I think Drow would be a pretty decent pick against Terribly as well, simply because Drow is practically very good against every single agility heroes. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if Omega Gaming pick the Drow for their next pick here, especially when they have Undying plus Mars, two very tanky frontliner to protect the formation for their team.
Yeah, I like that idea actually. I like the Drow idea to be honest. You don't really have any options yet to deal with Drow, so it could be a good carry for Mingate. We have seen him play once or twice the Drow Ranger. Not one of his favorite heroes. He likes a bit more active heroes, but I think it would be fine. The Storm is also played by Dark Mago a fair amount. The guy is really good with all the spirits, particularly, and the Invoker. So yeah, I have a lot of heroes that can deal with you. I'm actually kind of surprised by the Ember ban. I know it's one of Dark Mago's favorite heroes, and it's okay against Terrorblade, but you know, I guess you want to ban their consistent mid laners because obviously Thunderbringer gets last pick, so for sure they're going to get to counter that mid laner.
Yeah, from the bands you can tell that Thunder Predator they're putting a lot of respect to the players of Omega Gaming, because these heroes are not particularly the best hero in the meta, but it's more like personal band on like personal respect band for Omega's players, especially the Skyroth and the Ember Spirit.
I'm surprised by the Pango ban as well. I mean, we have been seeing a bit more of him in the tournament. He is really good against Terrorblade, I guess. But we haven't seen. They haven't picked it yet for Dark Mago in the mid lane, so okay. A Thunder Predator. I guess they're going off Dark Mago's older matches or some of his pubs perhaps to get rid of that Pango, because obviously if you play the Mars, well, most likely the Mars is going to be your off laner here. We'll see the Bat Rider now by Thunder Predator, so they themselves block pick that to some degree, right? Because you would always go Bat Rider versus TB, pretty decent hero, high magic damage. And Thunder Predator also flexes that always. They love running it on Leo, but they can also run it on Wu, and they can even run it on Sacred this time.
Yeah, definitely a lot of flexible value here. There's no way Omega can tell which lane Barada is going, so it's hard to react to this pick here. So it seems like Omega Gaming, they have to at least pick the 4 here, or if they want to show a core, it would be fine as well. I still think the Drow would be pretty decent here for Omega Gaming.
She's good against Bat in general. I mean, okay in lane, right? Because you slow him down, you gust him away. It's not like Bat can catch up to you. I agree with the Drow pick. It's pretty solid. But you might not want to reveal it until it's like your final pick. Because the only advantage if you have second pick, if your first pick, the only advantage you have is really this final pick in the second phase, right? That's your best pick. So you might want to just reveal the Drow there, right? And not really do anything until then.
Wow, this 3-man coming out from Omega is looking super
powerful.
scary. The amount of magical damage that they can deal with in one go. Dang, Terrorblade, if he doesn't have BKB, he'll just get melted in every single team fight.
Yeah, that's looking a bit scary. So much magical damage here, as you mentioned. A nice little combo as well. It's not like Mars Snapfire is bad to begin with. Like, it's amazing, in particular against Terrorblade. Yeah, this is scary. They might not even need to pick up a Drow to counter it, you know? There's a Legion Commander. Honestly, Drow is looking so good here, because now you reveal that it's either Bat or Legion that's in the off lane, most likely, right? I mean, I guess you could put Bat support and Legion mid if you really want to surprise the enemy, I guess. But it's most likely that your mid lane is going to come last here. And if that's the case, you can easy Drow game, honestly.
Yep.
If not, what other options could we see? Actually, they could also pick up their mid laner here, because obviously they have 2 picks straight up. They might value the Storm here a bit more, because, of course, when you have 2 picks right after each other, you pick the hero that you think is definitely going to get banned, right? The hero that has no replacement. And Storm looks a bit more like that hero for me if you're opting to go for that Storm. You might just ignore him completely right now. Yeah, they just go for the carry, and they go for a traditional carry. A decent carry. No, don't get me wrong, Sven's pretty good, but nothing too special. Anti-Terrorblade. He's just okay matchup.
Yeah, it's also a pretty good carry hero against Legion Commander as well. This is one hero that Legion Commander would never want to duel, unless Sven doesn't have the God Strength on. And I mean, Sven definitely one of the top 3 carriers right now in the meta, and there's a lot of setups for him as well. I feel like there's a lot of tools that Omega Gaming can use to buy space for Sven to come online. Just like you just be like the troll last game. Just get a really good early laning phase to go good, and then just retreat back to the jungle farm for 15 minutes, come out, end the game. It feels like that kind of Swan game here for Omega Gaming. But the last pick for mid, they have to pick a 50-50 hero here. I don't know if Storm is the best one. I know that Storm definitely good against TB, but if they pick Storm here, Thunder Predator can just Bat Rider it, and then
Right. Exactly. So and they can even pick another hero to counter the Storm. Like if you want to run Bad Rider 5 for whatever reason, you pick up a Leshrac here and you still beat the Storm. Like there's so many options for Thunder. You're right. Storm is one of the weaker picks here. If you want more of consistent mid laners that are also decent against TB, you might opt for something like the Void Spirit, for example, who also brings a decent amount of magical damage to the table. Though Omega currently, there's the Void Spirit.
they
ban,
banned
no
themselves.
surprise.
Okay.
I expected that. I'm surprised. The only thing about Sven though versus Legion I would like to mention is that Sven is really good against Legion in the mid game, especially. You know, even with Blade Mail, you usually can just withstand her. You usually have a bit of healing to sustain yourself from the Blade Mail. But Legion Commander does usually trade nicely with you in the lane. However, here Undying is going to make that much more difficult, right? But usually Legion Commander versus Sven is a pretty decent lane for Legion, as your press the attack and your moment of courage are enough to withstand Sven's harassment.
And the last ban of Thunder Predator would be the Puck now. Do you think this is, this is them prepping for the Leshrac pick, as you suggested? Leshrac feels like the one hero that they needed, right? Just to run around the map, create kills, and create space for Terrorblade. And whoa, you caught it miles away.
Yeah, I mean, I know the Storm, how good it is against Terrorblade. It's a bit of a dangerous pickup, but here's the thing, right? Right now, Legion does not want to go into the offlane. You'd much rather put Bad Rider in the offlane here because you're up against Undying, like I mentioned. Even if Legion is decent against Sven, you don't want Legion Undying. Legion against Storm, bad matchup. So you much rather have another hero. Here they can still pick Lesh, and Lesh is fine, but there's not a hero that completely dominates you. Fuck, actually. Ooh, we're going for a Leo style classic. I actually like this, though. The complaint I have about the Lesh against the Storm is that you win your lane, and then you go, okay, great. That's it, right? You don't put that much pressure early. You can only really take the tier 1s, and then you kind of farm for a bit because you're more of a greedy carry or a greedy mid laner. However, the Puck, he's quick. He takes advantage of Storm's bad lane, goes for a Veil of Discord, and just absolutely zaps people out.
Yeah, Puck is definitely one of the best heroes against Storm, like at all stages of the game. And also they have some beautiful, small synergy between their heroes as well. You have the Puck with Bat Rider lasso out of the coil. You have the Fear into the core as well from Dark Philo. So a lot of small synergies that they can play with that can really be disastrous for Omega Gaming before they get their BKB up. And if you look at the late game though, I would say Omega Gaming, if they are able to drag this game to something like 45 to 55 minutes, it'll be much better than Thunder's Predator. So
Yeah, we'll see. Well, I don't know. I'm not so sold on the Sven versus Terrorblade matchup. I think this is a much better draft by Thunder. I think this might be the draft that they can actually win. But I'm still a bit afraid because Omega has really strong lanes, and except for the mid lane, of course. And that's a selling point for them. They really like playing that way. Particularly, both their side lanes are going to be a win here pretty easily. So I think it's actually kind of 50-50. It depends. I kind of want to side with Omega almost because of how they've been playing recently. But I would say that Thunder Predator's draft is kind of okay. It's like a pretty decent draft. It's really solid, easy to play. So by draft, I would go slightly with Thunder. By Omega, they've shown that this is the kind of play style they like to play. So be careful if you're betting.
I prefer the ability of Omega Gaming to execute. But draft-wise, I definitely feel like Thunder Predator, they have a lot of answers to the Storm and the Swan as well. They have a lot of kitings, and the entire draft of Thunder just feels more balanced. They have this, they have counter initiation, they have heal as well from the Legion Commander. So it feels like if they are able to stabilize the game, they might be able to give Terrorblade the kind of help that Terrorblade needs to carry this game eventually.
Okay, guys, we need to take a quick break to show you an ad, and we'll be back with game number 2 between Omega and Thunder Predator. Stay put, and we'll be right back. we are back with a typical SA pause. You need to do this pause at the beginning of the game. It's just courtesy. I love it because in SA teams, they don't even ask why it's happening. Okay, so Dark Mago just went, baby, I've just realized I love you. That's what he said in chat. That's it. Yeah, I don't know who baby is. I don't know if he's quoting song lyrics.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Is this like a culture thing? Like before, like between SA teams before they start the game, they'll just pause for 2 minutes.
Yeah,
like a pre-game ritual.
I think it's partially because. Sorry.
Because you know what, in SEA we have seen a lot of like situation like that as well, and because I personally have coached some teams, I know there's some players that needs like this smoke break or whatever, coffee break. So that explains a lot of the pause situation in
Smoke
SEA.
break is the most SEA thing. I heard that all the time. I remember Adam asking me for a smoke break in one of the tournaments we were casting. Oh yeah, sure, dude, whatever you want. In SA, it's more about the connection being bad most of the time, right? That even when you connect to the game, even if you don't disconnect, you have like a brief lag as you connect to the game. So that's quite common. That's part of the reasons why. So I think that's one of the main reasons. Though I'm not gonna lie, it's almost like an accepted tactical pause at this point because you, like a lot here, everyone is just. Here, people are literally just talking about the draft, right? Like, do you think Thunder's staying silent during this 5 minutes? No. So, if everyone does it, I guess it's fair. It's kind of how they're seeing this. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone's doing it, it's like a gentleman agreement. So it's fair for everybody. You know,
right.
It's up to you. It's up to your captain to see who would be able to establish a better game plan during the 2 minutes pause. And you can tell Oscar, he's back. They're ready to roll.
Yeah, I find that I actually really remember because in different cultures it's very different. Like in EU, this is not accepted at all. And I remember when Win and Rain played in EU, they were back then they were like a Ritsu stack. I forgot who else was in that team, but like mostly a bit North American, a bit European flavors. When Mr. Choco, he's saying hi to a Russian streamer that's stealing the broadcast from the Spanish guys. So like a really sarcastic hi. Yeah. Anyway, that's quite funny. So I remember casting that final between Win and Rain, and I don't remember what EU team was playing against them. And the other EU team literally called them out, and they unpaused in the beginning, saying, "No, you don't get to do a pause at the beginning of the game. You tactical pause cheaters." And they even called them out in the chat. They talked to the admins. They were really angry about it. Whereas here in South America, North America, it's just kind of accepted. You know, nobody ever complains about it. Admin will just set up his timer. He checks for the pause, and that's it.
Cool. That's really good to know, like the culture difference.
Yep.
All right, I'm looking at Terra Blade's inventory, and I see, you know, like 2 iron branches, and then straight saving up for the Ring of Terras.
Yep.
A pretty interesting build. I think I've seen this a lot, particularly from SACC, from eHome. He used to do this a lot. Is this a famous thing or popular thing in SA?
The straight up Ring of Trask, not so common. You actually, at least in this region, you see much more of the double ring of region rather than the Ring of Trask straight up. Though we did recently see, particularly on Mingate, which is not. Yeah, I was double checking. It is Minos playing him. So Mingate was playing the Spectre, I believe, and he did also go for a Ring of Trask. So it's not unheard of. You know, I've seen it once or twice, but certainly the double ring of region is much more popular. But that's partially because Eternal Envy does it every single game. Like Eternal Envy could be playing fucking CK and he'll still get double ring of region. Does not care.
But that's a really good build actually. Like you just save up all your gold for the unnecessary, you know, instead of an unnecessary regeneration item. But like Minos just walk all the way bottom just to TB back top because he wants the. Oh, they're trying to dodge the lanes.
Yeah, they did. Do you think this is a good idea for them?
Yeah, they want to try lane Minos on the Terror Blade, and of course, you know, if you try lane Bat Rider, you could very well minimize the effectiveness of Bat Rider on lane. So I think this is a pretty smart idea, and Oscar, he'll be able to just stay at the bottom lane, soak up all the solo XP, and this is one thing that Mars really wants to do. Is all about the experience.
And it's true, and since you're in the safe lane and you're Mars, you have a lot of movement that you can do. You know, you can try to pull the lane, etc. And you're really good at last sitting under the tower. It's very difficult to dive a Mars under the tower because he can spear you and punish you, right? Very hard. And as you mentioned, this way you'll put much more pressure against a Terrorblade. So you guarantee that these lanes go even better for you. I see it. I mean, I don't think Sven was going to lose his lane either, otherwise, but I can see why this is better to stop Minos. In fact, Minos in the top lane in trouble. He's Metamorphosis, and he actually is losing this lane. That's unheard of, dude. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, TB losing lanes with Metamorphosis, definitely unheard of. I think this lane is gonna get extra hard. Okay, right now.
Like, look, Wu, he dies. The Soul Rip! Only level
Yes.
1, that's already enough to finish him off. I think it's time for Dark Willow to start rotating, right? I don't know if you can afford to keep doing this.
I mean, or maybe, you know, TB has to, because he didn't get the lanes that he wanted. This is why, you know, his plan B is not there anymore for the lane swap. And the plan C right now for TB is really just get to his level 4 or level 5 as soon as possible and retreat into the jungle. I mean, this is always the plan for TB anyways.
And obviously, when you get stopped in lane early, then they stop you from doing this. It's a big deal, which is why this Trident was such a good idea. And you do need the extra couple of levels. You don't need to have the most farm in the world, but some farm just to enable you to go, as you mentioned, into the jungle. Especially as well, if this lane does go really well, they'll be able to push the tier 1 tower early, and that means less jungle space for Terrorblade.
Yeah, and look at the laning creeps as well. There are 5 creeps here. They just completely killed off an entire wave, and Minos is only up to two creeps for this 3 minutes wave, and that's really bad start for TB. And bottom side as well, you have Oscar just soaking out all the solo XP here. This start is going very fantastically for Omega side.
Yeah, this is what they excel at. That's what I was saying in the draft. I actually think Thunder Predators is a more simple draft to execute, and I wouldn't say a better draft, but just usually I would go for this draft. But because Omega loves these kind of gameplay, they love playing aggressive early. It's a bit tough. Cookie, Panda in the top lane, Curse Crown, go stop him. Nice decay though before it gets stunned. And he might be able to survive. Soul Rip, oh my god. He actually uses it offensively as opposed to healing himself. Panda is okay with dying as long as he gets the counter kill on TP. Another decay to save face, but he has to have 6 sticky napalm stacks, which will guarantee the kill.
Yeah, this is completely worth it. Like what Panda did there, he managed to force Matthew to come all the way to the top lane, and he took all the time from Minos to pursue him as well, and Minos just lost. I think this is the second full wave that he has just lost on this lane. So Mingate have a double wave going into this way. And this is really tough for Terrorblade to recover from.
Nope. In the top lane, they start to go aggressive now as Terrorblade with Metamorphosis. They might cancel ins. They do with Metamorphosis. So much damage, and Mingate could also be in trouble as the Curse Crown triggers, and they're looking to just slow him down. Where's the Bramble Maze? Not available just yet, and not enough mana either. So unfortunately, Minos won't be able to sentence him to death. However, considering how badly this lane started for you, this is a nice recovery from the TP. A very valuable kill there, and you're actually pushing the Sven out now. So much action in this top lane.
Yeah, he even used the reflection to cancel the South on Swen as well. But Stanfaria as a very responsive support. Oh! TB?
TB is going to the Soul Rip alone.
Man.
Yeah, that's Soul Rip level 2 now. Yep. That's the build still very popular in America, which is maxing that Soul Rip, not getting the points in Tombstone early, and you see how much damage that does.
Yep. That was crazy. Now, this is why Undying has become the one of the best, if not the best, post 5 out there. It just gives you so much value in the team. You dominate your lane, and when it comes to the mid game, you have insane teamfight ability as well. And the heals is always going to be good for the initiation or counter initiation too. And Wu, as a Bat Rider on the top lane, really doesn't get to do too much because of the tri-lane coming out from Omega Gaming.
Yep. Feels like a wasted pick a bit on the Bat Rider, right? Like you flexed him, you're like, but he still wins the lane, right? Well, not if you're up against a Tri. And on the other hand, we have Undying, which loves Tri-lanes, right? That's his bread and butter. The more DK stacks he can steal, the better this hero is.
Yep. Seems like the pre-game pause, strategical pause is really working for Omega.
Yeah, they know. They had a clear plan from the get-go. Oscar's also doing kind of decently from this bottom lane, honestly. 27 last hits to his name in a lane that was almost lost just because they forced Dark Willow to rotate. But it is the mid lane where Thunder really I mean, I wouldn't say they're winning, but Storm is getting a lot of farm from the jungle, so Leo Style is slightly getting an advantage here. But it's more about the tempo here. Then a kill the Dark, or the Bat Rider, sorry, in the top lane, but Leo Style is already rotating, reconsiders. Maybe things are going mid lane. That Mao gets stunned, but a bit of a waste of a haste rune for now.
All of a sudden, Storm's reached level 7. Like, it was level 6 Puck versus level 5 Storm a minute ago.
Yep.
And, you know, because Storm is just being Storm, he's just retreating into the jungle, completely ignoring Puck on the lane. So he'll be able to outfarm and outskill Puck in a lot of ways, but it's all up to Leo Style to, on him to how to just maneuvers, make his presence known at the side lanes. Because this is something that he needs to do. He has to bring in the support onto the top lane, try and help out this TB, and it would be best if they can get a kill elsewhere.
Yeah, this Dream Coil though onto the Storm is pretty good if they can turn into a kill with Illusory Orb. Will guarantee Leo Style on point there. Actually chained his own Dream Coil into the Waning Rift because he knew there were no TPs, and Omega almost got cocky there and didn't really try to support the Storm there. I don't think he could have done much, to be honest, with maybe at the end dying if he had TP'd there. Could have helped a bit, but they just didn't feel that threat. But he did max Waning Rift, which is why he got the kill.
Yep. Leo Style really understanding what he needs to do here to shut down the Storm. But with no TPing up top, they want to fight here.
Oh, Tombstone is already set up. That's giving a bit of vision. Nice Koki with Scatterblast. TP ceases to exist. They try to take the Tombstone. That's all they're going to get in this matchup. It's only Tombstone level 1 after all. And you're going to be able to bring down perhaps Wu? I don't think it even matters, to be honest. Honestly, you took the Terrorblade. It's okay. You're really happy with how this is going as of now. Terrorblade is having no farm. And on top of that, he's also losing a lot of experience because of the tri lane. Matthew, he does have the Shower Island time.
I mean, this is the insane amount of magical bursts that we talk about during the drafting phase. Like TB without BKB or without any stats item, he won't be able to withstand all these magical bursts. A mid lane,
Storm, silence, walks out of the Dream Coil, but the duel ends up catching him up. However, Oscar is here with the Arena of Blood. Leo Style can't hit from outside, and the Storm can get away because as Mao goes back in, has enough mana, they will kill Sacred, and Leo Style, without the Illusory Orb, can't jump up to this Storm just yet. Leo uses the Illusory Orb defensively and gets away, but they are unable to guarantee the kill on Mago because the surprise Arena of Blood actually cancelled the Leo Style's attacks.
Yeah, this is what you can do as a Mars with enough level in the early game, and really beautiful connection there from Oscar with the spells as well to save Storm. Because if Storm dies there, that would be the second death in 2 minutes. It would be disastrous for him. Top lane Mingate getting forced out of the triangle by Matthew.
What is this?
And Matthew is really good in playing at enemy's triangle. I've seen this a lot of times on his Ember Spirit and now Dark Philo. He seems to be having a really good understanding on how to invade the enemy jungle. So very well played by Matthew, just dropping the very deep ops, scouting the triangle, but it's getting spotted by the sentry though, so he'll serve his, the ward will serve his time. Double smoke going out to the bottom side.
Oh, interesting. It's the Pocket Dark Willow. Yeah, I guess with... Oh, I was just saying, I guess with Bedlam, but no, why is Matthew even joining? I guess you can Primal Maze. They lose Wu in the top lane, not really that big a deal. Dark Mago just rotated to get the skill. Storm already being a bit active is going to go for the Kaya build, so the cheapest build possible to be impactful. Not the Orchid build that you see much more often these days.
Yeah.
Kaya, what do you think of this on Storm? I don't love it as much anymore, but I can see it this game.
I mean, I still prefer the Orchid Rush build, but he's respecting the fact that Talent Predator has a Legion Commander in their team, so it's very hard for you to just jump in and fully commit on someone, and with the impact of Legion Commander. So I like the Kaya build. Just gives you more farm, more late game secure.
Yeah, just okay. So more of a transitional build to make sure that you're kind of useful early, without being able to rotate as much. Matthew caught up by the Electric Vortex. They can kill him with Static Remnant, well played. But Minos joins in. Dark Mago, low age.
Leo Style is here.
Dream Coil, there we go. Leo Style with a haste rune. He has a Waning Rift again. He'll try to do the combo a second time. He breaks the Dream Coil, making it easy to finish off this kill. In the bottom lane, though, they're also going for Sacred as they pin him to the walls of the arena. They end up finishing him off with fire.
It's all up to Leo Style now for Thunder Predator. He has to make all the move in the map, just like game 1.
Panda, that's a move they can make, but Leo unfortunately is unable to kill this big zombie. Wu is now in trouble as the zombies all start to pile up. Wu gets rid of the one tombstone zombie, which means he's not getting slowed, but Mingate is just a bit too fast, even with the sticky napalm stacks.
Mingate is so huge right now with the power threats and muscle menace. He'll be able to fight, he'll be able to push towers, or...
Minos, is he gonna die to the Storm alone? Yes, no mana for Sunder! Oh, Storm has a free kill here. Oh my
God.
goodness, Minos. I guess kind of underestimating the Storm's power, right? Like Storm, I mentioned in the draft like 15 times because he's a good counter to TB, so I'd expect that TB plays a bit more defensively, especially if you don't have mana for your Sunder.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have any raindrops as well, so won't be able to sustain through the magical damage.
That's a good point. That's a good point. He should have raindrops.
Yeah, I mean, especially against Sapphire, you know, Undying on the lane as well, right? Oh my god, Storm, we'll be able to get out of trouble. But one thing that I want to point out is that why hasn't TB go to the triangle yet? He'll be able to do now because he's like, you know, yeah, he's like, enough is enough. I'm not going to get humiliated by you guys here in the lane. I want to retreat to where I belong to, which is the triangle. He's surprisingly fat actually. Yasha at 12 minutes, Yasha plus power trade. Doesn't have any point, I mean, doesn't have any wave band, but it's okay.
If I'm Mingate in the top lane, they just got him with a lasso and then punished him at the end. So we just saw the ending of that kill as Mingate was playing a bit too aggressively. And I mean, Thunder Predator has really good single target killing potential with Legion Commander and Bat Rider. So you gotta be a bit careful, right? Even if you are winning the game, you're not winning by enough that you can completely spread out and ignore them. And this, of course, gives Terrorblade some farm. As you were mentioning, Terrorblade does not have the worst farm in the world this game.
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's doing definitely okay, despite, you know, having 3 deaths onto his name. He's not very far away from the Swan. And his ability to catch up to the Swan is also pretty top tier as well.
Yep. The only concern I have for Terrorblade when he farms is the lack of experience you get, because you usually farm with illusions, right? So sometimes Sven will have like 3-4 more levels over you, and that does kind of matter sometimes, as TV won't be able to reach important inflections in his talent tree particularly. And also, he doesn't tank up much because he doesn't get too much strength stuff. Wu will die in the top lane, easy kill for Oscar, and subsequently take a tower. Important, as this tower guarantees some of the Terrorblade's jungle. And we already see Terrorblade hates a triangle, he goes back to his jungle, because this is much more efficient, right? As TB, you really want to farm your own jungle. You don't want to farm in the triangle alone.
Yeah, definitely. And also, if anyone pay attention to the movement of Omega Gaming, this is the exact same thing they have been doing from game 1.
Yep.
They're just moving as a 4-man unit, you know. Mingate is always alone, he's always actively pushing towers as well. So the 4-man unit is always looking for kills and then connect to Mingate and take down some objectives on the map. And this is the habit of them, and it's really paying dividends as well.
Very true, because they don't hesitate a second, right? They went straight for the mid tower. They didn't even consider that it was a good fight. Panda might die here. Put the tombstone on the high gun though, and I guess it's just accepting that they have a better team fight, but they're still weak to the single target elimination. Like Panda, for example, put up in this high gun. He acts as a ward as they kill Wu, and that lasso will get punished with Mortimer's Kisses and the Storm Spirit. And now without the Bat Rider, you lost one of your single target initiations. Duel is okay. Oh, we still have Arena. Oh, Sacred Surprise by the Spear of Mars.
Yeah, like we mentioned, there's a lot of single hero disable, but the damage department, they're really lacking a lot there. Even though, the duel? Alright, they'll be able to get their first duel victory, but you can really tell that how, you know, the amount of time they need to take to burst down one guy. That's a little bit too long. They really need, you know, the damage department is all falls down to Terrorblade. That's why Terrorblade farm is really important now. Because if he doesn't have the BKB, if he doesn't have the enough, you know, items, damage item like Skadi, he won't be able to contribute into the team.
Yeah, and he just needs to farm strategically for a while. I mean, Puck can kind of bring this early game damage though with a build he went for, Veil Discord. He does bring a fair source of damage, but against Mars, Sven, against Undying even, you need sustained damage. You don't burst them down fast enough for the Puck.
Right now, Mars has gotten his tempo item. The Blink Dagger is up now, so it's much easier for Omega Gaming to start the fight now than Thunder Predator.
Well, let's see if they do, because right now Omega, I mean, they could smoke up with this Blink. Actually, I'm a big fan of the Yols myself. Oh, wait, there's a smoke actually coming out from Thunder Predator. Interesting. Sacred
Omega
slating
knows
the
this.
smoke. going for Panda. There's the Arena Blood, canceling his initiation completely. That Malo will even catch Wu. And the two supports controlled for now, as Wu is going to be the first one to fall. Sacred in the backline is also having some struggles. Matthew gets the terrorize off. It might survive because of this, but the Mortimer's Kisses, no. Cancelled by the Curse Crown. Instead, they concern Sacred and get a kill on the offlaner and the support. A failed smoke.
Yeah, there's such a good read coming out from Omega Gaming. They knew this coming, and you can tell that Oscar is there to break the smoke, and then instantly jump into getting a two-man arena of blood and stopping all the combos coming out from Thunder Predator, and it also converts into a mid tier 1 tower push as well. So it was a really good defense into counter attack.
Matthew, here, nope, they stop him with the Flip Decay. There's the lasso, it is a good kill. Oscar will fall here to the Bedlam as the puck even guarantees the kill on Panda. Not bad, 2 little counter kills there, particularly the one on the offlane are very important because we've seen how powerful Oscar has been in general. And let's be honest, Omega plays around their offlaner a fair amount. They usually let him have a huge impact in the game, and they give him impactful heroes to do so.
Yeah, that explains why they wanted him to have the solo lane at the bottom side at the beginning of the laning phase as well. They're just believing in the ability for Oscar to make things happen. But of course, the 2 kills is the classic overstaying the welcome. They didn't have any spells left, so they'll get punished by being over-aggressive. Top lane, Mingate?
No, they missed that Stormhammer. They catch him with a duel. Can they help out Mingate a bit too tanky. With a cookie, they might even guarantee the kill onto Leo Style. Leo Style's down for the count. Sacred is also going to fall. Matthew now being slowed down. He will be the 3rd victim of this engagement. Thunder Predator doesn't stand a chance. Like they barely grazed Mingate.
I mean, Omega, they're playing out of their mind now. They're just out team fighting. Thunder Predator from game 1 to game 2. That double cookie stun, that was incredible, and just like that, 3 kills into Roshan. Easy peasy for them. They have the tombstone as well. Like, just so much, you can tell how much value Undying brings to the team. This is the first pick, Undying as well, mind you that.
Yeah, exactly, and he's still being super impactful. They haven't really dealt with him in the lanes. Wu is like, fuck you, I don't even want to deal with you. You're not even worth my time killing. He has no lasso to go in anyway. The Flame Break annoys them. They want the Aegis for the Storm. They even have the balls to let the Storm take it, you know? They weren't afraid they were going to take it from them.
And this Yasha build, this Kaya build coming up from Storm is really paying dividends now because of how good his learning phase is going, and the entire mid-game tempo is so close to his Bloodstone now, and they'll be able to continue snowball with this Bloodstone. Because right now you can tell that Thunder Predator, especially with Storm controlling the Aegis, they are running out of map control right now. Everyone on Thunder Predator is split up, and you have Oscar running around to catch the heroes that are splitting up, and of course Storm, one of the best heroes to punish split push heroes too. Things are gonna get rough for Thunder Predator very soon.
Yeah, and also it's counterintuitive how you want to play this game as Thunder, because your lineup is made to get pickoffs. Like for example, down bottom against the Storm, it's a really good pickoff. No duel available because they just used it to set up on the Storm, but you take out the Aegis. However, Omega is going to counter-initiate already. Sacred, you're in trouble. There's the Spear of Blood, guaranteeing the kill on Sacred. Spear of Mars, sorry. As they now go for the Dark Willow. There's the Mortimer's Kisses helping out to kill Dark Willow as they also murder Wu. Nothing to do for Matthew. Thunder Predator will lose 3, and they only took an Aegis in return. That's what I was talking about, right? They try to go for these single target kills because that's their strength. That's what they should be doing. But they're so vulnerable to the immediate counter initiation from Omega.
Yeah, that's right. And also, once again, they don't have the TB, they don't have the burst damage. That's why they took so long to bring down the Storm with Aegis. And that amount of time just allows Omega Gaming entire team to be there to support the Storm. And just like you say, the counter attack coming up from Omega just is insane. The ability, the mobility that they have as well.
Check out here the poor Snapfire with the Bedlam. It's worthwhile kill, I guess. I mean, you get some dual damage, but it's just a support. And I like that Omega acknowledges we don't have the ultimates, we don't really want to fight here, we only have really god strength, no arena blood, no point. Just back off. This is exactly what they did with Quincycrew, right? Old Omega wouldn't have done this. Old Omega would have fought that. But new Omega, these guys are popping off.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing like how fast they learn and how fast they adapt their own playstyle too. You can see a lot of discipline coming into Omega for the past 2 days. Snapfire is only 400 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter, so with the Aghanim Scepter they will be able to establish the map control on the entire map, and most importantly just start choking Thunder Predator, because this is what they want to achieve. with the Mars plus Storm lineup, they have insane catch. So anyone that split pushing on their own, they want to kill them instantly.
And any batter that wants to initiate, oh, is one hero alone? No, most likely a bait, honestly, because Omega is so mobile that even heroes that might not necessarily be a bait, they're just trying to farm the map, will eventually turn it around. Because they also have no good hero to gank, honestly. They're all quite tanky. Even the Snapfire, the Undyne, the two supports are hard to kill. The Storm is quote-unquote your easiest hero to kill in terms of burst, and that's only if you catch him with all of your spells, right?
Yeah, that's true. And also Storm Spirit, he's not going for the Orchid still. He's going for Bloodstone plus the Aghanim Scepter, so
Interesting.
a ton of stats.
Yes, it's true. Tanking up, and on top of that, nice initiation. Here they go with the Arena of Blood to catch up Minos. He sunders, but what does it matter if you still stun Minos? Now with Terrorize, they can turn this around, but Minos is already dead. In comes Leo Style with a massive waning rift, guaranteeing 2 kills and making this team fight almost worthwhile. But still, Minos yet again dies, and that is not what you want to see. Dark Mago, unfortunately, cannot catch the puck. Leo Style is on a mana, but so is Dark Mago, so they're going to let him go.
Yeah, no BKB, no fight for TB. Like, even though he's sitting on SNY plus Skadi, like sitting at almost 3k HP, but you can tell he doesn't. He just couldn't do any damage in the team fight because of the chain stuns coming out from Omega. But in lane, Storm.
Yeah, Storm will fall at this rate with the Bedlam. Good play. This is what you're looking for as Thunder Predator. Go for the easiest target, which is Storm, who had the balls to go for a Linken's, by the way, and punish him for that. You don't want to go Linken Storm? No problem. We'll kill you a million times until you do.
Yeah, I mean, even if he goes for the Lincolns, you're still super vulnerable to the Dream Coil, and I'm sure Thunder Predator has some ways to cancel Lincolns as well. So overall, it's a very hard game for Storm because of the puck factor. That's why I feel like whenever Storm wants to be in such aggressive. Oh wait, Matthew, very nice.
Nice cookie, guaranteed.
Wow, do you see that? The clumsy net into the combo of Oscar. That clumsy net is acting like a U scepter. It's so valuable for Mars.
Ah, very, very good. It keeps you in the arena, right? Who needs the spear when you have a clumsy net, dude? I agree, though. The clumsy net is a good substitute to the Yol Scepter, which allows Mars to go for the BKB instead, which is a much more useful item.
Yeah, of course, you have to get lucky to get the clumsy net as well.
Yeah, it's not really up to you, right? So, Oscar, yeah, well, I mean, hey, man. Ice Frog is like, we gotta give Bolivia a break. They haven't even been to TI. It's only Wind Whisper. He loves these guys. He's happy to see this new region. Oh, the pause.
All right, guys, it's time. You know what? It's time to
discuss strategy.
Our conversion. Discuss what we want to do for the next 5 minutes. TB, all right. All you have to do is to play a little bit safe, get to a BKB, and then we turn the game around.
Yeah, Leo Styles just taking a second. It's like, okay, guys, all right. I've been playing pretty decently. What the fuck are you doing exactly? Just they share a team house, by the way, so I joke, but they actually do speak a lot, of course, when these things happen. If only Leo Style disconnects, though, it's because he's having some sort of personal issue on his computer. It's not the internet or anything, because otherwise they would all disconnect, because they do play in the team house right now. You know what's funny is actually their other player, the guy that used to play with Thunder, Frank, also was in the team house until recently. So he was playing another team, and they would play just on separate sides of the house.
Cool. All right.
Yeah. So much trust, right, in between each other. Like, no. If he's like far enough, he won't hear us. It's fine. He can play against us. It's cool.
That's something I haven't heard of. So that really requires a lot of trust, and you also have to control your volume, right? Like, let's say you want to stick for Roshan, you have to like speak really softly. You guys, let's por favor, Roshan.
I like this. Yeah, por favor, Roshan, eh? Shh. Frank, no? Shh. Yeah, I like it. The real reason why they did it, actually they did something similar with Faker from Infamous, is because not all teams in Peru have a team house. In fact, I think the only 3 teams that do is Beast Coast, Thunder, and Infamous, because they're the big orgs, right? So when you move to a smaller team, and they're not playing from a team house necessarily, a lot of the players who lived in the team house have no place to go. Like, they have a place to live, which is with their parents, but not a place to play, right? Which is obviously their job. So many times the orgs will just be like, yeah, no problem, we'll let you play for a hero for a while. Like, after all, you're kicking them from the team. You're not supposed to, send them into poverty and leave them without food. So I like that there's like this nice camaraderie between the players. You get kicked, but you can still take advantage of the benefits of playing with us.
Yeah, that's very generous of the organization as well. Like,
yeah.
Like, one thing that I really like about
especially
SA
during this time.
Yeah, exactly. Like the owners, the founders of the organization, they really have a big heart. Oh,
Oh, that
And,
was...
you know.
Okay, he missed every single... Oh, never mind, Sven's here.
Superman's here.
Superman Sven. And with this, they actually catch a duel though onto the Snapfire. Not a bad kill. There's only 2 supports though. Can they counter-initiate this? Might be a bit too dangerous. INS will fall, but here comes Oscar. There's no Arena of Blood just yet. They stun Minos to start. Dream Coil's pretty good. Storm can finally join in. Going for Minos. The BKB stops him from sundering. They sunder the Storm instead. Minos will survive as they finish off Mars. And now Omega, they lose the plot, which means the Sven will fall and the Mars as well. And this is the Omega that we used to know. That's the Omega that will run into any fight. They're not afraid of anything, but they should be, because sometimes it's just not wise to fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really split up fight as well because they both Sven and Storm, they went for the Bat Rider first at the left side of the jungle. Meanwhile, this fight was happening at the right side as well. So the 2 supports fall first, and without the 2 support, you know, PB is a little bit out of control, and it was just right there at the right time with the Dream Coil on the 2-man.
There's a duel onto the Undying. Goodbye, Undying. Easy.
Alright, this seems to be the the one mistake that starts the crumbling.
Well, you say that, but
Maybe not.
Sacred is also doing the same thing. Dark Mago will join in, and they finish off Matthew with the Spear of Mars. Yeah, don't forget that, like, Omega might know how to throw, but Thunder Predator invented throwing. Like, these guys have been throwing since before you were born. Okay, so respect that. You can never underestimate Minos, you know. I've seen this man have the craziest of outplays. You know, he'll like completely juke out the enemy mid laner. He'll play in TP versus Storm. He'll juke out the Storm, sunder him impressively, and then walk into the enemy high ground and die. And you're like, how is this the same player doing the same 2 things? Incredibly inconsistent. But that's what makes it so fun, right? When you watch SA Dota, you kind of watch because you know there's going to be throws coming out. If you're accusing SA Dota of 3-2-2, it's because you don't watch enough SA Dota.
I mean, these things are unintentional, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is why SA Dota is so entertaining. Everybody is telling me that. Like Richie was telling me, like, these games are gonna be crazy. You're gonna love it. This is gonna be so entertaining, and I'm starting to see how.
Yeah. It's especially because we're doing this at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. now, and it keeps you awake for sure. They get the
That's true.
Shivas, Mingate, nice BKB. We need Dream Coil on Leo Style. Still very farmed though. I mean, Leo Style's been doing an incredible performance this whole game, mind you. He's been doing really, really well. So, but the Aghanims would really help him out. He's thinking of Lincolns for now. I'm thinking probably Lincolns to deal with the Storm Hammer maybe, or Electric Vortex of course. Not a bad idea.
The Shivas is really interesting as well because like in 2020, I swear this is the first Shiva Puck game that I've seen. And normally Puck is just going for use, Aghanims, Dagger and everything, but
Here comes Leo. He's looking for the kill on the Undying, but the Dark Willow will unfortunately fall first. Mingate already activates the God Strength. Immediate buyout by Matthew. I don't know if this is the right fight to go for Thunder, but they seem comfortable. They go for the duel, kill off Panda. There's the Arena of Blood, catching out the Legion Commander. Legion will fall in a matter of seconds. Minos has BKB. However, Mingate is so close to the wall that Minos can't fully hit him. The wall was blocking so many hits. It's actually Oscar, the big shield, making sure that his carry can survive, and Minos will not be able to do the same. Wow, what a play by Oscar there. They can't even catch the puck, but oh, never mind. That's a Vortex. Yeah, puck will also die. And that was all this Oscar standing behind the Terror Blade with God's Rebuke activated. In addition to that beautiful Arena of Blood. And they got Mingate to stand near the wall so that all of Terror Blade's projectiles were actually hitting the wall instead, or the shield from Mars. So well played.
yeah, this is why Mars is one of the better heroes against any ranged carries because of the Bulwark and of course the Arena of Blood. And Oscar is just playing fantastically there. And yeah, it seems like a really good fight for Thunder Predator at first. You know, the BKB was ready, Metamorphosis was ready as well. Seems like a fight that they should turn around and end the game with. But Oscar, man, what a hero indeed.
Yeah. I'm telling
Just
you,
single-
to me this guy is the, like, I don't want to, call out anyone else in this team because they're all really good, but Oscar to me is the revelation MVP. Because I think America, one of their weakest positions is actually the offlane position. They don't have too many good offlaners, hence why they import them very often. And Oscar is just, he's bedazzling me every single game. I'm so impressed with his performance.
Right now, Roshan is about to up soon. We'll be respawn in another half minutes, and this will be TB without the Metamorphosis for another 50 seconds. So there's a small 20-second window for Omega Gaming here to get the Roshan.
Yep.
But they will have to pop the God Strength for it though, so it's gonna be a risky one. Maybe they will want to spoke up, kill someone first, but look at the vision that Thunder Predator has. They have a couple of very deep vision that's scouting the movement of Omega Gaming. So if they want to smoke here, it's going to be a risky one.
Well, we'll see if Thunder wants to take it. Honestly, the last fight I thought was much more risky than this one. That last fight was dumb, if you allow me to say, because I didn't really understand. Like, God Strength had just got activated. They still had the Arena of Blood. They're like, yeah, let's go in this time. Or you could have just waited the God Strength out, right? It was an odd choice to fight there, especially with a buyback.
Right, tier 3 items are coming up now. Mindbreaker, Silver, Titan Silver. All of these items are pretty good for TV, but I think Titan Silver would be the best here compared to Mindbreaker.
You got a... Oh, Matthew. Surprise! Bye-bye!
Alright, this is the opening for Roshan. You see Panda all instantly pinging on the Roshan. 70 seconds without Dark Widow on the map. This is free Roshan for them. Popping God Strength for it without hesitant. I like this a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. Thunder Predator can't really respond to this. In fact, if they did, I would say this is a mistake. Maybe Bat can try. Oh, wow. Really good guess! You see, Oscar actually hits the God's Rebuke there, then the Clumsy Net. Wu will be punished because of this, and they get Roshan. Ages, of course, to the possession, and still kill the Bat Rider. Well, that's incredible. How did he guess that, Oscar? Wow. He just knew someone was in the high ground, waiting for him.
Yeah, he has a deep wall as well to kind of assist him.
Oh, so he must have seen the Bat Rider walking nearby. Yeah.
Yeah, so whoever dropped the wards is actually the MVP. This is why we always say support wins games.
Yeah,
because support with all these little moves, it's actually setting you up for all your cores to do the fancy stuff.
Yep. Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. However, if your cores cannot do the fancy stuff like the Mad Pubs, I can tell you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because they see the vision and they just don't care. They're gonna take the top lane now, though. Let's see if they can take the tier 2, and this secures the outpost. Oh no, they already had the outpost control. So they took them in tier 2.
Yeah.
However, this tier 2 guarantees the rest of the enemy jungle, which really reduces Terrorblade's farm. But I like how Thunder Predator is responding, though. They're farming the enemy jungle instead with 3 heroes to make sure TB is not alone and can't die simply.
Yeah, and also I like TB positioning as well. He's like at the triangle of the bottom side, so he'll be able to just put out illusions to the mid lane and the bottom lane to cut 2 lanes at once. So this also deals a little bit of problem for Omega Gaming. If they want to advance, they have to always fix the lane first, and that will buy a lot of time for Thunder Predator to come out with the second item, which for Terrorblade will be the Daedalus.
What do you think of this pickup? Relatively early Daedalus for the Terrorblade. Like, usually it's not a common item on a Terrorblade, but is it good to smash to burst down heroes? Is that the idea?
I like it a lot. I mean, since you have SNY and Skadi, both are these items that give you a lot of tankiness, but not a ton of damage, you need something that gives you the burst damage. Butterfly is a little bit, not as strong, and it gets countered by the Monkey King bar, so I can understand why he will go for the Daedalus. He wants to burst down hero quick and fast.
That might be the solution. I mean, it's a good way to deal with the Mars, right? If he does the Bulwark technique again, you go, yeah, sure, you can tank my hits to a degree, right? But if you have enough damage, eventually Mars won't be able to stand there and just tank TB's hits. Maybe that's the idea. I don't know, with 80% reduction, though. Sorry, 70% reduction, it's a bit difficult, right? I don't think there's a point when TB can just beat Mars. Nobody can here build... Well, Sacred could build a break, but he's too far off. Smoke? Who are they going for, though? Oh, the last one was Sven's pretty good. The Arena wants to prevent this. The Duel is also on the Sven, and they burst up Mingate to take the Daedalus. However, now they're fighting against his team, and it's not looking too good, as the Storm is also a powerful carry. The Duel does it completely. Beautiful cookie onto 2 will guarantee the kill here for Sacred, and now it's Minos versus the world, with a Terrorize to aid him, but Minos cannot Sunder. Where's his body bag? He finds it. It's Leo style, but Minos, even with a Sunder, will be unable to survive Sven Part 2. Yeah, Superman Part 1 sucked. We all know that. Superman 64, nobody likes that one. But Superman Returns, that's the real good one. That's when Mingate starts to win the game.
Yeah, what a good choice of saving buybacks there, instantly buying back as well.
Yes, no doubt.
The teamfight on Omega is just way too strong, right? Even though, this is definitely TB at his maximum capacity, but he wasn't able to tank through everything, even though he put out a clutch Thunder. But after that, what are you going to do without a BKB?
Oh, they're
Omega says, we want to end the game right now.
Holy wow, they have Order Destruction on Mingate. They're like, yeah, Puck, yeah, I dare you to TP him that cookie. Okay, now with the buybacks, they just want to force the buyback. They actually might catch the Puck, though! Wow, instant dieback by Leo style. This might force him to throw the GG. I don't know, actually. I don't know. The defense 30 seconds on TB. Legion Commander saying buyback for next game. Oh, no. 2 seconds till she comes back. We have 2 supports and an offlaner. Come on! You guys are the You're in the spotlight now. For once, supports and offlaner can do this. Or can they? Duel onto the Sven, saved by
Oh,
the
the speed.
gobble up! They saved him with a gobble up. Duel completely wasted. Sacred will be sent back home. Buyback immediate by him. Badwire is also down. Matthew trying to defend this. Oscar has a BKB though, so that guarantees the Ancient. Omega. Wow. What a game, dude.
Such clinical game. Like
Seriously, they played so well.
they didn't even give Thunder Predator a chance. And mind you, Thunder Predator they're not some weak team that just get runs over. They're the team with Neostyle, Minos, they are super talented and experienced player, and Omega Gaming, they just make it look so easy. Are they going to perform a Cinderella story from close qualifier all the way to 2-0 Quincy Crew, 2-0 Thunder Predator?
Yeah, it's
Wow.
pretty ridiculous. I will admit that Thunder Predator did not play their best game here, like a couple mistakes here. I think a lot of people were just talking about the draft. And yeah, there were some issues in the draft, but if you watch the draft completely through, it was kind of understandable what all of the Thunder Predator choices. Like, I don't think they made such a blunder as people are talking about. The TB versus Mars, it's the comfort pick for them, It was just that simple. But in the case of Omega, they just played this perfectly, and TB did give him a couple openings, right? They went into the wrong fights like once or twice. The lanes didn't go as expected. They couldn't really snowball off them. They kind of got caught off guard with a tri-lane up top from Omega, which was very smart. But, dude, Omega is just... they deserve all the praise they can get, honestly.
Yeah, obviously they much deserve actually. I feel like Omega they're just playing really confidently and outplaying Thunder Predator in a lot of aspects. The early movements into the mid game team fight as well. Like Oscar with the leader plays that really changed the dynamic of the team fight, especially the one at the mid lane. Just with the arena and bulwark usage completely removed terribly out of the game.
Well, we're gonna get a small pause and now as we wait for the next game of the day to commence. The next game will be between Midas and Infinity. For those of you asking about the servers, as you know, Midas is playing from Europe, so they tend to forfeit the second game if it's not in US East. However, in this game, Infinity has agreed to play both games in US East because they want more practice. So Midas will play both games. There's not going to be any forfeits. We're going to get to see a full series finally from this team. Let's see, as this will be the next best of 2. And we'll end the day, of course, with the Unknown and 4 Zoomers. My name is Mr. Owl Plus, joined as always, well, not as always, joined today by Arthur. And we will be coming back in around 5 minutes with the next game of the day. Hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm, your nightly shitty podcast to inform you about what's happening in the NASA Dota scene. And what's happening right now is, we're celebrating Realms Collide 2. One of the tournament with the biggest prize pool to ever graze the South American region, and the biggest prize pool ever organized by a South American tournament organizer. And we have games underway, particularly a game between Midas Club and Infinity Esports. Two teams which, by the way, are at the bottom of the group stage table, so they're both looking to earn some nice points here. For those of you that have asked, by the way, the game will be played both on US East server, so Midas will not forfeit one of the games, in case you're interested in knowing that. So it's going to be as fair as can get, because Infinity agreed to play more games for Midas' sake. This is not because Infinity actually has better ping in US East. They just agreed to do this, because otherwise Midas would have to play with 300 ping, and that's just unfeasible. Anyway, your casters for today are analysts, like myself, Mr. Owl Plus, and in the absence of Seek and Strike, I got a top-tier analyst here from SCA, straight from Kuala Lumpur, is the absolutely wonderful Arthur Dota.
Aloha, amigos. Here and really excited to watch Infinity Esports versus Midas Club. Like you said, they're both at the bottom of the group stage now, so it feels like a do or die game for them. So desperately, both teams wanting to earn some juicy points for themselves so that they get out of the bottom trench. And this game seems like these are the games that they must win. So we're seeing Infinity Esports. You can tell that they really want to win this game, starting right off the bat with a Snapfire plus Spectre pick. Really explosive, really fierce draft as well.
Yeah, it's a really strong opener, honestly. The bands of Ember and Nature's Prophet, while are particular of the region, are not very particular of the meta. Both heroes are just okay in this meta, as we've seen earlier with Thunder Predator trying at least one of them not very successfully. I know Infinity does like those heroes, but it's still surprising that you let the Spectre and Snapfire both pass through. Like right now, Infinity is proposing an incredibly strong draft. You get Snapfire and Spectre, you get 3 bands to protect the Spectre, which you do pretty nicely. Sven, Slaughter, and Viper, they're hardest counters of the meta, and now you even bring Tusk in. So if you want on the Snapfire core, for example, with a Tusk, perfect. If you want a Task 3 with a Snapfire 4, also good. Snapfire mid, yeah, that works fine. Like, Infinity has an incredibly versatile draft, whereas I find that Midas Club, their opening is a bit on the weak side. Chen, Rubik, okay. I know that you're not last pick, so you have to open with a bit softer, as most teams usually do, but I'm still, yeah. It's just Chen, Rubik. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, it's just like really medicure, and if you look at their heroes, you don't really see anything special coming out from these 2 picks. Chen has a great sustain. Rubik, it really depends on the player. What Rubik can do. So I'll really say that Infinity, they have a much better openings here. They've got late game. They got good amount of burst damage as well, physical and magical mix of damage too, and of course Spectre with the pure damage from Desolate. I feel like Midas Club, they don't have a lot of good counters to the Spectre lineup here, especially the 3 bands. Just heavily protecting the Spectre.
Interesting choice to go for the Storm here.
That's a really early Storm pickup as well.
Yeah, pretty early Storm pick. And not a bad hero against Spectre, though, to be honest. Like, usually you can take advantage of her because Spectre likes to farm away from his heroes, right? And then haunt in. But then Storm punishes that, of course. So it's good against the playstyle of Spectre. So it can be considered maybe a soft counter even. But the issue with Storm is that he's one of the greedier mid laners, right? And Infinity could also just pick up a Leshrac here and completely cancel your Storm Spirit.
Yeah, or they can take a page out of Thunder Predator book as well. The Puck seems to be pretty effective on the Storm as well. And when you are playing Puck plus Spectre, it's always a very good synergy. Dream Coin into Horn, and if you don't want that, you can also always have the Puck to just create ton of space for Spectre to eventually farm up and carry the late game. I see a lot of reason for Infinity here to pick the Puck, but it probably wants to think of something else too, because they are spending a lot of reserve time on this pick.
We'll see as they go for a Tiny as their answer. So it's hard to say because Tiny and Snapfire both can flex here. Even the Tusk, right? They're all a massive flex here. Anything can go mid necessarily. Sorry, Snapfire, Tiny can go mid. All 3 heroes can really go there as the offlaner. And at least 2 of them can play 5, really, because we have seen Tusk 5 in this region. It's not crazy. Interesting choice of the Tiny. It's a way to burst down the Storm. It's not bad. It's pretty decent against Rubik. Oh, wow. Picking up a Terrorblade versus a Tiny, and a Snapfire, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think this Terrorblade just makes this tiny pick much more valuable now.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, because Tiny, I see like more reason for Tiny to be in the mid lane to serve as the tempo controller of this game.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny is really, really good, especially at the level 8 to 9 timing where you have max avalanche and toss. It's just so deadly to all the heroes on Midas Club. You just don't afford to running around wandering alone versus Tiny plus Tusk.
Yeah, it's odd to pick it because I know that his matchup is really good against Spectre, and I can see the point because in the lane against Tusk, he's quite good, as Tusk only deals physical damage in lane, or mostly physical damage in lane, of course, with the tag team. So I see where they're coming from with this Terrorblade pick, but still a bit, as you say, risky because you still have Tiny and Snapfire to worry about, and you haven't really found an option to deal with those either. Perhaps Storm Spirit to stop the Snapfire Mortimer's Kisses, that's kind of okay, but Snapfire already carries a lot of damage with just Scatterblast and Cookie, which we've seen last game against the TB was absolutely lethal. And Infinity could have been surprised here. They could be like, oh, yeah, we're running Snapfire mid, and then we... Oh, no, you actually don't have Mars or Timbersaw. I was actually thinking of the two heroes that beat Terrorblade in the offlane. Yeah, okay, I guess there's a lot of offlaner bans.
I mean, they can always go back for the Sapphire 3 and Tusk 4. So
Oh,
you
yeah,
have a
Center's not
pretty,
bad. Yeah, you're right.
yeah, you have a pretty decent lane. Like Snap 3 is really, really good against Terrorblade. You harass him out of the lane, and then after that you just take over the lane and then farm for Aghanims. And then after that you have so many gobble up partner to play with. Tusk and Tiny both are great, and you have Horn to synergize with that as well. Infinity they have a lot of answers towards the heroes of Midas Club. Most importantly, they also have the last pick as well.
Yeah, the last pick is a huge advantage here because you're already proposing quite strongly. It almost seems like Midas is kind of responding to you, and that last pick makes it much more difficult as well. Also, let's see what Midas runs here. I'm not really sure as your offlaner. I mean, you might just want to go for something easy like a Centaur, for example. Oh, okay. Yeah, Omni Knight. We haven't seen much Omni Knight 3 in a while. It's actually been played by Zoomers a bit in the 5 position, but definitely not the 3 Omni Knight. Even in SCA, which is where they love the hero the most. And immediately they counter pick a Shadow Fiend. Yeah, not bad. I was actually thinking of actually Lesh in the mid lane, but Shadow Fiend's also fine. And this allows you to still run a pretty decent lineup. I'm wondering what the 5 is, though, for Infinity. That's what I'm questioning here. Is it
Yeah,
is it
I like
5
to see
Snapfire, then Tiny off lane? That's going to be a tough lane still.
I'd rather see Tusk on the 5, to be honest. I feel like Tusk is one of the heroes that
Yeah.
it's like the clockwork, right? You don't really need a lot of net worth to do what you want to do on the map. All you need is levels. And
Okay,
on the
Snapfire
mid,
5.
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, I agree with you, though, because I don't like the Tusk versus Terrorblade lane. You might want to try to avoid that, right? And go with the Snapfire versus Terrorblade.
Yeah.
And just change the supports around. We'll see. But regardless, the Shadow Fiend pick is pretty decent. They see the Omni, they're like, oh, they picked a really weak offlaner. And Shadow Fiend is particularly a hero that gets really annoyed by stuns, right? So if you'd have no stuns, Shadow Fiend is pretty much a bit of a free game here. And honestly, Rubik and Storm Spirit is not enough. You don't have a big initiation for the Shadow Fiend. However, guys, we're going to go into the game right now, but we're going to get a small pause as we get ready for game number 1 between Midas Club and Infinity Esports. So just watch an ad as we wait for that game to start. Okay, we're back. Hello, guys, and welcome into the game. Infinity versus Midas. Arthur, hello.
Yes. Wow.
We're
I mean,
in We're in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really shocked to see, the Chan running out from the base without any item,
Oh, what?
and
Oh,
then
bottle.
it seems like he's rushing for border for the storm, most probably, right?
That's the next level, dude. We're watching a mid Chen. We've already seen Chen carry in SCA. Time for the mid Chen to make its appearance. No, I don't know. I don't know what the idea is behind this
Yeah.
rush. I haven't really seen it very often. I guess a way to keep your Terrorblade alive in lane, maybe?
I gotta admit, I've never seen this before, so I would say you probably wants to give this border to the storm, but like just like the really old Dota 1 times, right? When you can just share border, but storm he himself is also queuing up a border, so that's not probably not gonna happen. We'll see. We'll see. This is definitely interesting. All right, just the classic.
Want to mention, guys, that for there's a lot of I know there's a lot of bettors in chat. If you guys find irregularities, particularly with the pets, like for example, some sites are not offering certain pets, just understand this tournament is partially sponsored by Rivalry, and Rivalry has a lot of rights to do certain bets, particularly live betting and whatnot. So a lot of the more legitimate betting sites that have licenses will not be including live bets because that's a Rivalry exclusive thing. That's why they sponsor the tournament in part. So if you guys ever wonder that kind of thing, it's not because the tournament has so much any sort of 3-2. So you guys are reading too much into it. It's just a betting sponsorship, really. But anyway, that out of the way, you guys need to watch more SA. Honestly, these teams throw a lot. It does not. It rarely means that they're throwing on purpose. We're gonna see this middle lane where Alone is already dominating the storm by a fair amount. No surprise, Raze level 1, that's what you're meant to do. And he's already taken all last hits in this first lane. And now he finally has Necro Mastery, and this lane starts to go really well from here. If Shadow Fiend manages to not miss a single last hit early, that's pretty much how it works. You just snowball from this point.
And yes, Evo, it really is the border share coming out from Duster for Mandy.
Oh, he's actually gonna give it to Mandy. Oh my god.
Yep.
Sorry, for RDO you mean. Oh no, you're right. It is Mandy. Oh wow.
Yeah, he passed his border to Mandy, so Mandy would be able to just get a really early border rush into double null if he wants to. And maybe this is how they help the Storm to win against the SF lane, or at least don't lose as much.
That's an interesting idea. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've not seen that ever. I mean, I guess Chen is one of the few heroes that can afford to do that because you're so strong even without items. So I guess you can afford to just give out the bottle this early and then you'll farm your items anyway.
Yep. But this also means that RDO on the TB he wouldn't have as much help from the Chen, but TB being TB level 1 with the Metamorphosis, he's able to sustain himself with the meta. So I think it all will definitely work out.
Yeah, it's
This
actually
could
gonna
be
work
the
out
new
for
meta.
them. I'm very surprised by this because Mandy's actually doing decently in the lane, which is pretty bad for Storm. Usually Shadow Fiend dominates this lane by a lot, but yeah, it's as even as you can get it, honestly, and that's partially due to the bottle because Mandy has much more liberty to spam his spells, and of course that guarantees him a lot of last hits.
That's a really 200 IQ play. I think this could be the new meta, but alright, Duster, he'll be...
Oh, hey, where are your items, Duster? Well, why can't you fight against us? They actually ended up running a Tiny in the offlane with a Tusk 4, by the way, in case you guys don't know the positions for the players. Which I would expect, honestly, to be a much tougher lane for the Tiny. I thought Meta would completely kick him out of lane, but Balki has been fine. He just brought a bunch of regen to the lane, got a nice little ring of protection to protect himself from the Terrorblade, and he hasn't been struggling at all in this lane. Which means he'll get an early activation of the Tiny, which we've already spoken about how strong that can be against a Terrorblade.
Yeah, that's true. With the face boot plus your levels, you'll be just running around with a Tusk as well. I think most of the time you want to play Tiny with a partner. So Tusker fits perfectly into the draft, and also Snapfire as well, of course. When you get the level 6, the Mortimer cases, you can always hop out to inject the extra damage.
And it has to be Storm who stops that, right? But then if Storm jumps in with only level 1 ball lightning early, you're gonna lose him as well, right? Because Snapfire can counter initiate. So. Yeah. By the way, guys, Midas is not playing with 300 ping. They're playing to US East. The ping to US East is not that high if you're playing from Europe. I used to live in Spain. It was like a 90 ping, honestly, on a good day. 80 ping from Spain. Since they're from Ukraine, maybe calculate 100, 120. It's not that bad.
So is this like 80 ping to 150 ping for both teams?
Yeah, because the Peruvian team is definitely at 120, 130. So yeah, it should be around anywhere between 100, 150 for both teams. Yep. Midas only refuses to play if it's Peru, because then they hit 300 plus ping.
I see.
Yeah, and then they're like, yeah, that's unplayable. And I understand that, right? But 100 ping for South American players, like, yeah, sure, that's normal. For us rich Europeans, like, no, 100 ping? Crazy. That's why I lose all my games, of course.
I can't imagine playing heroes like Storm or Amber Spirit or Morphling on a 100 ping. That'll be really, really hard.
Yeah, but they get used to it. Did you ever know the story of the player that played Han? He was a very famous Australian player, and he used to play Han always online, right? And he used to play with, I kid you not, 300 ping, because he's from Australia, to SCA lands. And then when he actually played in LAN, he played worse, because he was so used to the ping that he didn't know how to play without it. So they actually set up artificial ping for him so he could play better.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was very funny. The first LAN he went to, then he got used to it. Yeah.
Why is everything so smooth?
Oh, yeah.
So good.
Oh my god, I'm moving too fast. This game is not supposed to be this quick. Now G, careful. Sexy Fat. Yeah, they're gonna get the first blood. Nice job, Amin, with a Fate Bolt. And that bottom lane working honestly much better than I expected. Snapfire not as impactful here. And Spectre getting some farm, yes, but there is always the threat of kill. Fate Bolt and the Purification is a great source of damage.
Yeah, I like the fact that Omni Knight is also getting 2 points on the Degen Aura, as well as the All Venom, so he'll be able to put a lot of right-click damage onto the Spectral. And of course, Prada, he went for the Ring of Basilius instead of the Hedris, so not a lot of sustain for Spectra here in the lane. And Spectra, his Midas timing is going to get delayed for a little bit, but Midas rush.
To go for Midas, right? Yeah, I haven't seen this in Spectre for a while. Usually it's Blade Mail these days. There's a question that I will answer actually. Can you give some context to Midas being in Europe? Midas went to Europe to try to play better scrims, they said. They wanted better quality scrims, and so they went to Europe to improve for the next 3 months on their own money, and then hopefully can participate in some EU Tier 2 tournaments, because they think the competition there is more healthy. So that's the reasoning Astini gave. And so they stopped complaining about the servers, because Astini has a daily tweet about it. That's another thing. Anyway, yeah, I'm surprised by the Midas choice. Why Midas this game and not like Blade Mail, for example, especially against a TB? Why not Blade Mail?
Well, I feel like you know, Midas just gives you a lot more compared to Blade Mail. If you're not playing against heroes that particularly afraid of Blade Mail, like the PA, like the Lashrak, that's probably lesser value for you to go for Blade Mail, because you're not really going look into fighting into Midas as anyways in a big game. So I think going for the Hand of Midas is actually going to pay off here, because there isn't really a lot of targets that's afraid of. Okay, Mandy.
Yeah, sorry, I was just seeing he's out of mana, but he might actually still get the kill on Raykill, but he's just auto attacking. I mean, you did get the kill, but Alone's gonna punish you. Yeah, he's not gonna run away from this Shadow Fiend. Alone is his best hero, by the way. That's what he got known for in the beginning. He's like this incredible pop star, 17-year-old mid laner, you know, super talented, and Shadow Fiend is his hero. Shadow Fiend is the Peruvian mid, actually.
Cool. Reminds me a lot of Sumail there. Like all these young players, they are really young and talented, and they just love all these heroes that are super flashy.
Yep.
Just like how Miracle get his name known, right, with the SF as well.
It's true. Yeah, SF is traditional for mid laners. Duster, they'll fall here to the tag team. Mandy could be in trouble. He almost kills Valky here. Beautiful snowball. Saves Valky from all the damage. Now they stun Mandy. Thank God that he has the infused raindrops, because now it's really hard to actually kill him. Reiko might also fall. Mandy will get a double kill. The Madman might go for a triple. He's gonna go for Alone here. Uses one raise. Not gonna be enough. He saves Electric Vortex, and Mandy gets the triple.
What a madman. Do you see how he used the ball lightning to dodge at least 2 races coming out from Alone? Wow, that was some insanely high personal skill there. And this also means that his Oki timing is going to come a lot faster as well. He's rushing for it. Double Null already completed Oblivion stuff. It's about another 1.2k go away from his Orchid. So we are looking at a 11-minute Orchid timing. That's going to be insane.
Yeah, we were worried a bit about the Terrorblade, to be honest, and how he could be cancelled by the Tiny. But if you stop the Tiny from having a good lane, you stop the Spectre from having a good lane, and Storm even has a good lane at this point, because he's actually matching the SF, which should totally not be happening. You just gave Midas a fresh breath there that they don't even deserve, considering their draft, honestly. A couple of mistakes here and overextensions will give Midas a good fighting chance. Mandy could be in trouble. Avalanche stopping from Ball Lightning. Now G comes in here with the taunt. And they're going to try to fight Sexy Fat, about to die. He has a Heavenly Grace though, to give himself a bit more healing. He's going to survive for now as Reiko falls to the storm. They leave Prada in the high ground. He cooking himself up here, and they know how to get him down. Mandy wants to get the free kill, but he's also low on mana. One last toss. They put him back up, and Alone gets the kill with a raise. Well played. However, in exchange, they will also finish off Prada, and they might go for Alone as well. I mean, it's 3 seconds for telekinesis. He's just waiting. Alone understands that his life, it's only a matter of time until it's extinguished completely, unless
Maybe
an
not.
avalanche. Are you serious?
Ooh,
Wow,
he takes
he
off.
even gets the counter kill. Okay, that was a bit of a blunder.
Yeah, this is the kind of play that you see Miracle do at the very beginning of his career. You know, that really makes him known in the scene. And Alone, really good usage of the big magic stick charges as well.
Good avalanche too by Balki.
Yeah, the fight was a little bit way too long for Midas there. They eventually run out of damage, but Storm dying there is definitely the biggest loss for them. Omni Knight wasn't quite there with the heal and the Heavenly Grace. Otherwise, Storm would have lived. Oh, mistake there. Storm right now, he has to chill for a little bit though. He went for this really early Orchid timing build, so he doesn't really want to fight so early yet until the Orchid's up.
Mandy. Hello? Reikyo? Hello? What are you doing? What are you doing, Reikyo?
Oh,
Mandy's just chasing after him, but now Mandy's out of mana, and I think Reiko might just bait him to overextend ridiculously. They miss the Scatter Blast. He goes up to the high ground. He has a TP, but no mana to use it, and Avalanche will end up finishing him off. Oh.
that's
Yes, there's-
completely worth it though. Like we just said, right? He has to chill for a little bit, and trading his life for a post fall, that's definitely not worth it.
No. That was a overextension there. Savage Geezer, great guess. It was Slicks. Yep, that's exactly the name. You're on point, dude. Good Han knowledge. I'm gonna write you down as a good chatter. Anyway, Sexy Fat here is gonna try to push the bottom lane a bit, and with a catapult, it's not too difficult. But Tusk comes in here to defend the dead lane for now. Like, they've taken a lot of kills on Midas, but they haven't put any map pressure, right? Zero pressure into this mid tower, zero pressure into the top tower. Honestly, most of the towers are actually kind of intact here. The catapult down bottom finally grazes this bottom tower. So it's not like you're getting too much out of this. Just
Yeah,
yet.
I mean, okay, bottom lane, Sexy Fat.
Oh, they even commit the Mortimer's Kisses. Yeah, I think Sexy Fat. This time, Sexy Fat, how are you going to get away with a tag team as well? Mortimer's Kisses, the last hit hits, but it's not going to be enough. The Heavenly Grace barely making him survive. Sexy Fat trying to juke in the trees, but Sexy Fat getting caught out by the cookie and the Scatter Blast. You cannot juke this grandma. He knows wherever you go, she is always watching.
It's a little bit too hard for Omnia to get out of the situation, and most importantly, Tiny dagger timing is up right now. He completely skipped the face boot. He went for the soul ring. That's why he didn't want to commit into the face boot because it takes too much time for his dagger timing. And I kind of like this as well because soul ring allows you to keep you on the map, so you don't have to keep spamming clarity, and also the extra armor is really useful against the Terrorblade as well. This is the time that Tiny will make a lot of impact on the game, on the map, and will eventually just kick Terrorblade and Storm out of the map.
That's the idea, right? That's what they're hoping for right now. And the thing is, even if you do that though, you still have a lot of more things to accomplish. Because Shadow Fiend's a bit of a snowball here as well. He needs to get some solo kills. He also has his Yule Scepter timing, so as you mentioned, they're going to start to smoke gank hopefully and get some kills. But you gotta be wary, because one thing that is playing against Infinity is the core-to-core match between Terrorblade and Spectre is not a good one. Terrorblade can beat Spectre almost any stage of the game, even with one item down. And yeah, thank you, Brazilian casters.
Oh.
Indeed, we have ultimate levels on Mandy. He's already going to initiate on the Spectre. Does he have enough damage, though, is the question. Yes, he does. The cookie!
Oh.
No, a bit too late. Guaranteed the last hit, but Mandy will again sacrifice himself for this kill.
I mean, alright, this time it's completely worth it because you're trading yourself with a post 1 kill. So that's okay. Meanwhile, Alone smoked up alongside the Tiny. They're not going to get anyone though, because everyone else is at the bottom side, and TB just, of course, you know where he is. He's always going to be at the triangle side. Unfortunately, Infinity does not have any observer ward or vision at the triangle side, so they'll be just missing on this kill. 3k goal lead all of a sudden for the side of Midas, and he's gonna keep enlarging because Terribly, he's gonna keep farming, and you know that Storm Spirit, he's going to start putting down a lot of solo kill pressure and attempt onto Infinity Heroes.
We're gonna get a little smoke here from Midas. Let's see what this works out for them. Honestly, the timing is much more on Infinity, so surprising that we're actually seeing the Midas smoke. What item are they smoking around? Nothing, right? It was just a... Okay,
I mean...
it was like, oh, time to smoke now, I guess.
They have a couple of, you know, summon units from Chen. They have Metamorphosis
when you're
available
starting to
well.
claim they have units from Chen, that's like when you know you're grasping at straws. Yeah, they have creeps, right? They can push mid.
I mean, they have 2 Centaurs. That's pretty good, right?
That's pretty good. Yeah, double stun. Let's see. Tiny walks in. That's the reveal of Blink Dagger. Gonna work nicely with the ultimate from Alone. They almost kill Mandy. Purification will keep him alive, but the Spectre's still chasing after him. The Snowball doesn't quite get to him. Instead, conjuring on Sexy Fat. Reikil has to go back here, and Reikil might just die to the illusions. Mandy, the Madman, walks back in, and look at the double Centaur. They actually stop Alone for a second, but it's not enough. As RDO was dead to rights, Mandy is capable of getting away with one last ball lightning, but honestly, not that bad of a fight for Midas. It was the loss of the Terrorblade there towards the end that worked against them.
I mean, they get the 2 for 2 straight kill, but they lost their 2 cores as well from Midas side, and most importantly, that was a TB with the Metamorphosis as well. And to make things even worse, SF took all the babies of Chen, so Chen right now, he has to spend like what, another 1 to 2 minutes to gather all his summon units again to make another attempt on the mid tower. So that sounds really bad for Chen at least. And also, do you see how quickly the TV died to all the magical damage? The scatter plus the combo coming out from Tiny, he melted in 1 second. He did not get to even react with Thunder.
Yep. It was really well done there towards the end. The Requiem of Souls was also fantastic though. Oh, Storm. It's like, yeah, you can orc it, but can you throw people in the air? No. Run away. The cookie comes by. The Snowball as well. Going for Sexy Fat. And Sexy Fat's like, what? Storm! I'm here to save you! What the fuck? You leave me behind! Sexy Fat just dies for free there. And now they're gonna stop the Chen. No, they don't kill the creep this time. Every time I see a Chen losing creep, I will always remember the clip of Dubu. On a stream, particularly when they kill all his creeps, and he goes, yeah, that's worse than dying, actually. I actually rather to die on the Chen than lose all my creeps. So sad about it. Saddest voice I ever heard Dubu casting. Valky will die though, easy kill, and with the silence they catch up Prada, and Prada will fall. Shadow Fiend here, trying to go for Mandy. I mean the target, Shadow Fiend though has been stunned for now, as Alone sets up a Requiem of Souls with the Yol Center combo, it works! But the damage is not sufficient just yet, they need one more raise, and they guarantee it! Alone is playing with Mandy, but because that Sexy Fat has enough time to come back in, realizing his mistake, he cannot fight this any further, he will back out.
Wow, these fights are so crazy. I feel like someone has to slow down Mandy a little bit.
Yes, Mandy is insane, but like not in the good way anymore.
Yeah, because, you know, everyone on Infinity has some kind of tool to shut down the Storm, and the chain stun is also pretty incredible as well. They have 3 stuns from Tiny, Snapfire, and also Tusk, so it's so easy for SF to hit all the 3 races, and of course, he eventually has the U-Scepter to combo with the Requiem Assault as well. And right now, SF, thanks to all the kills, he'll be having the Blink Dagger plus U-Scepter combo. So anyone that's split pushing Alone at the side lanes will get punished by Alone.
Remember when they changed the Yol Scepter, so now you actually can't be exactly underneath him, and everyone's like, Yol Scepter SF is dead. And then Alone's like, hold my beer. Give me a second. Let me show you the power of this hero. Because now you can't deal the full damage of Requiem of Souls, only almost full damage, but it's good enough, honestly, especially with the fear. They find here the poor Terrorblade. Now G joins in. Good Sunder, preemptively by RDO. Doesn't want to fall low here. He knows the Haunt could punish him, and actually just cancel the Haunt completely. I mean, there's a Blink Dagger, surprising the Tiny instead. With a net from the Chen creep, they'll guarantee that kill. The Dark Troll Summoner are very useful there.
Can they convert this kill into anything else? They want to take they want the Roshan though, but this seems a little bit scary and risky here. But everyone else's task is all the way at the bottom side. SF doesn't have Vacuum. There's no Horn as well. If they're able to protect this formation, they might be able to do it. But RDO, it really doesn't have enough damage though. Oh, Snapfire.
Snapfire easily. Now the silence into the Spectre. They're still farming here. Even though they knew their team was nearby, quite the blunder by Infinity that's going to be taken advantage of by Midas. And this guarantees a safe Roshan now.
That's actually pretty weird. Like they're just wandering around like... Okay, Tiny.
Okay, that Avalanche with the Requiem of Souls, they can actually push him out.
Oh my
Storm! You just ball lighting into the Requiem to get dealt more damage. A mean ball also follows a result. The reflection keeps them at bay for a bit, but Midas just lost 2 of their main heroes, and the Roshan might actually be available for Infinity, as Midas is afraid to fight without the Storm here. They have tag team in a second. This will guarantee the Roshan. You gotta do something. They won't. They'll let it fall.
They're losing this Roshan.
I
This is
can't
so
believe
good.
you wanted 3 versus 5 and you want to fight there just because of a good Requiem. Oh my goodness, Midas.
I mean, the punishment was really good at first. Oh, Duster. Creeper race.
Where you going,
Maybe that.
Duster? Stay and play. Even leads the bird because he's the worst creep possible. Sure, you
Yeah.
keep your Wild Wing Reaper.
That was why I was really worried for the Roshan attempt, because apparently he obviously didn't have enough damage to clean off the Roshan quickly. So as the time when his metamorphosis fade off, he will leave Roshan at a slight HP at like 20%, and that's where Infinity came in to punish him. Mandy.
For a Tiny, that should be an easy kill if they can manage with a snowball though. They give Tiny some more time. Avalanche will come out, and Valky for now will survive. They burst out Mandy. Mandy does get him towards the end with a static remnant. Still a win for Infinity though, as far as you're concerned, getting the Storm.
Yeah, this is the 6th death for Storm in 90 minutes. I feel like every single minute he respawn, and then he trades his life with someone else, and then he die again.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's the best way to play Storm right now, but you have to give credit to Infinity's heroes. They are constantly staying together. They know exactly what Mandy wants to do with the Orchid, and they are always making sure that if you want to take one guy down, I'll take you down as well.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm starting to question that's the best usage of your time as Storm, though, especially because you're fighting against a lineup that has so much single target, right? So Storm, ideally, always walking in, allowing himself to get caught out by the Avalanche, or by anything, really. It's just so easy. They don't struggle to kill him, because their team is made to do this, and Storm is just making it easier. You shouldn't be playing the enemy lineup. Duster sees the opportunity. I think he just called an ally.
Yep,
Yeah, what was it? Okay, Mandy.
Mandy.
I'm like, well, who am I going to call to fight them? Mandy, the overextender. He's a good
Yeah.
Storm as well. Mechanically, he's been playing really well, but, you know, overextensions do matter.
Yeah, just like Infinity, they are reading the movement of Swan really well. They're always together. Like we mentioned about their chain stun as well. Oh, Prada.
Storm has no chill, dude. They go for Prada. This might be the better kill. Prada's quite tanky. For now, he survives this. Here comes a Tiny. Punishes Storm again. You'll Scepter to help him with that Heavenly Grace. Nice stomp to stop the Requiem of Souls. As Valky tries to create more space for the team. Frontlining this fight. Mandy. He's lower on mana. Finally comes the Haunt. They want to chase him outwards. Mandy will try to TP. Avalanche again. Oh no, Mandy. He's
No
gonna
more
get tossed
stuns.
back.
No more mana.
Sexy Fat will sacrifice himself for Mandy. Instead, they'll settle for this on man. Don't go back in. Oh, okay, just to stop the Requiem. Actually, really good play. Sorry. I got scared for Mandy again. I've seen him do too many crazy plays this game. He's still
And he wants
Blink,
more, though.
Yeah, Valky has the toss, can just toss the
Elio?
Storm back into the Requiem of Souls, and they burst him down regardless of that Guardian Angel. Valky could be in trouble, but immediately protected by Nao G, as RDO finally joins the fray with a Scotty ready. Does he have Metamorphosis? He does. But he does get tossed back as well with the Avalanche. Valky continues the aggression. They hit him with a raise. There's the meta. They might need to use Sunder. They just want to force that. Alone still has an Aegis, so it's okay if he dies here, as long as they can save him in his second life. He does come back with a blink. They need to time this properly. Purification to cancel blink. There's the blink. And with the Avalanche from Valky, he has a lot more leeway to get away. Valky is okay with dying, honestly. And he might not even. Good TP. We'll make it out
Oh
in
my
time.
god, that's so close. Rubik wasn't quite in range with the telekinesis. That was really, really close. But overall, really good fight coming out from Infinity. Just, you know, all they lost was just the Aegis on SF. Or maybe not.
Snap. Bring her back. Prada. Okay, Rubik. That's the funniest animation. Prada will die here, unfortunately.
Oh, maybe not.
I don't know this snowball's gonna be enough though. Might just set up for a kill on the Tusk. Yeah, they have the Sentinels behind them. And
Oh,
the
Tusk is
Tusk
gonna
will
die
just
too.
fall as well. Great kill. You try to be good in this world, but you're always gonna be punished. You know, there's no justice in this harsh world that we live in. That is dope.
That is true. Sometimes you just have to let go.
Yeah,
you
you
just
gotta
have to
let
let
it
go
die.
and move on.
Yeah, exactly. I've learned that from many failed relationships. Just you gotta just learn. Anyway, Midas, they get 2 kills here. Only the supports, mind you, but at this point in the game, because the Storm is dying so much, you'll take anything as long as this elongates the game. Because you're just kind of hoping the TV will smack everyone in Infinity in the late game.
Yeah, that's true. He's actually still going for the Bloodstone, so nothing like the BKB, nothing like the Scepter for defensive ability. So man, you can tell that Mandy is going all in right now. Like he's just going to jump right into the enemy, create space, and hopefully TB will be able to carry him.
Hopefully, right? Like,
Yep.
you're kind of there's the only advantage. I don't see any other advantage for this lineup, honestly. The Storm is too far behind at this point. Storm, we always talk about how he has to look good late game, and he does, but you kind of need to get to that late game, right? If you're constantly committing suicide, it's not going to happen. And you don't really have a good space creator in the offlane because Omnite is more of a helper here for Terribly. So it's really got to be RDO or nothing. Spectre did go for a Radiance build this game, by the way. I haven't seen this in forever, honestly. Clearly, it's an answer to TB. What are your opinion on this?
I mean, I've seen Mid One does this a lot recently on his OG games.
Oh, on
I think
Spectre particularly.
Yeah, but
Like,
he
is it
also
against
went for the
Terrorblade?
Blade Meal. Yeah, he went for a Blade Meal for that build.
Okay.
But I mean, against Terrorblade, I guess it's fine. It's also another way to deal with all the Chen army as well, right? So
That's true.
yeah, I would say that's a pretty good, decent value here. Honestly, you know, against the Guardian Angel too, you'd be able to do some little bit of magical damage with the Radiance. So yeah, I can see how this Radiance can be justifiable. Just that not particularly the most cost efficient item that is still available right now in this meta.
This game, as you mentioned, though, the extra magic damage, dealing with the Chen creeps, also the evasion, right? Or I guess mischance that it gives you against a TB might be kind of useful. I mean, I can see the argument for the Radiance this game. You're also farming quite decently. Usually a Spectre would not be matching a TB in terms of farm. And she's actually doing only 2,000 gold away, not too bad.
Yeah. I mean, this also means that he's not able to come into a fight, right? Because he has 2 farming items. Hand of Midas plus the Radiance, he is not exactly tanky. He doesn't have the Manta to get himself out of silence. Or, speaking about that.
Yeah, they catch him with Scotty. Okay, stunned, killed. Easy. Fuck your Radiance, dude. No problem. I just need to jump you like that. Mandy's like, guys, I figured it out. I don't need to dive the tier 3. I can just kill him with the triangle. It's so easy.
Well, there's absolutely no vision entirely on the map for Infinity. They have one mission at the top side of the hill, but picking up their own jungle is completely dangerous. That's why, you know, suddenly the Spectre just ran into 5 men and he has no clue about that at all.
RDO is so ready to fight now. He almost has BKB though. Obviously he's just threatening here. Oh, we hear a BKB in the bottom lane. Actually gets the Storm again. Okay. I mean, your team was all pushing mid and you go bottom.
He's just trying to cut the creeps, you know, trying to pull out the maximum kind of play, the AG kind of play, and hoping that he doesn't get punished. But like,
yeah, but you can't hope you don't get punished. You gotta calculate
that's
so you
true.
don't get punished, right?
Yep.
Like if you bring Chen there or like a Rubik just for the healing or for the extra, the telekinesis or whatever, you have a fighting chance even if they catch you with the Yules, right? But because nobody is there, well, you're just kind of hoping that Infinity is asleep, dude. That's not a good, you know, that's not the play.
Yeah, it's indeed very high, you know, high risk and low reward kind of play.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're trying to hope that the opponent team is not doing the right thing, and often in this very high skill game, it's not gonna happen.
Exactly. Great kill. Oh, that's a good one, decent by the way. Great kill was literally mid punch. Does not get sexy fat as the result. We have the Mortimer's Kisses coming out. That's completely done. Brada still has the axe though for the couple up later. Ray kill. Koki not gonna help. Ray kill's already dead. And Tiny will follow him at this point to the graveyard. He is just being decimated. Chen doing what he can, finally finishing him off. With Brada in the backlines caught out as well. And Amin will Fate Bolt him out of existence.
Oh no, they are starting to get some really bad fights now. I know they have the vision, they want to exploit the vision on the hill, but they are not really in position to take the fights. SF doesn't have the Requiem of Soul, and Spectre is what 400, 500 away from Manta style, so that wasn't the best timing for the 2 cores to join the fight. They wanted to get a quick kill, but Omni Knight is probably not the best target to go on for a quick kill.
And honestly, the core TB is looking too threatening right now. I think Infinity has had a lot of pressure because they're like, they don't have a way to deal with him besides a Tiny. And Tiny has been, I mean, that's the Mandy special, right? Like, they've been forcing them to concentrate on Mandy all the time because of his crazy plays, and that means that they haven't really stopped Terrorblade's farm whatsoever. They haven't had time to take a breather and invade the enemy jungle because of Mandy just literally zip-zapping all over the map like a madman. And that might be the reason why Terrorblade is still this farmed, and the tiny Shadow Fiend and Snapfire have not successfully stopped him.
Yeah, that's true. And also Storm Spirit, every single time you have to respond to him, because if you don't, he'll just take one hero away together with him. So this puts a lot of pressure for Infinity to stick around as a 2 to 3 man unit. And this is why a lot of space was created for the TB. And you know, once TB hits his instant timing with the BKB plus Skadi, once he comes into the fight, like you say, Spectre is no fight against TB at all.
I like that you mentioned this as well, because this was mentioned as well in the draft, right? That the Spectre, because of the existence of the Storm, can no longer farm the dead lane, farm super crazy dangerous farm, and then join the fight with Haunt. He can't do that because Storm will catch you and punish you. So Spectre this game, we've actually seen him farm the triangle, which as a Spectre feels kind of weak, because part of the advantage of this hero is that you can farm anywhere in the map, right? So
yeah, also another thing is the Chen factor as well, right? Chen will be able to just recall the Storm or recall anyone else. So there's like 2 side lanes that the Spectre cannot be showing himself on. And that's really why like Spectre is falling a little bit behind in terms of net worth.
I will see.
On smoke action.
Spectre. Oh no, see again. They're actually gonna go for the enemy team, leaving the Spectre behind. She does have a haunt. They guarantee the initiation. Storm is in trouble. They save him with a Guardian Angel. And who stops RDO? Alone has just walked in the middle of this fight. One to get a Requiem Assault, but it's impossible. RDO deals too much damage, and the Skadi keeps everyone in play. Snapfire also died as a freebie there. And the Haunt completely wasted by Naoji. They don't know what to do against this TB. They didn't find the Tusk. He's silenced. He's dead with the Orchid. And Mandy is like, hey, what is this? Is this an overextension now? Look at me go. Catching Naoji. There's nowhere to run. Naoji, even with Spectral Dagger, it's a storm, man. They hit him with one Skadi. The Overload there finally. Or one hit from the Skadi. Another Overload. Avoids it with Manta style. Might give him enough time to TP. Is he actually going to get away for now? Sexy Fat? Yeah, they stopped chasing. Okay. Mandy could have got him, actually. Mandy could have just ball lightning there and electric vortex them, but okay.
Yeah, he had to wait a little bit longer, which is, you know, less efficient, and you know,
Right, yeah.
high skill player, they always chase for this maximum efficiency. If I have to chase you for 10 seconds, nah, I'd rather farm creeps.
Exactly, because it's really not that useful to kill on the Spectre, because they've seen, honestly. What does she do in that team fight? Nothing. That's the effect of a Terrorblade. Tiny.
Mandy?
Yeah, Mandy doesn't seem to care too much about this initiation. Thank you, Rubik, for helping me out, and that will guarantee the kill on Monkey.
I mean, that's the thing about Spectre Radiance, right? Like, on paper, it's justifiable, but there's a lot of ways to counter this as well. It's simple pipe on Omni Knight, just mitigate all of the Radiance damage, and of course, the insane heal coming out from Chen, the sustain as well. Oh, top lane, alone.
This is huge. Can he kill the Storm? Oh, not enough damage from the Requiem of Souls, because he just actually came back into the game. That's only 10 souls from the Requiem. Mandy will survive this nicely. Duster might not be so lucky, though, as he is now being brought down by the rest of Infinity. Sexy Fat. He is also in trouble. They have the tag team. They toss over the Shadow Fiend to him. Yeah, like, alright. Sexy Fat also has to fall. But this time Mandy survived, which is a big deal. All because there's only 10 souls in that Requiem. Not the ideal Requiem there. Yep. As you mentioned, though, the healing and the pipe are nullifying Spectre's damage. And something that Midas is doing well, ironically, is that they're bunching together. They know that if Tiny avalanches, yeah, early game it's kind of annoying. Now, not really that big a deal. So you can bunch together, avoid the Spectre Desolate damage, and avoid Tiny from getting a good toss. Because he doesn't know what he's going to toss, which is a big deal. And the only way Infinity can deal with this is with Mortimer's Kisses, but Mandy's there to stop him. Not bad, actually.
I mean, at this... Oh, wait, SF?
Oh, no. The silence this time. They catch him without BKB. Even with his Ghost Scepter, he should die. Oh, beautiful Yosef, actually, to prevent the Soul Burn. And with a Blink Dagger alone. Quick on his feet, faster fingers, but still killed off by Mandy because you're an SF against a Storm. This is what happens. Meanwhile, RDO is chasing after Prada. Doesn't want to commit the Metamorphosis. Amin dies in the background, so Prada also falls.
Mandy is going ham right now. 19 Bloodstone charges. This is the time that he won't die anymore.
He heard us in the cast making fun of him. Like, okay, let me show you this is 2K noobs. Let me flexing his fingers. I actually kind of like it though. I think Mandy proved us wrong, proved the channel wrong a lot, right? It seemed like he was overextending, but all he was doing was drawing the aggro from the enemy team so TB could have a free game.
I mean, you can tell a clear difference the way he play. You know, like when he only has Orchid, he plays really aggressively, and he has no plan B. But when he has the Bloodstone, he starts to play a little bit with the safety as well because he doesn't want to drop the Bloodstone charges.
Yeah, you're completely right about that.
So the adjustments
very good
was really good. So it tells you that Mandy, he knows how to push his limit of the hero. Early game, it was just to buy space, and then after that, it's all about himself right now with the Bloodstone charges.
Obviously, it's going to seem like a nowhere justification, and it might be. I'm certain that Mandy could have played a couple matchups a bit safer, but still, it worked out for them, so who cares, honestly? At the end of the day, it's not about your KDA, it's about if you win the game or lose the game. And Midas right now is winning, so they're super happy. Watch Infinity be like, you know what, the second game should be on Peru server. Now that they see that Midas actually is bringing their A game. RDO, they hit him with a gobble up, the Walrus Punch as well, but he has Aegis, he's fine. Also big AB, so not too afraid, even with Sunder. Gonna go for the melee racks and probably back.
I also like this that they just pick up camera of the TV. I think this is starting to get more and more popular and famous, just because, you know, whenever you feel like you're about to win the fight but lacking of something, Deaders will always be the better choice here. Like you just need some burst damage to clean up the fight.
Sorry, Tybee dies immediately. Did you see that they were just walking around the ice shards like they've never seen this thing before? Oh my goodness. They're still gonna win this fight though. It seems to be a bait. The BKB on time for RDO, and he's gonna finishing alone. Mandy activates the Bloodstone in time, so he's not gonna fall. Now killing off alone. And that's going to be Midas taking down 2 cores. Only Spectre is missing. Another weak Haunt that does absolutely nothing. And they've even found the Snapfire without Mortimer's Kiss is completely useless. Rakiel is the last target of aggression. He's going to try to go for RDO. But Mandy will chase you to the ends of the earth. Again, those ice shards. Snowball, Rakiel, stop by the Vortex, and they finish off the Tusk. This might be game. Shadow Fiend buys back. Spectre has no Haunt though. Spectre decides to keep on farming. I'm assuming she has a TP. She does. Okay, so now they're going to force everyone back after the buybacks. It seems like. No, TP is still here. I mean, he still has the Aegis, nothing to fear. Still has, of course, the Sunder. Gonna go for the Tusk and kill him in a matter of seconds. Looking for the Shadow Fiend as well. Shadow Fiend will buy this time though. Rekima's Soul still has 40 seconds till it comes out. Haunt, 80 seconds. It looks impossible. The Ancient's starting to fall. Infinity's trying their best to defend this, but honestly, they've been doing what they've done all game, which is absolutely nothing. Spectre cannot man-fight the Terrorblade. The BKB gets activated. The Ancient's about to fall now, and they'll finally take it. Midas will complete game number 1.
Alright, much needed win for Midas. I believe this is their first match that they win in this tournament league so far.
I cannot believe that yeah, it is the first match. I cannot believe that Midas Club won this match, not only off a crazy plays by Mandy, which is pretty impressive, right? But the last play that we make, the game-defining play that kind of sentences the game, is them being confused by ice shards, walking around them like, ooh, what is this? Oh my god, is this ice? Touching it like, oh, beautiful ice shards. And then that almost feigns stupidity, baits Infinity into going up to the high ground, because ice shards, of course, gives a bit of vision, so they knew they were there. And then, I just don't know what that was, dude. That was the most SA thing I ever seen. They got baited by Midas just observing ice shards for a second. I don't know what to say, man.
I mean, Infinity is just like, oh guys, what are they doing? Are they confused? Like, let's go.
Exactly. They think, oh, it's an opportunity. And Midas was like, no, we're just observing your ice shards. Give us a second. It's fine. We're back into this game. I don't know. That was really odd. It almost seemed like a fake back there, but it was just much more complex than a fake back. Anyway, Midas wins a very deserved game. I think that they might have not looked the greatest, but it's also because, not gonna lie, to the untrained eye, if you don't know exactly what plan Midas is executing, sometimes it looks bad, right? If you guys have ever played chess, in many cases, there's this move in chess called, quote-unquote, the gambit, which there's a variety of gambits, but the idea is that you sacrifice a piece for free to get a better position and then win the game off that, right? And Midas kind of played that way. Yeah, the Storm seemed like he was feeding. It even seemed like that to Infinity, to us, to the casters, to everyone in the chat, and turns out, no, he was actually creating an insurmountable amount of space that Infinity did not know how to deal with. And with the Chen getting mech and the pipe on the Omnite, Spectre was completely nullified, and Terrorblade was a bit too strong. So, you know, it seemed like they bamboozled us here.
Yeah, that's a very good analogy actually. I feel like, you know, once Storm's read, he gets enough of the feeding. When the entire team has their itemization, have their items that they require to come online, with all the aura items from Chen and Omni Knight, all of a sudden Mandy become this unstoppable force that they would just never die anymore, thanks to the Heavenly Grace as well. So really good space creation coming up from Mandy, crazy plays as well, and of course the level 1 botter from Duster too. That was pretty eye-opening to me. Like there was some ancient Dota 1 trick, right?
Yeah.
That they just duplicate in this
Yep.
game again. So yeah, pretty good game.
It's true, I forgot about the bottle trick. That was a pretty big deal. Yeah, that was a nice tick. Anyway, with that, guys, we're going to go into a slight pause as we wait for Midas Club versus Infinity Esports to start again. It will be game number 2 to see if Infinity can tie this series and also win their first game of this tournament, because until now they've also struggled a bit. We're going to come back shortly. My name is Mr. Alpha Plus. You're joined by Arthur Dota, and we'll see you guys in like 5 minutes with the next game of the day. Until then, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. Oh. That should have been studio mode. Hello. Hello, guys, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm. We're back here. Kind of a surprise. Stupid producer, this Avo Plus guy. Terrible. Anyway, we're back here with the second game between Midas Club and Infinity Esports. If you missed the first game, Midas Club won, so no need to ask. By the way, if you ever miss a game, there's a really useful thing in Dota. At top next to the timer, there's actually little yellow squares you sometimes see that indicates that someone has won a game. So if you're not familiar with this game and you're like, oh, who won game one? That's where you can check it out. It's on every stream. It's super easy to see. If there's a yellow square, that means they won game one or game two or game three or whatever it is, right? So just follow the yellow squares. Anyway, we have a game now underway with a draft, and we're going to welcome our wonderful, wonderful analyst to join us for this draft. Hello, Arthur. Welcome back into the stream.
Hello guys, thank you. I'm good to be back. Game 2, Infinity Esports versus Midas, and we have been seeing some changes in the draft picks. Rubik goes to the way of Infinity this time, and they'll also pick a very early on Timbersaw as well to pair with the Crystal Maiden. So some good changes we're seeing, and Midas Club, of course, Chen, works pretty well. Don't have to fix anything that's not broken. Pick it again. Probably going to see the border trick again, and Mirana plus Mars, pretty solid duel as well on the off lane.
Yeah, I like it overall, right? Nothing too special about Midas, as you mentioned, but just solid lanes. The Marana Mars particularly really, really good. Though Infinity, they have started nicely. I really like when in the first phase they pick up the Timbersaw. I think if he's not banned and your second pick, and you have like last pick in the first phase, Timbersaw is really useful there because you can get rid of some of the hard lane counters and then you pretty much have a free game, right? And the thing about Timbersaw is that he threatens so many carries so much that Midas is now on the back foot when it comes to the carries, right? Like if they don't pick up the carry in the next pick here, then they all even there's 2 more bans by Infinity. In fact, what Infinity could do here is not even pick up their mid laner. No, okay, they're gonna pick up their carry first. Okay, so they secure the carry, probably gonna ban 2 carries afterwards unless Midas picks up their own. So it's Sven now. Sven Mars, not too bad, honestly. The lane is okay. And Midas immediately responds to Terrorblade. Oh, wow. Good against Timbersaw in lane, but bad against Timbersaw in the mid game, though.
Yeah, I mean, once you get the Skadi and the others, once again, you're able to deal with both Timbersaw and Sven pretty well.
True.
But yeah, I think early game is where Timbersaw really wants to punish Terrorblade and kick him out of the lane. But you also have Chen to come in with the sustain as well. So I think it's gonna be all up to Terrorblade trying to get as much farm as he can in the laning phase and then retreat back in the jungle, just like what he did for the last game. And the tempo control is definitely on Mars this game, and of course Mandy once again on the mid lane.
I think partially RDO is also picking him because it's a comfort pick for him, right? He does love the Terrorblade. I would say he's the top 2 Terrorblade 100% in South America or in general in Americas, right? It'd probably be up there. Costabile and RDO, the 2 Brazilian players, they absolutely love the Terrorblade. If you guys ever want to learn Terrorblade, no joke, I recommend you watch their streams. They are very informative. Particularly Costabile did a wonderful stream where he was teaching D2 Bowie how to play Terrorblade. Very informative. You learn so many detailed facts about the hero. But anyway, Midas Club, they go for the Terrorblade as you said. Nice comfort pick, good against Sven. And now they need to pick up a mid laner, right? So most likely consistent mid laner because you don't have last pick. Those are TA, Konka, Void Spirit, Ember, DP, and Leshrac. DP and Leshrac just get banned right now. If you ban a Leshrac, you might be considering a Storm, to be honest, but you might also be considering a Void Spirit or even a Konka. Any melee hero, really.
Yeah, I mean, if Storm is available, I think Storm could be one of the hero once again, just like what they did in the last game, right? The Storm plus TB combo. You have this hero that plays insanely fast, and they ban out the Kunkka as well.
There's a Storm ban.
Storm a little bit.
Yeah, they read that correctly.
Yep.
I wouldn't say Kunkka is that great against Storm in lane. I think he's actually kind of soft countered by Storm, but yeah. You're running out of consistent mid laners. It's really just Void Spirit and TA who can more or less, you can pick securely, right? And most of the time they won't get countered. But of course, Infinity has the option of a Viper if you pick up a TA, so a bit dangerous.
I think you want something that can, alright, it's a 50-50 laner, and also you make stuff happen as well. So because when you're pairing with a Terrorblade, you want something that can move around the map to create stuff happen, either by killing people or killing towers. Pogna is definitely the one that comes in with the tower killing potential, but there's still a couple of decent, counters to counter the Pogna. Puck is in the pool. Yeah. Tiny is kind of in the pool.
I mean, depends on what build a Pugna goes for, but anything with a bit of range and magic damage, you know, like Zeus, for example, is also pretty decent. Like, even if you Nether Ward, right, Zeus just breaks your Nether Ward, because if you go for more than 1 point Nether Ward in lane, then why did you pick Pugna, right, to begin with? So, you can't really afford to cancel him that much. I don't think Pugna is, like, he doesn't lose too many lanes, but he does usually need to have a pretty good early game, right? You rely on Pugna having a good lane most of the time. I'm also a bit dubious about Pugna versus Sven, because Sven does come with an offensive dispel level 15, and so the Crep might not be useful after level 15 on Sven, which is not great. So we'll see how they respond.
Yep.
They could go for Void Spirit too, Infinity, actually. If you go for the Dissimulate build, Pugna doesn't do much to you.
Yeah, I definitely love the Void Spirit. It's one of the heroes that counters Mars a lot as well, because Arena of Blood doesn't do anything to Void Spirit. And Pugna, usually he afraid of hero that can just jump onto his face straight.
Yes.
That just sticks to him, and Void Spirit is also another hero that can do that. Another hero would be Amber Spirit. They can do the same as well. Tiny could kind of do the same too.
I don't mind the Tiny, actually. Tiny's a pretty decent pickup here. I like it against Pugna specifically because he also carries the stun. It's very important that when Pugna hits 6, you have something with a stun there in the lane to prevent him from just life draining you endlessly, right? So
yeah, and also against the Terrorblade, right? It's
exactly.
as well.
Oh,
Alright,
Ricky.
Ricky.
Wow.
Cool.
Okay, they go completely off meta. Well, no, that's not true. Not completely off meta because Ricky mid has been seen a bit these days. Interesting choice. So Ricky is he's not the best against Pugna in the lane, but he's not the worst because he can actually last it with Blink Strike, so it's not as bad as it seems, frankly, on this Ricky. But Ricky's really good against Mars. But Ricky is not the greatest against Terrorblade most of the time. Too high armor and you only deal physical damage, right? So
yeah, exactly. I'm just I feel like Infinity, they need this last pick that comes in with the magical burst damage. They can help you deal with the Pugna and TB that can offers the burst damage to bring them down instantly. Ricky offers really slow damage, a lot of elusiveness, but Ricky also takes time to build up as well, especially for the diffuser bait timing. And Sven, of course, this hero, he's not going to appear in the team fight for the first 20 minutes.
Exactly.
He's going to farm at the triangle. So Ricky and Timbersaw, both of them have to make things happen, and they aren't really good in killings. They have to rely on someone else to bring in the disable, and that would be Rubik and Crystal Maiden, who are a little bit vulnerable to the heroes of Midas Club. So if team fight happens, I'll definitely favor Midas Club ability to take team fights here.
I will slightly favor Midas as well. I think Infinity has the easier lineup if this goes late, of course. Because you'll have the 2 carries and you should be able to pick up on Ricky and bother the Terrorblade. But if this stays in the early mid game, honestly, Midas has so much pushing power and so much snowball potential that it's looking kind of scary for Infinity. But we'll see. We have a little advert before we go into the game. This will be the final game of the series between Infinity Esports and Midas Club. So make sure to enjoy it as we come back in like a minute after a quick ePulse ad.
You look stunned.
All right, we're in the game now. Hello, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the ad. Arthur, hello. All right, sorry, I forgot I muted myself.
Microphone
Hello, Arthur. Welcome
activated.
back. I apologize. That was a rookie mistake. Hello.
All right, we are back.
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
The time
And of course, just like you say, it is not SA game without any pauses before the game.
Yeah, well, as the game starts, right? Of course, that's what happens. The traditional pawns.
Ah.
I like that one player disconnects. Like, no, I swear, it's because of that. For people that don't know, by the way, Reikyo is not actually Peruvian, much like most of Infinity Esports. He's Venezuelan, so it wouldn't be surprising that Reikyo has a bit more connection issues. Venezuelan internet, just by servers, is actually much closer and much better for like US East than it is for the Peruvian server. But they are playing USC, so I'm surprised that Reikyo particularly is the one person that's gonna disconnect for now.
Well, looking at the lanes, it seems like they are Infinity is starting with a tri-lane at bottom side. This is a pretty strong tri-lane though. A stun with your blitz damage plus slow. They should be looking to get a first blood here, or at least force Mirana to get the level 1 leap, which is going to be pretty big as well.
And then you win the lane then, right? So who cares about first blood? You just throw Mirana out of the lane.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of afraid, honestly, for Midas. Sorry, for Infinity. I feel like Infinity has a lot of chances. Oh, 200 ping. I love how he says that. Like, that's my reason, guys. I swear. Anyway, I'm a bit afraid of Midas just running away with this game. The Ricky has to do decently or pretty well against Pugna, and while Ricky is decent against Decrepify, you know, you can't just deny everything against a Ricky. Ricky is not great against another blast, right? That's where you really catch him and you deal a lot of damage to him. He has relatively low strength, and his high armor is not well utilized against a Pugna because he's not going to harass you with physical attacks. And I'm kind of also worried about this bottom lane. If once the Rubik leaves, it could be just a kill fest for the Mirana and the Mars.
Yeah, exactly. There's no save coming out from Infinity as well. So anyone that get initiated in the early to mid game would, if the stuns and the chains are correctly being done by Midas, that guy would just die. So it's going to be tough for Infinity's draft to kind of pull it off. I feel like it's a really greedy one. I'm looking forward to see how Alone is able to create space for his Swan. And Timbersaw is probably the one that you want to play around with because you always want to play around your stronger strength. And Timbersaw is always that one hero that you want to be partnering again with.
Rogue Knight claims another.
Seems like we are ready to roll.
Let's go. Let's go with the game. All right.
Bottom side.
Let's see. How do you think? You just talked to me about the Timbersaw combo, the Rubik. Not too bad, right? But you think TP can kick him out of lane, especially if you play around your metas a bit?
Probably not. I think level 1 would be the most crucial timing that you need to punish Timbersaw. You want to force him to get, you know, something like the Timber Chain, which he's not most optimal with. But it seems like Timbersaw would be alone at the top lane against the Chen plus TB, and bottom side might be a committed tri-lane coming out from Infinity. Well, Chen plus Terrorblade aren't the best combo to do with the Timbersaw or to kick the Timbersaw out of the lane, so I think it's fine.
Mandy, a bit harassed here by the Ricky. Hello? Dude, this is really bad, actually. You don't want to lose this much.
A gift from the
Yeah, that's 50% of his initial HP, and Alone did not lose anything. That definitely give a little bit of advantage towards the Alone, which this is not going to be a fun lane for Ricky.
No, that's what I think, right? Mandy actually went for level 1 Decrep. It's really interesting. I don't know if level 1 Decrep against the Ricky is that great, honestly. I think against other heroes, like for example TA, yeah, I love it. But against the Ricky, who has Blink Strike to just get hit last hits like that, I guess he just wasted both his Blink Strikes, so there you go.
Yeah, but Alone also managed to get his first, range creep, so that's completely okay. Committing to Blink Strike just to secure that. It's gonna be hard for Mandy to secure last hits though, without the Nether Blast.
Yeah, that's why I thought the advantage here is not really on the Decrep, to be honest, because you just saw him, right? Blink Strike deals damage, regardless of if you hit or not, so.
Top of the side lanes, Metamorphosis is being forced from RDO, but Timbersaw with the level 1 reactive armor just totally ignores all the physical damage coming out from both Duster and RDO. Should be a pretty decent and solid lane for the Timbersaw. And once Timbersaw get like level 3 with the Railing Death or Timber Chain, it's going to be much easier for them to kick the TB out or at least harass him out of the lane.
No, they're doing I mean, they've used the meta level 1. Timbersaw's gonna hit the level 3 nicely now. They haven't really pushed him out of lane. I actually saw recently Viking GG. I think it was Viking GG. No, it was Brame actually that was playing in the summit, and I watched them play against Timbersaw. What they did to just get rid of this hero is tri-lane to prevent him from getting level 3, and then that completely stop Timbersaw from having a game, right? In this game, I was expecting them to try to do something similar. They don't do that whatsoever. They let Timbersaw have a pretty decent game. And once you hit level 3 in the lane with Directive Armor, it's impossible for Terribly to kick you out. Bottom lane, they get a first blood on Prada due to a good arrow. And continue taking Naoji out of the lane.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think pre-level 3 is definitely the time for you to punish Timbersaw. And Rubik was also doing a pretty good job in not, soaking any XP from Timbersaw. He makes sure that Timbersaw gets to this level 3, doesn't die, and then now this is time for Timbersaw to put damage onto the Terrorblade. But
It's scary though. It's kind of scary that the Timbersaw had such a free lane, because then the only advantage of Terrorblade versus Timbersaw, which is particularly the lane, is wasted here, right? Because Timbersaw's really good against TB in the mid lane, in the mid game, sorry.
Yep. Especially when the Scuddy is up.
Exactly. Once the Scotty is up, he'll have a bit more of a fight. I mean, again. Oh no, they actually catch him in the bottom lane. I apologize for that. I'm actually going to stay in the bottom lane here, because apparently that's where the kills are happening. 1k lead though for Midas, mainly exemplified by this mid lane. Look how much the lane changed once Mandy has points in the Nether Blast, right?
Yeah, 18 and 5 versus 11 and 3, and that's of course the border refill coming up from Amin for Mandy just to further enlarge the lead of this game, of this lane.
I think this is how you should be playing. I mean, this is what you expect from a Pugna, though. When you pick this hero, you're not really expecting the hero to lose the lane. You want him to absolutely dominate so he can take early towers as well. Alone can kind of mitigate the Clarify effect, but Nether Blast is a bit too threatening. The top lane, look, RTO actually checked in meta, and Valky is still man-fighting him. With level 3 reactive armor, like I mentioned, you're tanky enough, but you also can't go haywire.
Pretty balanced lane. I think RDO, aside from harassing Timbersaw a little bit, he also wants to make sure that he uses these metamorphosis to secure some lane creeps as well. As we said, TB doesn't really care of the outcome of the laning phase. All he wants to do is experience, and then retreat into the jungle, and he'll be farming much efficiently in the jungle than in the lane. So that's completely okay for RDO. He's a master tier TB. You know what? Like you said, one of the best TB in SA. So
I personally like it a bit more than Costabile, but don't tell him I told him. Because I think that RDO's TB, so the difference between Costabile and RDO, if you actually watch the different TBs, RDO is much more effective at getting farm no matter what, but Costabile will play the game as he farms as well. Mandy in the middle lane might die, tricks of the trade, nice to Clarify into the Fairy Fire with the Blink Strike not dealing enough damage. So RDO is a better consistent carry, whereas you have Costabile being a more effective space controller with his illusions. He's actually very impressive at controlling the space with his illusions, but RDO will be the carry you want. He'll always get the farm, he'll always be consistent, he won't make mistakes.
yeah, like it's like the Miracle versus Ramses kind of comparison, right? Like Ramses always, as a carry, was always think of putting pressure on the map, whereas Miracle more like, all right, I'm gonna farm, I'm gonna 1 versus 9 this, don't worry, I got your back.
Exactly, right? He's not... it depends on the carry. You get like someone like Hector, for example, in Beast Coast. That guy is a 1 versus 9 kind of machine, right? But then other more active carries in this region, Minos is a good example. They'll try to fight a bit earlier, try to create more space. It just depends on your style, right? It's just funny that the 2 different players will play the same hero so differently just because of how they like to play. Mandy is already taken over this lane with a bottle, double null talisman. He might even skip boots for the Aether Lens instead. And Alone, still trying to play aggressively. Ray Kill comes by. Alone, the best thing you can do is kind of harass Mandy when he has no decrep. I guess he's playing okay for where it is, but he's not winning this lane by any means.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit crazy to to think that Ricky is going to win a lane, especially against like Pugna, which is a rather lane dominator in a lot of matches. Oh, Mandy.
Okay, they kill Prada, easy. Like I said, if you don't have a way to cancel that life drain, you're gonna suffer. But Mandy might die as a result. He doesn't have the crep, and that means that Alone can just finish him off. I don't know how worth it that is. Yes, you're theoretically creating space, but part of the reason why you picked this Pugna ideally was part of the reason why you wanted this lane to go well is because you want to stop the Ricky from farming. You need him to not farm this game.
Yeah, you also want to be the one that's pressuring tower as well.
Yes.
And with this first catapult wave, he's definitely not doing that. I'm also surprised that no supports are coming to the mid lane to kind of protect Mandy a little bit. Because this is definitely the timing that you want to fight around the Pugna with the catapult timing.
Reikyo got caught by the arrow there. They could have turned that into a kill. Yeah. But you're right, the Lone also gets a small peak. One of the advantages of playing Ricky mid is that point of inflection you get at level 6. And when you get to level 6 point of inflection, you start to rotate a bit around the map, and then you go to farming defuse of lane. Obviously, Mandy wants to prevent this by just constantly harassing in lane. He now is putting pressure into the tower. But he already got a kill against the NA mid laner, so Alone is not too sad about this game already.
Yeah, not at all. But you bring out a really good point as well. You know, Ricky, he's a hero that wants to move around the map. You know, yeah, level 6. All right,
this is the combo we were expecting a while ago. Honestly, they didn't really do it much in the bottom lane, but they get it with the Arena Blood and kill Amin. Ryoko could also be in trouble. Sexy Fett, he is just juking the Ricky. Alone realizes that he, like his name indicates, is completely alone. They don't have an arrow to follow through. Do they have any sort of dust, any sort of detection? They don't. So I'm gonna let him go.
This is such a... Oh, this rotation turns out really bad. Mandy in the mid lane. Mass TP on the mid.
And Mandy will fall, unfortunately. That was a... what is it, surprise gank? But well played by Naoji, right? He sees Mandy overextending a bit, sees that he can punish. After all, as a Sven, you're not completely useless, especially in the early game. And so you can go guarantee these kills. You can't play that aggressively against a Sven, because that allows him to rotate, get a kill, and still continue farming, which is what Sven wants to do.
Yeah, I get it. You know, Mandy wants to apply pressure when Alone shows at the bottom side, but there's a fine line that you cannot cross, which is a tier 1 tower. He dove to the tier 1 tower, tried to harass Sven or maybe get a solo kill on Sven, but the mass TP is coming in, just completely punish him on that. And Mandy once again is doing exactly the same thing as he did in the first game, just overt aggression, buying all the attention from the enemy away from the TB, and TB is just farming all the way in the jungle untouched so far, thanks to Mandy.
But is this game similar to the last one in tactically speaking? Because the TB matchup against Spectre was so good that you could just afford to sack Mandy and TB would win the game for you. I don't think it's the same against Sven, is it?
I'll say it also comes down to Mars as well. Mars needs to play a big role too, because he's off to a really good start in the laning phase against the Sven. Sven is already out of the lane, so right now Mars would be able to just push the wave out, take the tower, and hopefully make some plays.
Thank you. Nice spear, but I don't think that's gonna help you out too much. He does the Arena Blood, never mind. There's a TP. And they don't doubt it. Alone is wasting a bunch of time. So Ricky here is kind of torn between two worlds. On one hand, he wants to create space, because that's what mid Ricky is for. But on the other hand, he's also trying desperately to farm a Fusel Blade. He's not getting either. Mandy heals against Sven, but Sven deals a bit too much damage. And that's 2 kills you've already guaranteed now, Gene, without disrupting his farm at any point.
Alright, this is getting way too easy for Infinity to punish Punk now here.
Yeah, you gotta start to be a bit more creative with your plays. Especially because Sven, usually the carry doesn't farm the mid lane, but since they haven't taken the tower, you don't have as much liberty to play like that, right?
Yeah, also Sven, he's always at the mid lane because Ricky is actively moving around the side lanes. That's why Sven knows that he has to kind of be the one sitting at the mid lane, pushing out the lanes, and Punk is always out of position, so free kill for him.
Okay, now they get the bottom left tower, at least Midas. This might open up their playbook a bit.
No, Mandy.
Another time, they can just dive the tower. And you know, I'm not really even blaming Mandy at this point, because I'm also wondering why Midas has not put any resources into this mid lane. They've left it out completely. Yeah, great, you got the bottom lane, fantastic, but your mid laner has died 3 times. There have been no TPs at any single time. And if you're going to sack the mid lane, then why is the mid laner in the supposedly quote-unquote dead lane, right? Like in SCA, I see this a lot. In SCA, they often sack the mid lane these days because they think it's too hard to defend it. But then they send their off laner or their supports to farm there because they can die, it's fine. Your Pogna can't die.
I mean, it's weird because most of the time you'll see Pogna will be the one surrounded by his teammates and you just push towers. Or if he feels unsafe, you just go to his teammate. But neither that has happened in this game. Yeah. We haven't seen Pogna playing with the Mars or Mars coming to the Pogna at all. There's no counter TPs for Pogna as well. It feels like a little bit out of the teams are not in the same page on what they want to do on the priority of the early game. Feels like Mars is the one that is getting all the help from his teammates, but Mandy just left alone. And Pogna is no Storm,
Duster will be finished off here really easily by Alone. Turks to the trade is powerful. Mandy decodifies himself. Timbersauce got by mid lane, but this time he has an ally, so it's much easier to defend. Look how easy it was. Imagine if Sexy Fat had been here a bit before, right? I mean, I'm not saying he failed to rotate, but you need someone there to support him. They still have the arena blood in a second. Mandy just kind of baiting here as Sexy Fat wants to set up the arena. There we go, alone, hits the spear wall once. Now with the Spear of Mars, might just kill him, but he's a bit too tanky.
Jesus.
Alone will just survive that, and Valky comes in to decimate the Pugna.
Well, Reikyu with the stolen spear plus the Fate Bow just melted Pugna, and I feel like Pugna is a hard hero to. It's a very hard hero to recover. It feels like the kind of heroes that you just can't die more than 3 times.
No, it's okay. He TP'd him. Sorry, go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, I mean, Pugna is the kind of hero that you cannot die more than 3 times, and if you did, it's just game over for you, for your personal tempo at least. Because right now Mandy, he has nowhere to go. Bottom lane is already down. He wants to push tower, of course, but mid lane is always congested. Sexy Fat.
Sexy Fat. He gets brought down easily. Reikyu will fall again to the Hadouken though, but the loss of the Hex, Sexy Fat, I would say, is even more important, honestly. Because you lose their offlaner for a support. It's console like Midas is just responding to whatever Infinity is doing. And it's not really good when you're playing a draft that's supposed to win the early mid game if you're responding. You want to be the one that's proposing kills and trying to contaminate the tempo. And it's not happening against Infinity, who, by the way, has 2 carries. So even if Sven doesn't have the best matchup against Terrorblade, with the 2 carries, they'll eventually be able to outmatch him.
Yeah, that's true. Like the greediness of Infinity is definitely paying dividend right now, thanks to their movement in punishing Mandy. And right now, Mandy, look at his net raise is way below the normal tier that he should be at. And Pugna, once he has a bad start. Oh wait.
Okay, that's not a bad kill though on Timbersaw. Quite a big deal as RDO gets him, but in exchange, and now G will play aggressively and try to take this tower up top. Okay, that's actually going to work out for them. This is going to increase the farming space for Infinity considerably and going to reduce completely the Terrorblade's jungle. RDO, yeah, they even have offensive wards against him, so he's going to be in a bit of a pickle. As in the bottom lane, we've seen initiation against Alone. The Chen creeps don't really do much against him. They need a Centaur stomping.
Did Nidus not want to take the mid tower with this opportunity? Like like mid lane is empty. Timbersaw is dead. Sven is all the way at the top lane. Use got strength already. Obviously they wouldn't know this coming, but the mid tower is just 1 Ender Plus away for Mandy to acquire.
Yeah, at least, I mean, I guess, but it's a tier 1 that you've already taken, right? Who cares, I think. Like, at this point, Midas is just recovering what Mandy should have done maybe 5 minutes ago. And again, it's not really up to Mandy. It's more because his teammates didn't really help out the mid tower. Duster. I don't think you can kill Valky. I think he's too difficult a target right now. Is there anyone with Spirit Vessel? Oh, we do actually have one.
Oh, the arrow connects?
Yeah, that's a good arrow. They don't go for Prada, though. The Crystal Nova that Prada launched before he got hit by the arrow actually helped him out so much. Nice, well played. Ricky, by the way, is inching closer and closer to the Fusel Blade. That's going to be the first point of inflection for Infinity, but they've won a fight even before that. Going for Duster first. He has the extra armor, which helps. The poor Timbersaw is being stopped by Mandy here. The Light Drain annoying him, taking away his mana. Here comes Sven. Beautiful, the Stormhammer. And they don't have enough damage for the Sven. Even with the arrow, even with all the damage the Mars can put out, now G survives that. They even frostbite the Mars, stop his TP. They've already killed your Pugna, they've killed your Chen, and now we'll finish off your Roman God of War. Oh, and even Amin, who stays here a bit too long, thinking he can get a kill against the Timbersaw. The Spirit Vessel is very useful, but he's in a TP in the end.
Yeah, you might argue that this is all space for the Terrorblade, but it's starting to become... It's starting to feel like this is going to be a Terrorblade versus the Warrior kind of game, because Pugna, once again, he's no Storm. Once he's behind, Pugna is just really behind. And he won't be able to have the mobility like a Storm has to create space on the side lanes, to create kill opportunities. Pugna is a hero that heavily rely on his teammates to create dispel for him to do damage. And right now we are not seeing that at all. Brother! We'll be dodging this smoke, gang. With the freshly picked up Glimmer Cape. This is a rather early Glimmer Cape as well. 16 minutes in.
The Diffusal Blade is finally up. Now I'm smelling smokes, probably, from Infinity. Without the Sven, of course, but still smokes. Honestly, Pugna, or Ricky can kill pretty much anything here. Maybe you might need a nullifier later on in this game. Okay, you take a tower. Oh, Sven denied it. Wow. Wow. The first tower Pugna actually, deals damage to, and is denied.
Yeah, all the effort they have been investing for this, Mendy has died like what 3 times for this tower,
Yeah.
and eventually got denied by Sven.
That's the thing as well.
That's a feels bad.
And you say he died for the tower, which is a very generous way of saying he died in the mid lane, because he was not dying for the tower. He just died there freely. I think Midas got a bit cocky with the Ricky in the versus the Pugna matchup, or Pugna matchup, sorry. Wasn't the best.
And with the, I mean, you have to build 4 stuff, man. Like for Midas, that
Yes.
they're desperately needing 4 stuff, and Pugna
Multiple
is
4 stuffs, as many as you can.
yes, and Pugna is not anywhere close to it. He has completed 1 component of it, but he still needs like another 1 to 2 minutes. But would he have the time though? Because Ricky has already completed the diffuser blade. This is the time that Infinity wants to fight. But they'll do Roshan instead with the BKB timing on Sven. This is such a jacked Sven, man.
Why
17 minutes.
BKB over Axe this game? Because usually we see the Axe before the BKB. Why did he choose the BKB first?
Well, I mean,
Is it for the arena?
I think you want to force fight earlier right now with the BKB, especially against the TB, so you avoid getting sundered. Another thing is you normally want your Aghanim's timing to fit to your level 20 timing, so that you have the minus Stormhammer cooldown talent, and that's when your Aghanim's becomes really strong. So before that, man fighting is more important for Sven, hence the BKB, and also your teammate is providing him enough disable already from the Rubik and CM. I like this. I like the BKB choice. Just allows you to do damage.
Yeah, I agree. It's a bigger point of inflection for sure. When you get the BKB, there's like a huge difference here. However, they've just caught the 2 supports and then maybe 2 free kills here for Midas. Kind of ideal for the lineup that they have, getting these little pickoffs and now forcing a 5 versus 3 skirmish. Like, yeah, you want to fight us now? No problem, dude. We have superiority in numbers, even if our Pugna lost the early game.
I'm really amazed with the farming speed of RDO. Every time he seems to just get this SNY plus Skadi timing at 20 to 21 minutes, and no matter what happens, it seems to be.
I'm gonna finish him off, or maybe not. He's a bit too fast. He survives just barely thanks to the Timber Chain there, alone, giving him a bit of space as the Mirana was countering on this Ricky instead of going for the Timber Saw. And this allows Alone to get away for now. Dust is about to be dispelled. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean everything is going pretty good for Infinity, but this Terrorblade once again,
A bit threatening.
he's on track with his item timings. Skadi's very soon in just 800 gold, and we are going to see a 20, probably Skadi in a minute, and suddenly Swen with the BKB become less scary.
Let's see what I try to go for here. The Timber Saw joins in, thinking of perhaps the Pugna, Sexy Fat. He has the Arena of Blood. So it was a good idea, but they don't have a Blink Dagger on Sexy Fat this time, so they have a harder time initiating up to the high ground.
Yeah, without the Aghanim's of Swen, you can really tell that Infinity, they want to get killed, but they don't have this very nice initiation for them to get killed. And they also don't want to just relentlessly run into Midas as well, because there's always going to be the Terrorblade with Metamorphosis awaiting for your dive.
Yeah, and that's what you were referring to in the draft a bit, right? When you were referring to the quote-unquote lack of ability to catch. What Arthur was trying to say was not so much, oh, CM or Sven don't have stuff. Of course they do, but it's until you get that Ags on Sven that you don't really have a reliable initiator. Because Timber Saw is more of a, hey, hit me kind of initiation, right? He doesn't actually stun anyone. He just goes in and hopes that he's annoying enough that they start to concentrate on him. But a well-disciplined team will not be killed by a Timber Saw at least. Mirana? Okay, one load, one number.
Alright.
Alright. Mirana tried to kill Mirana. Of course fails to do so because, I mean, is tanky. Okay, he did go for Spirit Vessel. And you didn't see anyone on the map. I know your name is Alone, but you don't have to honor it so much. You can go with your team as well.
Yeah, and especially bottom side. Bottom side is untouched,
Yep.
There's just push coming up from Sven, but no one is reacting to it. So,
They don't care. They're going to do the same in the top lane, try to give RDO more farm.
Yeah.
But I don't know, though. Is it bad that a Pugna's being matched in terms of farm?
Well, I mean, I think their original plan is just for TB to carry this game, or Mandy mid lane, Rubik.
Oh, yes.
Here comes the
Killed
Swen.
Rubik. Now G joining in to finish off Mandy. And with a Frostbite, they might also finish off the Mirana. This Sven really hits hard. Sexy Fat trying to get away with that Moonlight Shadow. He does the Spear of Mars still. We'll give him a couple more seconds. But at the end, he'll fall in Timbersaw's Timber Chain.
Yeah, first appearance for Swen's God Strength plus BKB turns out pretty well. I mean, Midas right now they have to put all the egg into this terribly basket. It seems. Skadi plus SNY is their savior right now. I don't know how much Mandy can contribute in this game anymore. I think Netherward would be the strongest. It seems like Netherward is the strongest skill from TV this game. Pokemon this game. To shut at least you can shut down the Timbersaw for a little bit.
You have to go for cheap and useful items. Like we're looking at Glimmer Cape, we're looking at Aether Lens, Blink, Dagger, Force Staff, you know. You're not going to farm any more than that. You're not going to be that great either. Okay, I think Prada might fall to RDO. Now G's like, why is my support so weak? And now G could actually be in trouble as Reflection slows them down. They're afraid of going to the high ground. But again, the lack of a consistent offlaner that can just initiate with a massive stun gives Midas a lot of confidence when going high ground. Here comes Ricky though, hoping to kill Duster. They have the Grep to save him. The Chakram doesn't finish off Duster for now surviving. Arena Blood tried to close in a load, but alone he has that Tricks of the Trade, which will save him in time.
You know what? Both teams are lacking of this instant initiator, instant stun. That's why it feels so hard. RDO popped the meta, trying his best to run down someone with the Skadi, but there's just no stuns coming up from the Mars. Since Mars is not going for the dagger build, he's opting for the use plus Hood, more of a tanky frontline kind of style. That's why there's no follow-up disable coming up from anyone. Kind of hard for each side to come up with this, you know, secure kind of pick off.
Go for the mid tower now. Let's see if they accomplish it. We have the creeps now coming in, and now G has the God Strength. He wants to come into this tier 2. They've already taken all the outer towers, so this tier 2 is just to secure. When you take all the outer towers this early, it's relatively easy to split push now, because the enemy team has no advantage in terms of towers, and their map is considerably reduced.
Yeah, exactly. TB wants to farm the triangle as well, also push out the map. So taking out all the outer towers is gonna make it easier for Infinity to punish the side lanes push. And of course, Swen right now at 20 minutes mark, level 20 with the Aghanim Scepter, definitely the time for him to roll. And of course, just keep on finding fights.
Smoke. Let's see. What are they gonna find with this smoke? We have a Yule Center on Mars now, plus the Clumsy Net, but no Blink Dagger, which means he needs the Mirana to kind of initiate it. Oh no, Sven, don't leave the growth ball behind. Actually, who cares? Leave the growth ball behind. What do you need that for? Who is even going to use the growth ball on your team? Crystal Maiden? Rubik? Like, come on.
Rubik?
Rubik next carry. Now, all Rubik has to do then is steal God's Rebuke, then you start building like a real carry.
And also you have the base damage talent, right? But obviously he's not going for that. He went for the 150 health talent.
And the Rubik? Of course, yeah. Why would you ever go for the other? I mean, unless you're Rubik mid. Unless you're Rubik mid, then I can see it. I was just joking. There's definitely not going to be a Rubik carry. I'm sorry. I mean, he just steal meta though. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna see a little meta Rubik. Unless Sexy Fat takes it away from him because he's looking. He sees a poor support and he wants to kill him. But without the Blink Dagger, it's hard to surprise him.
Yeah, I'm really feeling like Sasuke, he needs this Blink Dagger for the initiation. Yeah. Otherwise, it's so hard. It's just so hard for Terrorblade to run down someone without having any help from his teammate.
That's adorable. Look at this little Rubik. I am a Terrorblade. Oh, what the fuck? What? Oh wow! Now when you lose Metamorphosis, you actually lose the buff as well.
The form I saw. Oh, that's the first time I see this.
Yeah, me too. Because if you take like other things that transform you, like Lycan, for example, or whatever, you don't lose it. Oh wow, interesting. Interesting interaction. Never seen that before. Anyway, yeah, you're totally right. By the way, that the Mars needs to take advantage of that Blink Dagger now. Duster, caught out. Should be easy. Oh, maybe not. Duster.
Midas has to run.
Mechans. Yeah, he has a lot more healing still. But yeah, Timbersaw finds him and proceeds to kill him. So I like the point that you make about the Mars, particularly as I just can expand on this, because the advantage you kind of have over the enemy team is that you do have a pretty consistent initiator that can just blink in, be a tank, and also stun you, right? which is what Infinity was lacking until they got Ags on Sven. First of all, now that's not really existent, and second of all, because your Barnes didn't go for Blink Dagger, you didn't really take advantage of this one strength that you had in Midas.
Yeah, that is true. And meanwhile, Infinity.
Yep. Clark Sven turns into Superman and goes in here for Sexy Fat. BKB,
Oh, no.
Buddy is slowed down by the Scotty, and this is where RDO becomes a bit stronger. Where's the help from the CM? She gets Yol Scepter, so you can't actually get a Frostbite off, and now G is actually forced to retreat. They need some help from their team to control the Terrorblade. Where's the Ricky?
no.
Sven will actually just TP under this. They
What
miss
did
him
you-
completely. Ricky gets a kill on Amin in the backlines, and they'll back out now.
Wow, what a juke from Swan. He was just, running around the trees and juking all the spells from Mars. And that's a big loss that they did not get to Swan. What a beautiful play coming out from Nalji. Just using the Stormhammer to run down to the another side of the creep camp, completely kiting the TB around. And once again, TB was just so easily kited because he's so slow. I mean, he's not that slow, but
I mean, he
It
is
just-
quite slow though. He's kind of an aura of death around him. But if you're not near his presence, then it doesn't really matter. Duster's gonna try to TP. Oh, Duster, where you going? Stay in play.
Roshan is available for Infinity right now if they want to get it. Even without a God Strength, they should be able to take this down very quickly. Alright, God Strength is back off cooldown.
I'm gonna go for the Roshan now. That's a good way to ensure that these initiations are a bit more clean for Infinity. Of course, as they pick up more items, it's gonna be much easier for them to initiate. I think alone, after the Manta style, should definitely consider a Nullifier this game.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the go-to item against team that use a lot of force stuff, and especially the crit coming from Pogna. I think that would be pretty good. It helps you a lot. It helps yourself a lot. Also helps the Sven a lot as well.
Yeah, Sven already carries an offensive dispel and the Stormhammer, of course, guys. So let's not forget you already have like a quote-unquote nullifier, so it's not like they need to rush it, but it's a good item regardless. This game. In fact, Sven is even oh no, he's going for a Divine Rapier after Assault Caress. I mean, not crazy. What do you think, by the way, the Terrorblade Butterfly? Because I think this item is actually really clever this game.
Yeah, it's good. He also completed Butterfly straight away, so now Nalji did not see that coming, so he didn't prep for the Monkey King bar as well. That's how you want to use your Butterfly.
Yep.
You always complete in one go, and yeah, that explains why Sven wants to go for the Divine, right? Because he doesn't want to just go for the Monkey King bar.
Yeah.
He knows he wants to go big. It's go big or go home for him.
I agree. I think the Rapier is a better idea, honestly. But with MKB, you might just die twice. And honestly, at this point of the game, if it goes long enough that you've bought the Rapier, it's long enough that if Sven dies twice, because he can't kill the TB, it's over anyway, right? So you might as well Rapier. Honestly, I don't think Rapier is that dangerous an item, especially on Sven. Especially if you have some healing to go with it. I would maybe like it if instead of the Assault Caress, he opted for a Satanic, right? As opposed to the Assault Caress. But I can see the logic behind Assault Caress, as they need to tank up against the Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's just way more aggressive than the Satanic as well, with more armor reduction and also attack speed. And once again, to top out of your, the divine idea is that you have the Superman stun that also gives you one extra hit when you stun someone. So
Or two, right? Because you have Echo Saber.
Yeah, so that's going to be so much valuable. It helps you a lot more in bursting down someone, and it makes it safer as well for your Divine Rapier purchase.
Yeah. That's something actually people miss a lot from the Agus, but one of the strengths of the Agus is particularly that you hit him immediately. That's why Echo Saber is so good on Sven. Mandy is going to be caught, but not killed. They have no way of canceling the TP. Alone's like, I wish I had a Nullifier there. And now G, of course, had to use the Stormhammer to initiate, and that meant that he couldn't really dispel at the crypt. That's why you still need the Nullifier. Because all Pugna needs to do is be patient.
Yeah, and also eventually Pugna is going to go for the Eon DS as well, so...
Okay,
Ooh.
that's Sexy Fat. That was an odd arena. Blood not gonna lie, bit of a zone on arena. It seems like Sexy Fat will be punished for it. Not still dead though, but soon enough, as now G is chasing after him. Stormhammer ready, goes for the TP instead. Ricky needs to get some space, but that Nether Ward is annoying everyone. Sexy Fat finally falls, and oh, they give him a chance to actually come back with a Sunder. Now G's in trouble, even with the Glimmer Cape, he has to reinitiate. He tries the Stormhammer, still has the Aegis in his possession. They stun out the Terrorblade, and this will guarantee the kill. At the cost of your Aegis, but it's fine. That's what you wanted to do. They can't cancel the Chen TP, they're going for Mandy instead. Mandy with the Glimmer Cape gets away. Duster, oh, never mind, they did cancel the TP. They kill him off in the back lines while we were watching this chase. Mandy, what did you think was going to happen up in that high ground, dude? It's a Ricky. It's a Ricky, for God's sake.
I'm so surprised that they actually want to take the fight there. They're so far away from the. I mean, it's good that it's far away from the base, but Sven was still having the Aegis, so it's really tough to bring down the Sven twice in a row, especially once your Sunder is used. There's no fear from Sven anymore to just man-fight the Sven to the TB. Also, TB don't have BKB as well. So he's quite vulnerable to the smoke screens, to the stuns. There are only 7 seconds cooldown on Sven. I still think that TV needs a couple more items to man fight this one, especially the BKB especially.
I mean, that was even a really bad play by Naoji, where he actually walked away and the Sunder was available without BKB, right? And he gave him a free Sunder there. So even with that, they still lose that fight. And I think you're also starting to see the difference between the Riki and the Pugna this game. Like, Pugna's doing nothing compared to the Riki. Similarly, I think Mars' impact this game has been kind of limited compared to the Timbersaw, who has been really impactful the whole time.
Yeah, I think that, you know, directly because of the itemization, he went for use plus hood, and by the time that he's able to delete someone alongside with the Pugna, he did not have the ability to do that. So he missed out a lot of opportunities for quick kills, and of course, without those quick kills, they won't be able to establish the map control that they want to have with the Terror Blade.
Yep.
There's a lot of factors coming in. Oh wait, did they just break their smoke? Okay.
Yeah, I was like, okay, 3 are smoked. I guess Mars broke it, and so did RDO. Maybe RDO's baiting, so that's fine. But Mars shouldn't have broken at all. Luckily, they have no wards here, so the smoke wasn't even necessary. Look, Sexy Fat is so smart, he knew there was no wards. So he's like, ah, right. That's why he broke the smoke, Arthur. He's just not thinking like an AK player.
But anyways, they are going to completely miss their smoke as well, because the entire team of Infinity is all top lane. This is much smart choice. Play away from your base, and always look to force Midas back since you have the ability to do so.
Are they just gonna take the tower up top? Pugna comes in. Why? Offensive
What?
to Crep, of course, gets punished immediately.
What? I think in this case you just couldn't. You just couldn't use the trip.
Careful way, the team fight is continuing actually. Trying to go for the Sven. BKB in time, so they're gonna hit with the arrow, and the stolen arrow from Rakiel actually punishes them. Rakiel even stole the arena there. No, sorry, that was the arena by Sexy Fat, my bad. That's why they're actually doing fine. Alone gets away. I thought he set up both, but no, it was just the arrow. Alone will die because of the Spear of Mars. Well played there, Sexy Fat. Valky needs to get away with a Yule Scepter, and the Timber Chain will complete. To be safe, by the way, you should try always do Timber Chain and Yules in the middle of that, but okay. Midas only loses the Pugna. That could have been much worse for Midas. I was hoping that Infinity would punish that a bit harder. But I guess the arena blood was really good. Apologies for mistaking it for Rubik's.
Well, Rubik's still Sunder as well, so possibly coming in with big plays. And you can tell once again, RTO, he popped the meta, he wants to get killed, but he doesn't have the Disabler to lock down anyone. Roshan may up in another 1.5 minutes, so Roshan is gonna be the biggest objective here for both teams. This is getting harder and harder. I'm starting to believe that maybe Terrorblade wants to consider going for the Abyssal Blade here, so that he can, you know, have a bit of resources for himself to man fight either the Sven or the very elusive Riki. He just offers another choice of shutting them down, but MKB is gonna be his choice. Okay.
Okay. I mean,
He wants more damage, but no Disabler. How are you going to kill anyone?
yeah, MKB's okay, I guess. I mean, yeah, like you said, it's just more damage, but you are lacking disables. Nobody in your team can really buy the disables, right? Because Mandy's too poor. I think Mandy was the kind of hero that you expected to buy Hex a bit later in the game, maybe even a Shiva's, but he can't afford these items. He really can't. He has to go for the cheap items to keep being effective. Otherwise, it's too difficult. And the Sven actually opts for the Daedalus as opposed to the Vibranium. Not a counter to the Butterfly, of course, but more damage, and sometimes you might just be able to cleave through, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the rest of the heroes on my other side are rather you know, squishy. So I'm okay with this pickup. Daedalus is always good. We are seeing more and more Daedalus right now, because teams know that, you know, as long as you win one team fight, you are able to, you know, just take a lot of control for the team. That's why burst damage is starting to get really popular.
Riki, they're gonna find the Duster here. Duster who has no Decrep nearby, so he's gonna die. Alone, next item is Nullifier, by the way. That's gonna be the last real big item for the Bricky. After that, you can get whatever. It doesn't really matter, honestly. That, maybe BKB. But the Nullifier is super important in this game to be able to cancel the Pugna. And to some degree, even the Mars and the Mirana, you know, it cancels everything. Remember, by the way, guys, that Nullifier actually does dispel Force Staffs, for example. So you can't Force Staff out. You'll Force Staff like a very small amount, and then the tick of Nullifier will dispel you from moving. So, quite interesting interaction. Oh, hello. Smoke screen. Pretty useful here to make sure that he can't really do much. He just has to stay in the high ground and ends up dying. The arrow will catch Sven, but who cares at this point? He already got the kill, the gem's on the ground, they just need to get away. Sven will Superman out of the high ground, and they'll even take a free gem here. Without Mars, you have free
Spell
range.
Prism. Oh, Sven is letting go of the Spell Prism. I feel like Spell Prism is such a good item of Sven.
Yeah, I agree, but I really want to give it to the Timber Saw this game.
Yeah, reduces the cooldown of Stormhammer and God Strength. Those are such valuable spells for you to keep spamming in a team fight.
Don't worry, they got Leveler, dude. It's fine. Leveler's much better for this.
Oh, arrow?
He keeps the Sliver. Lotus Orb to help him. The arrow will not do much as the Timber Saw's getting, I think, the spell person now. Oh no, that was Lotus. Actually, don't know what the courier brought him. It's okay. Ricky is stuck? Or they're just pinging him. I'm not really sure. They arrow him. He has a blink strike. So he gets away in time. Now G, meanwhile, trying to slowly push this tower. That's God's Strength from level 25 down, so a bit of extra damage. Tries to kill the creeps. Now G needs to get away. He's forced to use the BKB. The damage is quite high by RDO here. The arena blow will catch Balki. Balki is left alone in the arena. He'll be the scapegoat for this engagement. For now, actually, Balki tanking an impressive amount, but will eventually fall to the TB. They also find the Crystal Maiden, who unfortunately goes to the speed of my grandmother and could not run away despite the martyrdom of Valky.
Well, the cheap damage coming out from the illusions of RDO is just pretty insane. Like just the illusions alone are forcing Sven back off from the high ground siege. So that's pretty big, but they want to do more with this metamorphosis. And luckily for them, Roshan is up. So they should be able to finish off this Roshan. Yes, refresher shot. So metamorphosis can be used twice in a row in one team fight, and it's gonna be really big here for RDO.
Okay, they're taking the Roshan here alone. Wants to come back in. There's a smoke screen trying to prevent the Roshan from happening, but no, it's gonna be Aegis for the Terrorblade. As Duster heals back up, thanks to the help of the Decrepit 5, but here comes the Stormhammer. Sven might be punished for this. Now G is now in the wrong position thanks to the Spider Legs. Terrorblade can just go against him. They have a second Metamorphosis here thanks to the Refresher Shard, and now G needs to run away with that BKB though, slowed down by the Scotty. He just cannot outrun this TP. And the slow man becomes the fastest man in history with the Arena Blood now putting down Balki. He can't even Timber Chain away. Balki's at the mercy completely of this TB, who's still has Sunder and has Aegis. Ricky manages to snag the kill onto the Mirana as RDO finishes off Balki. And Alone will be able to get away here unscathed, but you keep the cheese, you keep the Aegis, and the Terrorblade still alive. And you even forced a buyback on Sven, and a dieback on Balki actually.
There's a pretty huge win. This is the comeback mechanism for Midas that they have been waiting for. Just wait for one good fight for Terrorblade to dish out all the damage potential that he could do. And with the Spider Legs help, it really helped Terrorblade a lot in just running down his opponent. Brother.
Okay,
does not have
walks
buyback.
in, tries to catch this Mars.
Oh no, Sven!
Sven, why are you here with the Ricky trying to help you, I guess? Maybe they can kill Sexy Fat, but can they stop RDO with his 2 lives right now? RDO is being kited around, but the Sven finally hits him with a Scotty, the Stormhammer to give him more space. RDO, though, is committing to the skill. He's like, I don't care. I will sacrifice my life. This Sven is dying today. Nullifier will slow him down slightly. The creeps are actually helping. Now G goes back in, hopes to kill the Piranha. Amin will fall, but now G, you just sacked your own life. I don't give a shit who you kill. You cannot kill RDO. And you just butt back for that.
What a boss RDO is. Just running down Sven immediately from with the Spider Leg. That was the funniest thing that I've seen in a while.
The choice to go for the Spider Legs was a really smart one this game, and keeping them the whole time. But honestly, why would you do that, Sven?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's so far away from his base as well, and he just spent his buyback.
Yeah, exactly. You have 5-second BKB. You know that TB can kill you in a matter of seconds because he deals too much damage now.
Yeah, this might really be the beginning of the comeback for Midas. This is at least 1 lane for Rex, so this is going to equalize the Rex disadvantage of them. And yeah, TB is already reaching the unstoppable force right now. And if you talk about man fight, there's no way Sven can man fight TB anymore.
Let's see, try to go for the Pugna. Pugna will fall here, that's good. But RDO is still alive, Metamorphosis is up at 6. All that matters here is the RDO show. Yeah, Sven is laughing though, because he's like, ha, RDO, you thought you just killed me, you win? My teammates are stronger than me, I will let them tank this for me. RDO, I don't know what the Sunder was, I think that was actually counterproductive, and well, whatever. Activate Satanic, heals back up regardless. Brada, everyone has Ghost Scepter. RDO suffering from the same issues as the Sven, and they will manage to finish off the Chen. Now, with the extra control, RDO could be in trouble.
1 versus 4.
1 versus 4. Is the TB strong enough to beat them 1 versus 4? Apparently, the first life will not be, and that's your meta lost. RDO, I guess he felt bad for the Sven. He's like, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to run down mid, I'm going to lose my whole team, and I will die. Oh my god, why eat the cheese there?
Oh, here's the Thunder cooldown.
Because the Mars is coming here. Okay, maybe the team fight can be turned around still. RDO still has hope, going for Valky. Valky's out of mana completely, but they just use this to run away. He had some hope, but not that much.
Yeah, he also wants to turn around the fight with the Thunder cooldown talent as well. It's been a while since I see any TB player pick up this talent, because most of the TB recently, they always go for the Metamorphosis attack range. But this Thunder cooldown definitely helps you a lot in putting off this, you know, very edgy team fights.
Well, I guess that, you know, if one team throws, the other team will match it at this point. So it's not really anyone's game entirely. It's not fully a comeback if one team cannot play that consistently. Both teams are a bit too eager to finish the game, right? Whereas they just need to take a pause. Like, they had so much time for the Sven to still be dead, and they could have just pushed with their at least 3 or 4 members, right? But I mean, especially with TB's biggest weakness is that your teammates die so easily, and TB is too slow to defend them, right? So TB has to kind of rely on his teammates to get catch.
Yeah, this is where matters. They need to play like a ball. They are being split up a little bit too much here. TB, they really want to just farm. If you are going to die, you want to die around the TB. So the TB, at least TB can help you, salvage the kills and get some cleanup.
Exactly. Like, TB is like an aura of death that just walks around him. It's like, everything in my aura will die. But if your supports are way back, the Timber Sauce can just cut through the TB, ignore him, and go for the supports. Why not, right?
And also Mandy as well. We really haven't seen a lot of contribution of Pugna in the team fight, especially.
He's a support dude.
Yeah, because every single time he just dies first to the Ricky. Thanks to the nullifier, but right now he has the E on this, but still countered by the nullifier. So I feel like Mandy he needs to be hide behind everybody else, and when everyone else spend their BKBs, spend their nullifier, then that's when you want to come out to the fight.
Alright, Moonlight Shadow here by Midas. Let's see if this turns into something nice with the Timber Saw against the wall. Nether Blast, Scotty reducing his healing, and that's actually really easy. Okay, Timber Saw down in a matter of seconds. No buyback, as you mentioned. Now G, the one hit from Scotty might just be enough, but Rakiel was there to protect him, so good job, Rakiel. Still though, RDO, if you activate metas for something, he still has double damage. You actually can't tell because Metamorphosis, but he does have double damage on, as you can see, which helps, of course, pushing. I think that might be why the Timber Saw died so quickly. He's actually pushing its backdoor protection.
Yeah, the DD was just too insane. He's sitting at 700. He's sitting at 700 damage now. Like, imagine if he has a Daedalus, that's gonna be super insane, but thankfully he doesn't. Like what you said, they might want to be patient here.
Careful. That Spear of Mars kind of annoying. Oh, but Rubik takes the real Spear of Mars here. Do they not have any nullifier yet? Nope, activates BKB. That's not gonna help you against the Ghost Scepter, dude. Okay, I mean, Rakiel will die, but that's BKB seemed completely useless.
That's okay, it's a 5-second BKB charges anyways.
I guess, yeah, but now you don't have it for the next push.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I don't know, that seems kind of major because the Sven and Ricky are still available. The Rubik can still buy back if he wants to. If only you had BKB, that Frostfire weren't effective. No, I'm kidding. RDO still has the Reflection to annoy, has the Sunder as well to get ready. There's the Arena Blood. Sven goes in like a madman, catches Mandy, and Mandy's dead yet again. But RDO wants to fight this in the middle of the smoke screen, a bit difficult. Still no BKB, by the way, as the Sven proceeds to decimate everyone in the back lines. Alone, though, finally gets caught with a nice little arrow. Can they finish him off alone? Really close to dying. They need vision. He's actually tricking the Terrorblade. They're just kiting the Terrorblade over and over again. As now, with the Nullifier, they might have an opportunity. In the smoke screen, Terrorblade's too weak. He can Sunder in time. No, G! gives him the opportunity. And Terrorblade heals back up just enough. Is that going to be sufficient though? With a Stormhammer, they'll cancel him. They don't even care about the Sunder. With Sexy Fat dying back here and Duster trying to TP. I mean, you're a Chen. I don't really care if you survive or not. Midas will lose everything here in that engagement, including Mars twice. And this might be the opportunity for Infinity. That Sunder didn't even matter.
You know what? One damn, the team fight the Daedalus on the Swan really did a lot of job there. Just critting out every single one. He just 2-hit the Mars with one crit and one normal hit. The Daedalus was definitely the biggest credit have to go to that. And also when everything was happening, the top lane of the Radiant Crypt pushed all the way to the tier 4 and actually down one tower. So all of a sudden, you know, Midas they lose more than just heroes. They also lost one tier 4 towers as well. Invi rune pick up by Swan, but he doesn't have God Strength for another 20 though. There's a Divine on Terrorblade. Oh, Divine, is this the item that can save them from this such a disadvantage situation? I'm not sure.
We'll see the Divine Rapier. RDO, this is your last chance. You only have one more laner racks left. You don't get any more tries after this one.
Like what you say, there's always a lot of unexpected throws.
You can always throw, yeah, that's true. But like
RDO, he's hoping for that one, definitely. He's hoping for Sven to just jump into a fountain right now with the Superman stunts.
RDO is like, yeah, fuck, we're actually playing against Infinity, not Thunder Predator though. What do we do? Like, they're not gonna throw as consistently. It's okay, it's okay. These guys are young as well. They have hot blood. And the hot blood helps them play stronger and usually more aggressively, but it also helps them lose very often. These things happen. This game can honestly go for anyone. In other regions, I'd be probably rooting for Infinity at this point of the game. I think Infinity would have an advantage, but not in SA. In SA, the game is for anyone. Dota decided to kick me out again. Please, Dota.
It's okay. I'll get... like nothing much is happening. You know, Midas is just pushing out all the wave. And
fix your
Infinity...
bugs,
Infinity, like what you say, they are a disciplined team. So they are waiting for the Roshan to be up. Roshan will be up at another 20 seconds. This will be the 4th Roshan with Refresher Shot, Aghanim Scepter. Who will be the one to be rewarded with the Aghanims? Looks like Rubik should be the choice here, or maybe the Ricky.
I was thinking actually, maybe the Ricky, to be honest. Maybe the Ricky, because the pocket Ricky here with Timbersaw, I can see that being quite powerful, right?
Yeah, and also the Swan as well, right?
Yeah, both good initiations. Well, you don't know what the Ricky Axe does because it's actually a meme. It was made by Reddit, and no joke, Ricky can literally go into your pocket and use tricks to the trade inside of someone. There they go. Who takes the axe? Well, certainly not Ricky because he's stunned still. Valky will walk in and take the axe to the floor. Someone take the axe, please. Oh no, Mars took it. What? They're gonna lose Ricky and Timbersaw and the axe, giving it also to Mars, which is by the way a really good axe.
Prada doing it? Prada? Speed pushing?
Spoilers for pushing, but you're just a CM, dude. You're just a CM. You have to accept it. You did your job. You can die now. It's okay, Prada. Shh. Be quiet. It's gonna be over soon, man. Don't worry about it. There you go. There you go.
Just close your eyes.
Close your eyes, man. The darkness will envelop you. Alright. Well, I am surprised they left the axe on the floor. I thought you know you can pick up axe, put it in your backpack, and it's fine, right? But now I see why Valky has imposter in his name.
Swan was playing this extra safe. He's like, okay, guys, I killed the Roshan, get the Aegis, instantly BKB TP out. Like, instantly. He's playing to the safest.
Yeah, but he's like, I only want the Aegis. I don't need the cheese or the axe, right? And that mistake cost him a lot. The refresher is on the Timbersaw. I don't see the cheese.
Yeah, I don't see the cheese either.
I think they might have consumed it. It's my only
guess.
guess.
Probably. Yeah, most probably.
How does it show items? No cheese. And the eggs, of course, was in the... I think they might have consumed it in that fight. I'm not really sure, you know. Sorry, guys. There's a lot going on with the Arena Blood. A lot of particles, but... The Ags going for Mars. Honestly, pretty great. Like I said, like honestly, one of the best Ags in the game.
Yeah, this is really, really big. You know, like Midas, there are 2 lanes down. There are 2 lanes of Rex down. This Aghanims is going to help Mars push out the wave so much easier. Yep. And of course, taking that away from Infinity as well is just equally as big. That's what at least 4,200 net worth. Yep. Blink on just that.
That's true, actually. Yeah, look at how his net worth increased. He's better than the Ricky now. I mean, you guys can say a lot of things about these games. You know, the throws, they're like low skill, whatever you want to say, but they're certainly entertaining, honestly. You can't watch one of these games and close your eyes because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
38 to 29, 51 minutes in. There's more than a kill per minute easily in this game. You really never know who's going to walk down mid and feed his body last.
This is the game that you don't want to be, you know, taking a 30-second toilet break as well, because you never know what will happen. And I really like RDO, the choice for going for Abyssal Blade. I've been wanting to see this so that right now he has a little bit of proactiveness on himself, on targeting which are the heroes that he wants to go on, and obviously just BKB piercing through Sven's BKB. That's gonna be the biggest one.
Yep, that is the biggest one. You gotta deal with that Sven BKB. If you manage to deal with the Sven when he's BKB in God's Strength, right? It's not too bad. In fact, Sven and Aegis is a very peculiar interaction because you don't really want to use BKB or God's Strength to initiate when you have Aegis because you lose them as you come back, right? So you have to be a bit careful. They can play around with this. They can like bait out the Sven because Sven is kind of useless if you don't get to use that as his ultimates.
Sven is approaching the maximum capacity stage though. He can still update. He can still consume the Aghanim Scepter and then go for another one item, which should be the Satanic. But Satanic against the Skadi, not going to be the greatest as well.
No, of course not. Skadi already reduces your healing. Snippers up. The Crystal Maiden's like, I'm out of here. You're on your own, Balki. Oh, you're dead.
No buyback again, alright. Okay, let's see how they can use this number advantage to their fullest. I feel like, you know, just taking Rex is okay for them as well. They don't really want to take crazy fight, especially with this D1 on Terrorblade, and he has no buyback too.
You wanna
just take the small win. Exactly.
So play it safely. Don't overextend. No, everyone stand back so you can save the TP. Without Timbersaw, they can't cut the. It's either Timbersaw or Ricky has to initiate, right? So in this case, they're gonna go for the TP for now. He still survives this. Has Satanic, by the way, and it's just gonna fight Now G. Now G, that's your first life done. He did use God's Strength that first life, and BKB, so he comes back without either. Airblade can just finish him off. He has an Abyssal Blade, so he stuns suspend immediately. Nullifier will annoy him. Ricky trying to create some space. Nice! He had the refresher the whole time! Surprising with a second God's Strength! Not even TB was hoping for that. Now G! Oh, wow, he baited. He played like he was an idiot. He's like, oh no, my God's Strength is gone. But the refresher shard turns this around, and nobody in Midas was expecting that. Seriously, what a play.
Ooh, I thought Midas had the game right there, man. But the refresher shot really was just catching Ari off guard, and also the Daedalus as well.
Dude. I didn't notice the refresher shot he had in an inventory, right? Because of course that was Infinity. They knew they lost the axe, but they kind of played around. It's like, oh, the refresher shot is still there. Sven and Ricky both had Divine Rapiers, right? Because Ricky took the Terror Blades Divine Rapiers.
Alright, is this game?
I'm joining the pinging. There we go.
Oh, was this 2?
I don't know if with Leveler as well. These. Oh no! What are you doing?
Oh no, man!
Nice.
Mandy.
Bye, Mandy. The TB versus the world. BKB will help him. Sunder onto Now G, but you're still dealing with that Divine Rapier. Quite annoying. Reikyo actually stole Sunder. Uses it to heal Now G alone. Without a Rapier, it hurts a lot, by the way, Mandy, so I would be careful if I were you. They also have Nullifier, Telekinesis. There's a GG. They can't defend this. It's too late. Midas will end up losing this game. They put up a really good fight, but Infinity, they turned this around for like the 15th time, honestly, with a really interesting refresher play. Congratulations, and very well deserved. Well, I mean
such a roller coaster game. I feel like you know the game literally was decided at the very millisecond of Naoji just popping the refresher shot and turning off and turning around. But honestly, you have to give credit to their early movement as well. The way that they shut down Mandy or the mid lane, the way that they exploit the movement of Midas Club, and of course the itemization coming out from Infinity as well. Just kiting terribly perfectly, and also making sure that Pogna doesn't have game. I think shutting down Mandy is one of the biggest winning factor for them. Making sure that Terrorblade is only up to himself for the entire game.
Well, with that game, Infinity managed to tie the series and gain their first win of this tournament as well. They're both going to be tied for last place now, as Infinity and Midas both have one victory. You know, it's the start, right? They still have this tournament still has at least 11 days left, right, on top of today, so they have plenty of time to recover. They're still not completely out, but this is a little bit of a glimmer of hope for both Midas and Infinity as they can build upon this single win. For the last game of today, we're going to have Unknown versus 4 Zoomers. Remember, guys, that we will be... Our names are Mistravel Plus and Arthur Dota. We really appreciate you guys watching us for the duration of this tournament in general. CK Strike is unfortunately not here today, but he'll come back. Don't not worry. I know you guys miss him. Do follow the channel if you enjoy the games, as we will be the official English coverage for all of the games. And by the way, starting on November 24th, we're pretty much going to have 4 match days every single day. So if you appreciate the effort that we're trying to put to give you guys some really quality production for this NA and SA Dota, do hit that follow button. That's all we need. We really don't care about anything else, honestly, so we really appreciate those that support this channel. That's it, guys. It's been a pleasure. My name is Mr. Rebel Plus, here with Arthur Dota. Do check him out on Twitter, Arthur Dotes, or myself, Mr. Rebel Plus. And we'll come back with the last game of the day between Unknown and 4 Zoomers. Until then, guys. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's not very good. 1 second. Hello guys, I know welcome back to the Voice of the Realm. We're here with the final match of the day between Unknown and 4 Zoomers. We apologize, our producer was being an absolute moron and put the wrong score. This Avo Plus guy, idiot, absolute idiot. So we put the right score down. It was actually 1-1. We apologize for the 2-0. It's a bit confusing. That didn't happen. It was a 1-1. And now we have a match between Unknown and 4 Zoomers. Let's see what occurs. We're going to go straight to the draft with Arthur as we are already on the 3rd pick. There we go.
For Zoomers, just
Hello, Arthur.
hello, guys. Very good to be here. Very excited to watch 4 Zoomers vs Unknown. I've heard a lot of good things about 4 Zoomers, but this is the first time me myself cursed the game, and of course Unknown as well. Lots of talented new rising stars and experienced player too. So definitely it should be a pretty exciting game. 4 Zoomers, they are already top on the groups chart. They are undefeated so far. It was pretty unstoppable.
They also 2-0'd Quinseeker, which was very impressive by 4 Zoomers. I am particularly a big fan of this team. I think they have really talented players, but what I like about this team is how creative they are. They really look at Dota in a very different way. I remember when I spoke to them, I actually got a chance to speak to both Husky and Gunner when they were part of Black Sheep. Also Sammy Boy. I got to interview Sammy Boy, but that was a different thing. But I got to speak to them kind of privately, you know, when they were at WCG because I was hosting that, and it was very interesting the way they proposed and they saw the game. Like it was very different to the other pros I was talking to because they didn't really base their ideas on what everyone else was saying. They just had their own ideas and it worked out for them because they knew what they were talking about because they understood Dota at, some would say, a deeper level. In fact, at least Gunnar claimed to me that PPD saw the same thing in him and told him that specifically. Like Gunnar did see the game at a deeper level, which is why they're so creative with their drafts. For now, the draft that we proposed is actually, they're taking off one from Quincy crew, trying to start without the IO. They go with the IO Tusk, which seems to be their offlane combo, together now with the Ogre Magi and Storm Spirit. As Unknown respond with a Spectre, Wind Ranger, Bloodseeker, Undying. Honestly, I like Unknown's draft quite a lot, actually, this team. It's actually pretty decent.
Yeah, I like the opening as well. Undying plus Spectre, really strong lane.
Yep.
And also strong team fight as well. Just press your R, press your Tombstone into Horn, and all of a sudden the entire team fight becomes chaos. But 4 Zoomers, they reacted with a very good pick as well. The Storm Spirit against both Undying and Bloodseeker. You can just totally ignore every tools that they have in the skill set. And of course, Ghana is one of the very, very good Storm Spirit player out there. I'm also liking 4 Zoomers draft, but seems like team fight wise, Unknowns is a little bit more scary when you imagine them popping off all their spells.
Indeed, it is a bit more scary, especially because they have a couple more meta heroes. Like, for example, they managed to get the Spectre for themselves. But for Zoomers, I think the Source pick is actually quite genius, as you mentioned. Not only is he good in Bloodseeker and Dying, but he's also pretty good at catching up the Wind Ranger. Yes, Wind Ranger can shackle you, but if you miss that, which is honestly quite easy, Storm will absolutely murder you, and then you have no more stuns. And Spectre is not going to be able to farm safely any lane, anywhere, as long as Storm is zip-zapping around the map trying to catch up to you. The final pick for 4 Zoomers. Oh, they're going to be an Alk. There's the IO partner, by the way. Not necessarily in lane, but during the game. Because IO Tusk is okay as a lane, but you definitely want the IO with the Alchemist a bit later.
Yeah. So is this going to be a Tusk post tree?
Yes. Or actually quite common in America. Papita was the first person to do it in Infamous, and a bunch of people were like, huh, this Argentinian, he's onto something. And so they started copying it.
Yeah. And this is a classic Sammy Boy Alchemist as well. I've seen Sammy Boy like really like Alchemist a lot when he's up against heroes like Spectre and T-Mage, PL, like all these slower kind of heroes.
Yeah.
Alchemist is definitely the best heroes to punish the greedy lineup. Especially, the Fury timing is if you have a good lane, 10 minutes Fury is not a problem at all. And then after that, you can just keep snowballing. You have Storm Spirit for you to fight for the early game as well.
Okay.
Unknown, we react with the last pick mid Kanka.
Interesting. One of Robotita's best heroes, honestly, the Konka, if not his best. When he first started playing on Infamous, he particularly only played 2 heroes, and everyone made fun of him for that, actually, which were Konka and OD. OD is unviable, so you got the Konka. Decent hero, not the greatest against the Storm, to be honest, but pretty good, particularly against the Alk, right? Because Alk has no ways of getting rid of that annoying X marks the spot, and very good against the IO, because you prevent relocate saves with the X marks the spot rather easily, right?
Another thing is, Konka is one of the heroes that can rush Spirit Wrestler really early on as well.
True.
And have a really good timing on it. So that's what they needed. The one guy that can run around the map, creating space, creating kills. And of course, the Spirit Wrestler is going to help a lot against IO and Alchemist.
Yep. We'll see how this works out for them. Honestly, looking at these drafts, I like what Unknown is doing. I think the draft, I would probably side with them if it wasn't against 4 Zoomers, honestly, because they have the more consistent draft. It seems like they have a clear plan. But when 4 Zoomers drafts, they usually have something in mind, and they wouldn't have drafted like this kind of idea alone. And to be honest, I like that they tried to out-tempo Unknown. They have a really good off lane and a pretty decent safe lane, to be honest. And it's not like Storm is even that harassed in the mid lane. So I'm liking 4 Zoomers draft overall a bit more, considering that this team always has something up their sleeve.
Yeah.
Quick ad, guys, and we'll go right into the game. And we are back. Hello and welcome to the game between Unknown and 4 Zoomers. Let's see how this goes. The early game is particularly important this game because 4 Zoomers was kind of banking on crushing the Spectre early and out-tempoing them with Alchemist.
Yeah, that's why Alchemist lane has to go well for them. He has to get at least a decent Battle Fury timing if he wants to go for that, and then start snowballing with the Battle Fury in terms of farming and then taking objectives. Also, the other side has to go well as well, right? Especially Garner's game, because he's the only playmaker in this game, besides of the Tusk. But Tusk is he comes online rather fast, so I'm not too worried about this synergy coming out from Zoomers. Storm and Tusk can always just play together and create space as a 4-man unit, while Sammy Boy should be spending most of his time in the jungle, all up to Unknown to punish the greedy lineup coming out from Zoomers.
Let's see how... I'm really interested in the bottom lane particularly, honestly. I think this Tusk IO lane is actually quite smart. Because usually IO is a bit weak in the lane because you only offer auto attacks, but that's exactly what Tusk needs, right?
Yeah, the sustain and the trade hits, you always want to trade hit with your enemy, and with your IO there. Oh, IO is actually going for the level 1 overcharge, so...
Yeah, pretty smart, with tag team, why do you need to tether, right? You just overcharge, look at that damage! Usually, Undying is pretty good in the lane, and you secure the lane for the Spectre, but, this is a good combo.
Yeah, he was able to throw down 3 hits with the tag team. That was like, 75 damage in total, so definitely worth it a lot. Especially against the Undying, you don't want to be tethering with the Tuskar and get the and just give away the 2-man decay to Undying. So level 1 overcharge is, like you said, they're very creative as a team, and this is really showing a lot in the creativity and stuff. creativity.
I particularly like the Tusk off lane a lot ever since I saw it from Bapita. By the way, some people were asking, why does 4 Zoomers people without the tag? Because Ocean has never used the 4 Zoomers tag for some reason. So now it works and Zero does as well. So you can see now that they have tags. There's nobody standing in for 4 Zoomers. This is the full team. And the only reason Changes suffered was that Monkeys Forever left the team and they're playing instead with Zero or Do You, who some people may remember from the PPD stack, which is when he was last playing. Nomi, let's see, Zero. A lot of damage
big
here.
decay.
Yeah, Nomi, can he kill him? No, Ocean is now in trouble as well, but he's keeping his distance and it's really hard to completely kill these 2 heroes because every time you decay them and they lose their health, the IO will just heal a bit more. Like with that Fairy Fire, for example, look at how much that healed. Because he's missing 16 strength. He uses Salve, that actually saves him from the last hit from the Spectre. They tried to kill him, thanks to the Thirst from the Tusk, sorry, from the Bloodseeker. But instead they'll find Yadomi with his Ice Shards, and they'll get the first blood, giving it to Ocean.
Ocean, what a player. Just playing to the edge, knowing the limit of himself, you know, Fair Fire, spams. Very well played by him. Also getting the first blood means that the Bracer will be online, another Salve will be sent out, to be more sustained on the lane.
Yeah. Husky, careful though. He's gonna die in the top lane, unfortunately. I was about to say that Husky and Ocean are particularly really standout players to me about this team. I think that supporting is really great, but then Husky goes and commits suicide, so I can no longer praise Husky legally as a caster, unfortunately. But yeah, he's Ogre Magi, he's not really there to secure farm. It's not like the lane here up top is that easy for them. Bloodseeker and Wind Ranger is a really strong lane. So Sammy Boy actually beating the Bloodseeker in terms of last hits is pretty good.
Well, I would even argue that Husky dying there is pretty good because he'll be able to be the free delivery man for Sammy Boy. And as an Augur, if you burn out all your mana and HP, you might as well just suicide somewhere and be a healthy and full HP, full mana status Augur Magi again on the lane. Feels like that's okay. Mid lane Garner putting out a lot of harassment onto Robosita here, forcing Robosita to just X-Mark TB back away.
That was... I mean, you can kind of punish this, right? Because that means the DP is on cooldown, which Gunnar does immediately. He sees this, he's like, alright, try to play it a bit more aggressively, you know, put himself in a difficult position. Because Kunkka now has to play defensively. Because if he dies now with that TP, that's a huge blunder. So Storm can take advantage of this. It's usually what you do when you see the Kunkka try to do these shenanigans.
Yeah, especially Auron is up soon. Oh.
Yeah, Berna does fall in the bottom lane. I actually didn't check that out, but that's exactly the kill they were looking for. And the top lane, they... No, never mind. It's just a bit of harassment. Ogre Magi is actually rotating to the mid lane. But yeah, Zero gets the kill there with attack team level 2. That's your point of inflection at Tusk. You gotta be so careful about attack team level 2. Literally doubles your damage.
Yeah, the offensiveness of Tusker plus IO is really not to be underestimated. Spectre and Undying. You would think that they would be the one dominating this lane, but not at all.
Tusk is too good. Are you liking this Tusk off? I'm loving it. It's completely 100% American, you know? This Tusk off lane.
Alright, once again, look at overcharge.
So much damage with the overcharge. Already level 2. Top lane Bloodseeker has to do the same. He's like, why can't I hit as hard as this Tusk?
I like the recognition there from Zero as well, knowing that he could just punch the Undying down, making sure that Undying, this hero, most of the time you can easily 1 versus 2, but not against the Tusk plus IO. Look at that. Casual harassment.
Yeah, they might actually get the kill on Husky. He's just being ticked down. Blood right. Husky's wasting so much time though by doing this. Like, you force the Bloodseeker out, you're forcing the Wind Ranger out of lane. It seems like a mistake by Husky because he's so far ahead, or like so overextended, but honestly, if this is guaranteed that Sammy Boy has some free farm, even if it's only 3-4 last hits, it's kind of worth it. Yeah, Domi in the bottom lane will die again to the tag team, and Zero has no chill, wants to go for Berna as well.
Yeah, this bottom lane is unstoppable right now. I feel like...
We're playing this after this game, I'm telling you, dude. We're playing one game of Dota, it's just Tusk IO. That's what we're doing.
I mean, for Unknown, they're desperately needing the rotation of Kunkka here. You need to somehow punish this Tusker in IO lane. They're vulnerable. If there's one more guy from Unknown coming to this lane, but if you're talking about purely 2-on-2, there's no chance that Spectre and Undying can fare up against this, especially after Zero hits level 5 on Tusk, the level 3 tag team, and it feels like every single level that Tusk get before level 6 is a small pick for him.
Yeah, that's true. Every single level he's been just guaranteeing a kill and playing super aggressively. Spectre therefore is... I mean, she might not seem so under-farmed, but because she's farming against an Alchemist, she required a much better lane. And now we're already seeing this combination. They're going for the mid lane. Zero has Phase Boot, so he's quite fast. Robofit as the target. There they go. Gunner already playing aggressively. And they're going to try to finish him off. Gunner using the Ghost... Sorry, Zero using the Ghost Ship there. Robofita is not going to be able to survive, though, unfortunately. The Captain Coco's run takes a bit too long. Gunner has the double damage room, wants to go for more, but no, not going to find anything. Gunner sees Wage though. Double damages. Really? Okay. I guess that's a kill then. He had win run. Or
Is he on cooldown? I didn't quite get to see that.
I clicked him right after he died and it wasn't on cooldown, but maybe I clicked him a bit too late and it was just about to come off cooldown.
And bottom
guys in the bottom lane again. I mean, they left him alone against this Tusk murderous maniac, right? So.
Yeah, and mind you, this is a Tusker that is only level 5. Level 6 with the Warrior's Punch is not kicked in yet, and he's already finding so much kills. Imagine what happens after the Warrior's Punch is available. He's going for the drums as well, so maximum tempo control. All he wants to do is to run around with the IO, creating space for the Alchemist. And when Storm gets his basic levels up, he's going for the Kaya next, so he's looking to fight even more alongside the IO and Tusk. Relocate top.
Now they catch Drakeel here, and even though he had the goal of killing them with the Blood Right, didn't really work out. The Rupture was even committed for this Ogre matchup, but Zero is everywhere, dude. This IO Tusk combo. Someone stop this madman. They even got Bloodless, so he actually hits even faster now.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
They're literally everywhere. Like every single minute, you are seeing them making an action, killing or rotating. They even did a smoke gang earlier to the Kunkka's lane and killing him. Like we mentioned that Kunkka is the one that needs to make a rotation to punish the Tusk, but Tusk was way ahead of him.
I don't know how you stop this, honestly. I'm trying to think what you do against Zero, because he's just gonna run you down. There's really nothing to stop him. Go for Yadomi. Ice Shards. And Yadomi's like, nah. Oh, fuck you guys. I'm so done. I'm so done! He can't even live for half a second there. Robofita's even coming in. Finally, they'll be punished for this play. Ocean.
Oh no!
He's left behind. Oh, maybe not with the tether! Oh, goodness. They can't even kill the Ayo of all things.
Oh no! He messed up the X-Mine and Torrent combo.
Oh, that's why.
That was really painful.
I didn't see that. I was just checking the eye of that. That's good. Gunner dies to Drakeel. Drakeel's also looking for a kill here on Husky. Has the thirst.
Could be a double kill for him.
Ogre. No, he evades the Blood Right for now. Yadomi is also nearby. I mean, at least they forced the Alchemist out, I guess, of the lane, but he has all the space in the world to farm. And he's going to go for a build that's very popular these days on the Alch, which is the Battle Fury build.
Yeah, I'll argue that he even enjoy his time more in the jungle than lane.
Yeah, I agree.
He has 3 times Grievous Greed, and you know he's able to farm double stack every single minute. So I'm pretty sure he's much happier than being in the jungle.
Did you see what he just did, Say Boy? Did the double take of like he just sees golems, like, oh my god, golems? And so he guarantees to stack them because the best item, there's the best creeps to get. He actually gets the perfect stack here. Drunkle Summer and golems. You honestly cannot get better stacks. And he even gets the perfect Satyr stack afterward. Wow. Alright, even Ice Frog wants Sammy Boy to win at this point. Meanwhile, by the way, when I was just admiring the stacks, they went for another kill. Ocean's looking for a relocate down bottom. Hello, Spectre! You wanna play? Berna is so done with this combo. Gunner needs to TP. Maybe not, I guess, because Tusk is just defending him here. They have a snowball here. They relocate. Wow, genius. They use the relocate that comes back, you know, the defensive relocate, I guess, to save the Storm Spirit.
And with 4 Zoomers, they're playing really like a team right now. Everyone is on the same page. They're fighting. They're taking the team fights together. They're always playing with the strong heroes as well, which is the Tusk, and also a lot of times just utilizing this relocate coming out from IO for the global presence to pull out all these unexpected gangs. So far, they are doing such a great job in controlling the tempo. And Sammy Boy is what? 100 go away from the Fury, 11-minute Fury timing.
Not bad. I mean, obviously for an Alch is not the greatest. Like, you know, you can get a 9-minute Battle Fury. I've seen it on an Alch. It's not but still impressive considering especially his lane. What I'm more impressed by though is that despite having a Tuskar, he is only 700 gold away from the Alchemist. Seriously, that is insane. Yes, Drums, Phase Boots going for Blink next. Roboceta. I just want to go farm one camp. But he can't. They won't let him. Roboceta keeps trying to get away from the Walrus, but the Walrus of Death will finish him up. Zero gets yet another kill. They might guarantee the kill on Gunner as a result. It's not really that important to them because all they want to do is create space for the Alchemist right now. Tuskar, finally, Zero might die, but the relocate will save him. But the Rupture is finally gone, and they want to go back in. They want to save Husky for now. Look at how unknown they're like. I don't know. I don't know if it's the right fight, honestly. Tag team is ready. Yeah, the Omi will sacrifice himself for the kill, but the rest of his team will just run away because they realize it's not worth it. I'm enjoying this game so much. I'm glad that I love this combo. Tusk is doing so well this game. Such a good idea, this combo.
Is this IO Tusk like a new Magnus and Pierre kind of thing?
No,
like,
it's the first time I've seen it in this tournament. So.
I mean the difficulty to execute this is so low, and it's
right.
I mean I'm not saying that they are not good, but it's just so OP. You just run at someone, click tag team, hit him down, overcharged, easy kill.
Exactly, like that's what I mean. Exactly, you're not insulting the player by saying it's quote unquote easy to play. It's just that it's not like when you have a wombo combo with Snapfire, which there are ways to cancel it. What do you do against a tag team Tusk running at you? Really, you just run away. You play defensively. There's nothing much else. It's very easy to execute, which is a huge thing for this combo.
Yeah,
like guys, you can actually execute this in your pubs. You can try this out if you have friends.
I mean, I'm pretty sure anyone that played the Undying or the Spectre will just tilt.
Yes.
And they'll probably just give up in the lane after 10 minutes. Especially the Undying, like he does not get to play a game. That's the most mentally tiltable moment where you are supposed to own the lane, but in fact you're getting dumpstered in the lane. That's the worst. That's the worst feeling ever.
I'm gonna go and take down the. I tried to go take down the creeps down bottom in the tower as a result. Honestly, nobody wants to face them.
Alchemist is left unchecked all the time. He's halfway through the SNY already. After SNY, probably wants to get something like a Silver Age or BKB, just to follow up to his teammate's tempo. But either way, there's a lot of good space for him to do whatever he wants to do right now.
The tower in the middle lane also seems to fall easily. I mean, it's just they're not really doing anything to rotate. I don't know. I think Unknown is a bit lost right now because they're just trying to avoid this Tusk, but of course because the IO has relocate, you're never safe from the Walrus.
Well, at least one good thing for Unknown is that the pushing tower of 4 Zoomers without Alchemist is not that good. So they are not losing too much towers just yet. But space-wise, definitely they are not farming as much as 4 Zoomers. All of them, just look at all of them just sticking together, trying to survive the IO Tusk combo.
Oh, IO. The will get caught by the Ghost Ship, but the Storm Artist under kill from behind. There's the Hunt. Okay, Tusk actually leaves his partner behind. He's silenced. He needs to heal up with a magic wand. He does it. But Ocean, how do you get away? He tethers, but it's too late. Drakeel, unfortunately, though, will fall to Zero, who doesn't need IO to still hit hard. Zero has been ruptured. They kill off Gunner as well, and Zero just needs to get away. But the Elk, with the Ochre Magi, wants to help out the Tusk. This match is not quite over. A lot of cockiness coming in from Unknown, underestimating the power of the Elk, who's here to fight. Goes for Roboceta with a tag team. Roboceta ceases to exist. Berna is looking for the counter kill here on Husky. Is it a bit too late? Wage is committing for this. They get a Fire Blast, and Husky will end up falling to the Spectral Dagger.
Big team fight coming from both sides. It should be a 3-for-3 trade overall. But the biggest winner is definitely for Zoomers here as Sammy Boy. The first time he joins team fight, he gets 2 kills, 0. Jumps back into the Bloodseeker. This is a Dayseeker. Conveniently getting the tower as well. This should enlarge the goal lead to 10k in 16 minutes. And it will be so. There's still 3 bounty runes left untaken as well. Guys, bounty rune for Alchemist.
Yes. Get the bounties, please. Alk wants gold. Where are my slaves? Go. Get the bounties. Sammy Boy is farming. Come on. Ogre Magi is the only one because Io decided that he's half a carry this game because he's obviously the combo with Tusk. So it's only Ogre Magi picking up everything around the map, creating stacks, getting the bounty runes.
Husky say, I will serve you, my master.
I mean, he knows, right? Husky understands that he's the complete pause 5 because Ocean has given up on helping out the Alchemist. Ocean is here for one purpose and one purpose only, that's 0. And Alchemist, by the way, we haven't really talked about him in a while because Tusk is so flashy, but he already completed the Battle Fury a while ago, 5 minutes ago to be exact. He has the Sanjin Yasha and is inching towards that MKB.
Yeah, I like this MKB pickup. It's definitely the most cost damage effective damage item right now in the entire Dota phase. It helps you take down towers, cube heroes, take down objectives, Roshan as well. Overall, a very good item for you to push your tempo if you are looking to play fast. Meanwhile, Garner approaching his Bloodstone very soon, should be looking at the 18 minutes Bloodstone timing. Has the Growth Bow as well. Can this get any better for Storm?
Let's see, yellow base, snowball, catch him. And, okay, I don't even have time to cast it. Alright, yellow base is dead. Goodbye. Alchemist wants to join in. I don't know if this is the best kill. Ayo's not really the target you want to go for. Look at all the rest of 4 Zoomers. The cavalry's here with the Haunt. It's not going to do much but kill Ocean. Yeah, you guarantee the kill on Ocean, but Saibo's already far too farmed. They finish off their kill. Yadomi comes in towards the end to feed a second life. Your name is Undying, dude, but you're doing exactly the opposite right now. Goodbye. And the Tusk still wants to catch out the Spectre. With the Storm Spirit, it's impossible for Spectre to get away. And the second tag team, they'll sentence her to death.
Oh boy, not only this is a team wipe, but this is also 5 Bloodstone charges for Garner as well. Literally, the next second after he completed his Bloodstone, the fight happens and clean up everybody and get 5 charges. Looking unstoppable for Zoomers now. I'm not sure how Unknown can come back to this because most of the time when you're behind, you want to take like 4 versus 5 fight. You want to take 3 versus 5 fight. You want to gain some advantage with outnumbering. But Zoomers, they're always together as well. You have the IO effect, and it's just so hard for them to burst down anyone.
Even as you mentioned, the Alchemist is quite fast as well. They have the Bloodlust buffs to give everyone movement speed. Like, this is a well thought out plan. I know we've been concentrating a lot on the Tusk and the IO, but it's the whole thing that they envisioned. A really strong tempo carry like the Alchemist with incredible space creators on the Tusk IO against the Spectre lane, of course, as a counter to that. And even with the Ogre Magic to make sure everyone has the extra attack speed and movement speed. Very well played. So I was telling you, the drafts for Zoomers are always really solid. Oh, nice Torrent. But look, they can just run at you. They don't even care about the blood, right? The Storm is insane. Gunner goes in. Okay. He has Aegis, so it's fine. He's just carrying space here. Seriously, if he dies, it's okay. They just want to destroy the Tombstone first. There's the Snowball. Ayo is actually joining in with the Alk here, with the Overcharge. Zero is no longer the main target. You gotta stop the Alk now. And what are you gonna do? Torrent is good. I mean, you're keeping him in place, but you're not dealing him any damage. And Roboceta is about to lose his BKB. Here comes the Storm. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Roboceta.
I mean, you can do all the double shaker all you want, but there's no damage ejection going, following up for that. And DD room is gonna get picked up by Storm. There's just no damage coming out from Unknown whatsoever. Spectre had a really terrible early game. That's why all he wants to do is to...
Look, another relocate.
Alright.
It's just impossible.
No.
Yeah, Sammy Boy is going to come in here. He has the Unstable Concoction ready. The Tusk is even ready. You don't have a safe place in the whole map.
No, you don't. There's so many people for them to set up kills. Like right now, Ocean is always on Sammy Boy. Yes. It means that Tusk can just utilize the Blink Jacket and set up kills on the left side. Meanwhile, Husky on the right side, just one stun into relocate. Yep. Not to mention, Garner will will always be there with the Ball Lightning Zip. No way is safe. You literally have to find farm, and you have to hug as a 4-man unit all the time just for one wave of creeps.
Yeah. How's he getting all the hits being an MKB hit? What the hell? Yeah, you're totally right. It's It's just the whole lineup is meant to choke you to death, and if you don't have a team that is like can take a breather, like if this team was, for example, Infamous, who I know has a really solid captaining squad, right? For example, not that Unknown doesn't, but Unknown has faltered under pressure before. And when you get choked to this degree, it's really difficult to think of a plan to come back because you're just feeling stress all the time. You just want to call the GG because you're like, this game we're getting stomped. It feels so terrible. It's a lot of psychological damage this lineup does. Okay, the Hunt, let's see what this can do. For now, they are concentrating on the Ogre Magi, and the Ogre Magi will follow the Ayu as well. Not a bad initiation here is what they were looking for the whole time. Can the Alk still man fight them? Sammy Boy has the BKB, goes for Roboteta, but the Tombstone is slowing him down, instead concentrating on Widge, going for the supports alone. Unstable Concoction, Sammy Boy. They know Drakil's around. They give vision of him with the Snowball. They have a ward there as well. With Solar Crest, they guarantee the kill on Drakil and finish off as well Yadomi. Ends up being a win for 4 Zoomers, but that's the best team fight Unknown could muster, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they got 2 support skills, and that's honestly the most that they can get. There's no way you kill Alchemist with the BKB right now, and of course Storm has the Aegis too. They did a huge wrap around and they killed the Io first, which is a dream start that they can hope for. But unfortunately, because of how much Zumi is leading right now, there are a couple of items ahead, and it's just really hard to deal with Alchemist that is 2 items ahead of your carry.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that. Solar Crest. Is this Solar Crest? Yes, it is.
Yes, there is. Solar Crest plus, he doesn't have Bloodlust on, so that's the Solar Crest plus the Overcharge. And of course the Chemical Rage. Oh, Ocean left, but I don't think Sammy Boy is killable, if I'm honest with you. Nice ice shot, just in case. Roboceta. Oh my goodness, what are these?
Oh man. This lineup from Ball Zoomers, you can tell that they have theory crafted this. They know exactly what they want to do with the very first Tusk plus IO opening. It's all set up.
0. Snowball. Okay. There's the help of the ghost ship. They send back 0. 0 is gonna be in trouble. He's going to fall. Already not. A lot of healing from the IO. The Snowball to keep him alive. Never mind the counter nation by 4 Zoomers. 0 still alive. The guy that saw the Tombstone, and 0. Again, they gotta wake so many resources just to kill this Tusk and Io. Storm wasn't even joining in this fight, and Sammy Boy doesn't even seem concerned with the team. Now Storm finally joins. He has Axe, by the way. He catches 3, and Sammy Boy will finish them off. Even with the loss of the Tusk, you still gotta deal with this insane Alchemist, and with Gunner, who, by the way, we haven't talked about him in a while, but he has Bloodstone Axe as his build.
Such a smart pickup on the Axe, because he knows that all he wants to do is team fight right now, so he doesn't need the Orchid for the solo kill potential whatsoever. All he needs to do is to provide the AoE stun for Alchemist to clean up.
Yep.
Like, all of them are on the same page now, and it's tough not to like the concept of their game. Like in the very early of the drafting phase, you say that this is a team with a lot of creativity. They see the game differently with anyone else, and this is how they punish the teams that is opting for a rather greedy lineup, because this is the second big Spectre, mind you all.
Yeah, exactly. It's the way to cancel. That's why I wanted to concentrate on, actually. Ocean's going for another kill on the flex. No, but Hailful, Io, the Snowball to ensure that Relocated will return him back. How much does he have? 2 more seconds. Yeah, he should be fine. Tether again, and goodbye. Sometimes you try things out, they don't work out. It's okay. So when we were talking about the draft, more or less, we understand that obviously, as we mentioned earlier in the draft, obviously, Tusk offlane is something that was invented, particularly I think in North America. The first team I saw was Infamous playing it. It's not uncommon. IO is somewhat popular, but a lot of people have been punishing the IO opening, particularly by Quincycre, right? So the Zoomers improved upon it, and they built upon the IO Tusk. It's not just this simple combo. It's all the team they have around it. It's a very, very well thought out idea. Not the most novel thing in the world. I'm not saying these are Wings 2.0, but you know, it's a really decent combo. Very respectful.
Yeah, definitely, and it's really tough to counter as well. Like, this is one of the... Okay, wait, Sammy Boy.
I gotta respect the known though for not calling the GG. They're
That's true.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of fight that I thought, you know, after it over, I would expect a GG coming out from it, especially the bottom, especially the bottom wrap around.
They're using this game probably to think about the next, I would say. I don't think you can really come back this game, but you can think about the next. Especially to have to deal with this combo. Snowball, nice. 0 is also consistently good, by the way. Oh, they relocate.
Oh,
Support saving supports. And the Ice Shards actually almost Stops Robofeta. Here comes Gunner. But Gunner only catches Wizdeer. Not ideal. However, Sunny Boy will just finish off Spectre at this rate. Spectre dying to Sunny Boy alone. They finish off Gunner though because Gunner bit off a bit more than he could chew. And now the Bloodseeker with too much confidence tries to chase after Ocean but dies in the process. Robofeta, beautiful ice shards, forces him down to the high ground, to the low ground, sorry. And you have 50 seconds without the enemy mid laner, 40 without their carry, 40 without their off laner, the supports, one of them is dead. Wind Ranger, how are you going to defend this? I think you might now want to say GG.
Yeah, and GG will be called right after you say that.
It's just... That's because they're listening to me, obviously. Yeah, don't mean now we're friends. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Zero on this Tusker is the one that, you know, the one machine immortal that really kickstart what Zoomers want to achieve here. And of course, you know, after the Blink Dagger, he opted for a Solar Crest, which further amplify the damage that the Alchemist can do, and of course keep him alive as well. 11, 0, and 9, Sammy Boy, just putting all the farm into useful items and eventually carrying his team, of course. But the MVP, that if you guys are wondering who, is definitely the Tusk and IO. This duo is definitely the one that's setting everything up for the team.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, honestly. It was just the perfect draft by Zoomers. They found a really good way to counter the Spectre. Honestly, this opening, I didn't expect to be that strong. I think it was a good idea because when you pick up a Tusk and IO, particularly against an Undying, it gives Unknown a lot of confidence because they obviously had last pick this game. And so like, oh, okay, we can just go for the Spectre, right? Because we have the advantage, we can get 3 bans against it. It seems pretty easy, but they fell into the trap, right? They felt overconfident because of the Undying pick, because he is a really good laner, and you're up against 2 strength heroes. Even if they run him offlane, how powerful can it be? Well, now you know. Now
Yeah, well-deserved victory from Forcemus, very creative as well. I think if you guys are looking to learn something from this, you know, this is something definitely you can run, you know, pops as well, and should be pretty effective, to be honest.
We'll see now, as Force Zoomers needs to play at least one more game. Can they stay undefeated in this tournament as they have to duke it out against Unknown a second time? We'll see very, very shortly. My name is Mr. Ava Plus. I'm here with Arthur Dota. Hope you enjoyed the stream. If you did, please give us a follow. And we'll be right back with game number 2 of the final series of the day.
Hello, and welcome back for the last time today to The Voice of the Realm, where your nightly shitty Dota podcast, where we cast the wonderful tournament that is Realms Collide 2 Burning Darkness. My name is Mr. Travel Plus, or Alvaro Sanchez, as your host. And joining me today, we actually have a special guest straight from SEA as we get into the draft. He goes by the name of Arthur. Hello. How are you doing, my good friend, Arthur?
Hello guys, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Time flies. It's our last game for the day already, and for Zoomers came in with a very surprising openings. IO plus TAS once again. If any of you missed it, you definitely want to check out the replay. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah.
And we're at the second game now. For Zoomers, they get the respect ban on the IO, and they go
Yeah.
right back to the Slada that they have been absolutely crushing with.
Two respect bans already in the supports, right? Particularly the Chen, the Io, getting rid of anything that enables their lanes particularly interesting, right? They thought they had a way to counter the IO. They got shown that it wasn't. But even if you leave the IO, first of all, this game, the Zoomers actually has an advantage because they actually have last pick. So you have the advantage in both in the first phase and overall in the game. Unknown that we'll start with Crystal Maid and Mars, which is an okay starter, doesn't say much. Whereas for Zoomers, much more. What I like about for Zoomers is that their drafting is strong. You know, they show picks and they know they're going to work well with them. And the Rubik Slardar, particularly good lane, right? If you lane them together, great. If Slardar gets countered in the lane, which might happen, Drow Ranger, stuff like that, no problem. You just move into Husky 5 because they've played it multiple times and it works fine too. So it's a really strong opener by 4 Zoomers.
Yeah, you know what? A couple of months before, I think I've seen Garner play the Slada on mid as well.
He did, yes. In ESL, he did play Slaughter mid once or twice, I believe. So he actually is full flex. At least recently, we've been seeing him much more on Husky and Zero. Like, those are the two heroes, or like the two guys that play the Slaughter. Of course, you can protect him, and they are getting rid of some of the stronger laners against Slaughter. The Sven, the Troll Warlord, maybe the Drow as well.
I mean, if they want to pick the Drow, they could do it. They have the next pick following up.
Yeah, exactly.
After the ban, so they could try to snatch a carry away from Unknown here if they wish to do so, or they could just pick another Husky hero to fit on the 5 role, and just wait out and see what happens on the Unknown side.
I might wait on the Husky hero a bit to see if we can flex the Slaughter, right? Because you don't know it's still one Unknown. I mean, it depends, I guess. It depends on how much you want to go in the bans. Like if you're about the Drow Ranger, sure, then maybe you can pick Husky's hero afterwards. But if not, I think opening up with the option of a potential flex on Slaughter is kind of important. Because if this hero loses the lane, he feels a bit weak.
That's true. I also about the Drow, I like it a lot because you are fighting against Mars.
Yeah.
It do pretty well against the Mars on the lane especially. And if you pick Drow there, you can also open up with Venge Drow combo, which synergizes a lot with Slada too. So that's the two heroes pick that can synergize a lot with the Rubik plus Slada. And with the Spectre ban,
I see, so maybe the Drow? Oh no, the Ogre Magic.
Right,
okay.
mind.
So they unflex the Slaughter here, or I mean, he still flex as an offlane or mid, of course, but he is not going to be playing boss 5 most likely as the Ogre Magic gets picked. And Unknown now has the option. With the Spectre ban and everything, it almost seems like they're baiting out the Drow, like saying, all right, come on, pick it. We have an option for it.
Yeah, it's dangerous though because if they ban the spec and don't take the Drow, and Unknown could very well just take the Drow.
That's what I was thinking as well, right? They have a pretty decent lineup.
All the Drow counters are getting banned out. The Nyx, PA, Storm, everything is banned out. It's such a good Drow game, especially when you pair against the Mars as well.
Yep. You might wait. Let's see how greedy Unknown is, of course. Because obviously, ideal for Unknown, you pick it up as your last pick of this phase. They go for the Drow immediately. Yeah, there we go. It's still good. It's still good here. But now we're going to see what 4 Zoomers had in store. Because if they ban the Spectre and not the Drow here, they had a plan in mind, clearly. Because Spectre loses her lane to Slardar, right? So there's something brewing here for 4 Zoomers that we're not quite seeing. We still have a couple options to deal with the Drow. Ricky is particularly one of them. Really good option, actually. Especially because you already have the Slardar.
Yep.
And Ricky's also pretty decent against Mars as well.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of ways to get out of the arena. Blood, laning is decent as well.
That's not true, actually. I think it sucks against Mars, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah. I've seen Ricky getting destroyed, especially in the mid lane. Like, if you run Ricky mid and Mars just goes mid instead, you get destroyed. But afterwards, you're fine. So it's really the mid game where Ricky starts to get advantage there.
Yeah. Also, if they want to switch something up to go a little bit more defensive and late game oriented, they could also go for the Outwarden if they wish to do so.
True. Or even Naga Siren, which is pretty good against Drow too.
No, that's okay too, yeah. Faceless Sword is still in the pool as well.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of Faceless Void versus Drow because I think that it's kind of hard to execute that. Oh.
Lone Druid.
Okay. Lone Druid. Interesting choice. I mean, not bad against Drow, to be honest. Because because Drow deals with low armor or low HP, high armor heroes. Lone Druid is a high HP, low armor hero because his agility gain is pretty bad, to be honest. It's great with Ogre Magi. It's pretty good with Slardar. Ups your tempo a bit. I don't disagree, but I want to see where they're taking this, though. I don't really know what the Lone Druid is supposed to.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Lone Druid against Drow Ranger matchups, so I couldn't really tell. But I could say that they have pretty good synergies with the bear as well. You have Augur, you have the Augur buff, you have the corrosive haste, so a lot of damage amplification onto Lone Druid, and Unknown is gonna react with Timber Saw.
Interesting. Yeah, because Lone Druid, obviously Lone Druid is really good against the Mars here. It's
Yeah.
part of the reason why they pick him as well. Really good lane against Mars because the Mars can only protect against one of you, right? And in early game you kind of harass with both, which is pretty nice. But it's not like Timbersaw is much better either against a Lone Druid. You have a tough time once the bear gets enough levels, and your Whirling Death does nothing to the bear because he has no stats, of course.
Exactly.
Tough. With Lone Druid, part of the reason why you pick this hero always is because your laning is so good. Aside maybe like up there with Troll and Drow, you're one of the best laning carries in general. So it's really, really tough to counter this hero in the lane.
Also, the fact that you can just put Lone Druid to solo up against Timber Saw in the lane, it frees up Augur Magi to do whatever he wants to onto the map. Control runes, stack ancients, or just rotate around the mid lane and bottom lane as well. So Augur Magi on Husky, he should be able to do a lot of stuff in the early game because he doesn't have to just stay in the lane and protect Lone Druid. I'm wondering if Unknown wants to flex the Mars to the mid lane.
Maybe. Right now, there's not much
Yeah.
reason to do. It depends, right? Because Lone Druid can also just follow you there, also, right? Which is a bit of a difficulty. Not like the hero. The hero is not locked to any lane. Lone Druid can go anywhere, really, as long as he plays
either way,
core.
Lone Druid should fare pretty well in the lane against both Mars or Timber Saw.
Yep.
That's why I'm not too sure what is the purpose of Timber Saw right here.
Yeah, I don't really get the Timbersaw pick, to be honest. I don't know. I can't even tell what position he's supposed to be playing.
That's right. Exactly. It feels like it's not a Timber Saw game. Like it's not a good Timber Saw game. You're up against Slada, Rubik is a pretty good Timber Saw counter as well.
Yep. Against Lone Druid as well, not the greatest because the Savage Roar can really punish you. The recent nerfs to Lone Druid make it so that Savage Roar will not work if your unit is silenced or stunned, right? So whatever unit is silenced or stunned, him or the bear, they won't actually trigger Savage Roar, even if the other one uses it. However, that means that this is 90% of the time that's on the bear because he's using Mask of Madness or because he's stunned when he's starting to attack, whatever. Lone Druid can just Savage Roar you if you try to catch, right? So heroes that can break that and heroes can go right at Lone Druid are not that strong if they don't have any stuns because they can't prevent the Savage Roar from just kicking you away. So I'm very surprised by the Timbersaw pick. I'm so confused by the Unknown draft. I like the Drow, Mars, and Crystal Maiden. It seems nice. I just don't know where the Timbersaw is going. And now I'm hard pressed to understand what the last pick is going to be.
Yeah, maybe it's just a synergy hero for Unknown. You have two really strong frontline hero to protect the Drow Ranger. And maybe that's what they want to play. Just put two heroes that can run into 4 Zoomers, and then they have 3, just spellcaster behind doing their job. And is this the perfect Pangolier pick for 4 Zoomers here on Ghana? You have really good synergy.
It's a pretty good Pango pick.
You have really good synergy with Slada with the armor reduction, and of course, Pangolier versus Drow Ranger, Pangolier versus Ring Ranger, the lucky shot. The roll is gonna just destroy the formation of Unknown with Drow.
Yeah, but the lane against Mars is a bit weak. Maybe that's why they're not considering it entirely, right? Because even Unknown was a bit unsure as to what 4 Zoomers, like where they're running the Lone Druid, right? Maybe it's because of the Mars. Because obviously, it looks like to me, at least right now, the Mars is going mid. And that's a bit weak. Mpango's a bit weak against Mars. Because he's a really strong laner against most melee heroes, just due to the virtue of your God's Rebuke, of course.
That's true. Wind Ranger. Do you think this could be a Wind Ranger 3 and a Mars 4? That could still be that.
And what, you put the Timbersaw
right?
mid?
I think it depends on what 4 Zoomers last pick here.
Right, exactly.
Because there's a lot of flexibility.
And 4 Zoomers taking their time. They're as confused as us. Like, what is the Timbersaw? What is this Timbersaw?
Yeah, they're just trying to bait the caster to just talk about stupid stuff.
No, this is the
But
Ricky.
Ricky.
Yeah, it is a really good pickup. It's actually even better against Timbersaw as well. And they're going to run Ricky carry, Lone Druid mid. Okay, that makes sense. So, okay, you're right, actually. Yeah, they're going to run the Mars the 5, actually. Crystal Maiden 4. Wind Ranger mid. Drow Ranger carry, Timbersaw off lane. What?
Alright.
Oh, Okay. And then the
But yeah,
Ricky
I
just
mean-
counters the Timbersaw now. In the lane. Pretty good actual lane counter for Timbersaw.
But you are also playing 2 melee heroes into Timbersaw as well. That's something that I worry about.
Yeah, I guess, but I think
but-
you have really good answers
yeah.
for it.
Yeah. When you step into the mid game, with the corrosive haze, with the lone druid build, you have a lot of good answers for Timbersaw. So I feel like this is the one of the game that you can just completely ignore Timbersaw, and then when it comes to mid game, Timbersaw will just be a non-factor.
Yeah, that's the idea.
It
Exactly.
seems like both.
The Wind Ranger versus Lone Druid matchup is an interesting one. Let's see how Robotheta plays that one, because that is certainly not as fair for Lone Druid, as the Wind Run will prevent most of the damage Lone Druid can deal in the early game, but Lone Druid still has superior last-hitting power. We'll see soon enough. As Unknown versus 4 Zoomers, the last game of the day is going to become underway in just a minute. Before so, though, we're going to put a quick ad, and we'll be right back with the last game between Unknown and 4 Zoomers. Until then, guys. All right, and we're back. Hello. How you doing? Welcome.
I'm good.
I'm
I'm a
asking
big
you, I'm
Rubik-
asking the audience. I don't care about how you're doing, Arthur. Jeez.
Oh my god, it's the last game and you hurt me like that. But anyways,
Exactly, that's what,
I still want
exactly
to
why.
I'm a big Rubik fan, and Ocean is a master tier Rubik, so definitely a pleasure to watch.
Yeah.
This
Is
is
it-
why they prioritize the Rubik a lot, because when your team has such a strong Rubik player, you almost always want to have in on the Rubik.
To be honest, though, I have seen Ocean a lot, and even though he is a good Rubik player, I've seen him play the hero once or twice. He's mostly on the Earth Spirit, the Tusk, his hero pool. The few heroes he plays, I don't think his hero pool is the most expensive in the world. It's kind of decent though, but the heroes he plays, he's really good on. His Earth Spirit is also like from another world. He's a very solid. He's one of those very mechanical fours, like the Chinese supports very often, where his role is entirely to just be a space maker and a playmaker.
Yeah, that's true. It reminds like you have this very defined style of play that everybody just knows.
Yeah.
It reminds a lot of like someone like FY.
Yeah, it's very
Fade
similar,
from the
right?
Ch-
Yeah,
from the-
very
from the
mechanically
China, yeah,
skilled
yeah.
supports. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because those of you that don't actually know, by the way, or haven't followed the history of Dota, a lot of the mechanical supports originally, back when Dota was starting, Dota 2 was starting, actually came from China. That's where the position of like a very mechanical support kind of came from. In Europe, a lot of supports were just considered, more of the thinking types, the captains, etc., etc. Yadomi
That's true. Yeah.
might fall here. The Slithering Crush does camp with a bit of a slow. Nice frost arrows from Berna though, giving him space. And of course, you have two melee heroes, two big lumbering melee heroes trying to chase after them.
Very good recognition there. Just put 3 men onto the bottom side, and Yadomi post 5 Mars. Don't really see this every day, but I really want to see what magic can Yadomi do here.
Yeah.
The Undying experience wasn't pleasant at all, so hopefully this Mars will be much better than last game for Yadomi.
I would be. What I'm surprised most about this game is that they decide not necessarily the Mars support, but that the Mars is playing 5, right? Not 4. So I don't know if that's because Widge can play Mars and like Mars 4, and that's why they decide to just swap roles for this game, or if it's literally that they think that Crystal Maiden 4 is more important this game. We'll see. I mean, at this point though, they're forcing a trial in, which allows the Ricky to solo the Timbersaw, which is kind of perfect for Sammy Boy because he wants that ideally. And the Lone Druid will also not have any interference in this matchup mid.
Yeah, it was a really good move by the supports from Paul Zumes as well. Ocean is putting the creep wave while Husky is blocking the big camp. So this would completely disrupt the laning phase, the creep equilibrium of Unknown, and they have no ways to regain their creep equilibrium now. So that's going to be really tough for Dark Angel to farm.
Yeah, that's very true actually. In the Starlin versus Starlin, Slaughter gets much more benefit out of it. Because Slaughter, it's not so much that he wants to dominate his lane, he's a hero that just wants to stay at a similar GPM as the enemy carry, right? So you can always man fight him and, well, not lose, right? And as long as you're just reducing Drow's GPM, you're quite happy with how this is going. They have to do a single pull just to be able to regain some control over the lane.
Yep. I mean, Slaughter against Drow, he's not supposed to win, but as you said, if he gets equal farm, he's more than happy already. Oh, Yadomi?
I think he's fine though. Look, this is not good enough. Oh, Ocean.
There's another Nova
Nice,
coming
Crystal
soon,
Nova, there we
and
go.
he will get it.
I got it. Which, strong enough. This is why you get the pause for Crystal Main and you give her first blood. Now you go for Crystallis.
And then you just hope for, you know, level 20 talent.
Yeah, exactly.
Get
You're
to
almost
the
there, dude. You're almost
200
there.
attack speed.
Yeah. Crystal
Easy
Maiden, this
carry.
dude is gonna carry this game easy. Drow Ranger will just be there for the aura. That's what they actually picked her for. The true carry is Crystal Maiden. I mean, it's a good start. I already said that Slaughter lane is actually pretty bad against Drow, so it's no surprise that this lane is gonna go Drow favored. Your goal is not so much that the lane is you're gonna win the lane. Your goal is much more to just reduce Drow's farm overall.
Yeah, you just get to your item timing, you know. As long as you get like 15 minutes, 60 minutes, or any time before that, dagger timing would be really fun.
Yep.
And top lane, you can tell that, you know, Sammy Boy is taking a lot of pressure here from Jakel.
Yeah, Samboy, I mean, yeah, he's
PS-wise-
pressured, but he's fine, right? He has good experience,
Yeah.
good assets.
I mean, everything would be pretty 50-50 until like Timbersaw hits the level 6 timing with the Chakram.
Yep.
That's when he'll be really able to kick Sammy Boy off the lane. But before that, as long as Sammy Boy gets bombed, he should be happy enough. This would be a rather slow game compared to the first one though, because
For sure.
both Ricky and Lone Druid would need quite a bit of time to come online, as well as Slaughter too.
You trying to play around the timing though, because they actually have very similar timings, which is something I think Force Rumors definitely considered. Around the same time that Slaughter gets his Blink Dagger, Ricky should have his Diffusal Blade, and the Lone Druid should have Mask of Madness plus that's later if you go for that build, or Mask of Madness MKP if you go for that one. Relatively easily, right? Like it's very similar tempo for these three heroes, which allows them to kind of play with a very explosive draft. And Drow sucks against these kind of drafts. I explained this when I actually did a bit of replay analysis, but Drow is not a hero that has that kind of explosion either, except for level 6. That's her only peak, really. Zero dies here to the Spear. But the top lane, they're also trying to do the same against Drakeel. I don't think, though, you're going to manage. They have Fire Blast, a lot of harassment, but that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you want to attempt on trying to kill this Timbersaw. I think there's more possibility that you get counter killed than killing Timbersaw himself. Especially Husky needs to be really, really careful, especially when he zone Timbersaw in the tree lines. That's when you really don't want to be fighting Timbersaw. But yeah, as you said, bottom lane, Drow, you know, not the most explosive hero, but as long as you get a decent start, as long as you AFK in a triangle for a couple of good minutes, you'll be able to get your basic items up, and that's when you become strong. When the Dragon Lance is up, when the Yasha is up. Which,
But it's
on
it's
the
not
other hand,
as big. Oh, yeah, Wish is going to die here. Oh, maybe not. Actually, the God's Rebuke, they had a Fable to snipe him, and Yadomi might be in trouble. No points in Bash yet for Zero, though. Went for the full Slithering Crush build. They actually do see this build quite often against Drow Ranger particularly. And he's going to use his body to body block Yadomi. He dances with a Slardar, but I think Slardar is going to win this matchup.
yeah, 0 points on Bash because knowing that he won't be able to get close to the Drow anyways, especially when Mars is always around for the spear to push back. So yeah, going for the Guardian Sprint, making his presence known on the side lanes, on controlling the runes, that would be a pretty good option too. But was something that I really worried for Zuma's support is that because of the tri lane, their XP is heavily influenced. Impact Ocean is only level 2, and Husky on the other side level 2 as well.
We compared to the Ocean just reached level 3. But the enemy supports are very similar though, right? Like there's not like they're having a huge time either. And you have Mars and Crystal Maiden. I mean, I can't really gauge the Mars support to be honest with you, but Crystal Maiden definitely is meant to win the lanes relatively easily. And Zero's already been kicked out of the lane. That's what sucks though. The Slaughter can no longer lane against the Drow Ranger. I think she was being chased by Crystal Maiden. Leaves finally, Roboceta. They get a lucky tank like Claws. Nice damage her by Gunner. prevents them from getting the kill, at least for now, as Yadomi is still searching for him. Gunner is trying to slow down Yadomi with this bear. He doesn't know what to hit exactly, and Yadomi will just finish him off. I think it would have just been better off getting the bear to attack Yadomi and hope for a lucky entangling claws there. As the Riki comes by, punishes the Mars. Nice blink strike. Yadomi is down for the count. Wish will try to kill Husky, but Husky is just so tanky. With the help of the Timber Saw, those it becomes a reality. Husky's infused raindrop, saving from a lot, but the Chakram will finally mow him down.
Just a pretty good one for Unknown. Killing the Lone Druid is definitely big for them. And most importantly, the kill goes to the way of Yadomi, interestingly. I mean, post 5 Mars is doing it just with the All of Venom plus Bull of Speed. He's able to make so much kills already.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, actually kind of impressive. Post 5 Mars, new meta.
He's gonna
Ocean,
kill Ocean
what
as well.
What a nice spear! Just to
Yeah.
put him down to the low ground and guarantee more hits of the multi-shot. Okay, okay.
That was
Yadomi.
tough to land too.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, 0?
No, he's fine, he's fine.
No, you want to chill. Yeah.
I like this build very
Very
much,
just
by the
level
way.
6 win.
Zero is very smart to put the 2 points in sprint. I've seen this a lot to deal with the Drow Ranger. I think it's really clever. I think that's the only reason why Zero is not completely cancelled here. Wish in the top lane though does die here as Boy gets the kill, but Husky might be the answer from Drakeel. Husky's done. It's like, okay, stop taking me down. He can't use the clarity, immediately cancels, so on Drakeel. Drakeel too confident in his damage. He knows that he can't get killed that easily. And Riki only has physical damage, so those stacks of reactive armor will work against him. Drakeel though, oh! He messed
Nicely
up.
done.
Didn't aggro with the creeps at all, which means he couldn't reactivate those reactive armor. He started losing them rather quickly. Very smart by Boy to actually rebuffer, refresh that stack.
Yeah, that's definitely a very worth kill there. I think a lot of the cross they're very willing to trade kills, trade their own life with the post 5, and then meanwhile giving away their own life to the enemy post 1. I feel like that's not exactly worth it at all. Now Boy gets a complete free lane for himself. He pushed out the lane, retreat back to the jungle, farm the jungle, just maximizing his own farm at all costs. Maybe not. He's actually making a move to the mid lane, it seems, to take over the mid lane while Lone Druid is not in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, you did just have experience a bit, right? Lone Druid, Lone Druid is kind of your carry to some degree. Wait, Zero is getting frozen solid and pierced through. Husky though, still fighting as Riki joins in. Boy has no way to deal with this frostbite. Husky playing aggressively there. They need to cancel the TP, but they don't have the frost blast or the fire blast in time because they killed the Ogre Magic too soon. And this time
no.
they walked right into the Lion's Den and lost 3 for no reason. You played over aggressively there and Unknown appropriately punished.
Yeah, there was just way too many numbers at the bottom side for Riki to deal with, and because everybody is clumped together, your Tricks of the Trade is not going to do too much damage to the CM that he wished to finish off, and of course very good TP down from Robosita there to finish off the kill. They also spots out the two engine stacks. Shouldn't have enough damage to clean that off. Ocean at the top side also managed to drop down a really deep ops to scout out the ancients farming from Drow Ranger. So hopefully this will be able to scout out something for them.
Yeah, but I mean, right now, I don't think that Zoomers necessarily needs to play that aggressively. I mean, I've seen them try for a couple kills, and it just seems like they're overextending unnecessarily. They should be playing much more around their timings, right? Like, you have really strong timing. You use them, no? Gunner's going to be going for the Matumba build, by the way. Back when Lone Druid was the most popular hero in the meta in the zoo, there was one man who built him differently, and his name was Matumba Man, and he built him with MKB first, over the Dezo. Sometimes. The reasoning behind this was that it's much better to kill heroes. Dezo is great for towers, but MKB is just more DPS for heroes. And now everyone builds it that way because the game is a bit slower.
Yeah, most importantly, you are fighting against a mid Wind Ranger as well, so MKB is a must item for you to pick up.
Right. That's a very good point.
Definitely much more better than the Deso. Zoomer is going to look for a tower trade here. Bottom side, Gunner pairing up with Slada, trying to take down this tower and mid lane. I don't think they will be able to get this tower though. If Unknown wants to defend this, they could mass TP down, but probably not the best choice. Wind Ranger is making the first move.
The catapult might just finish off this tower. Robo Theta. Where's your shackle shot? Oh no!
No!
He didn't get the
No.
deny even. I mean, it's more important that you lost the tower there than anything. Even if you get the deny, you lose the tower. That's more map control. Gunner though, surprised. There's the arena blood. Look at this pause 5 Mars working out for them. The Chuck have been stolen though, giving Gunner a bit of time as the Bears trying to heal him back up, but he doesn't have Savage Roar, so Gunner will fall. Here though, comes the help from the Chakum. The Rubik might just kill Drakeel. Drakeel using his own Chakum, trying to slice and dice Zero. And for now, the only people that are getting killed are Zoomers. Ocean trying his best, but it's just not enough damage. And Roboteta is already threatening and killing Ocean immediately. With a Ricky a bit too late, they consider going back for him. They don't have any vision, so they're going to let him go.
It's tough for Samuel to get kills. Every time he's TP down, his teammates is already all dead. Oh, Yadomi though.
Yeah, Domi is
All
insane,
right.
dude. This guy's making plus 5 Mars look
Is
up
it
plus 3,
bait?
honestly.
Yeah. He plays like a post-3. Like he knows that he doesn't care about dying as long as he can get some kills in return. It's
Yeah,
all
exactly.
good.
Yep. And it's even
Post
better
5
because
anyway.
you're Mars, as you say. Like, if you die, who cares? Like, if you were 3, yeah, but if you're 5, whatever. Die all you want as long as you're getting a single kill with it.
And his farm is actually pretty good as well. He's already have a tranquil, full tranquil, 20% through to the Vlads. He's even richer than the post-vault Crystal Maiden. I'm still not sure what is the intention behind putting Crystal Maiden at the post-vault, but maybe it's like what you say, Wish probably doesn't play Mars. That's why Yadomi has to pick up the role. Sammy boy. Mid lane, Drow, in a lot of trouble. Is he gonna die like that? No way. Alright. Samuel, he's gonna. Oh, mate, Husky!
Oh, Husky was so close, but got almost baiting there. Instead, the Wind Ranger and Husky realizing that he just got out by the hair of his chinny chin chin, and now they're gonna punish him for that. This game is not looking as good as the last one for 4 Zoomers. It seems like the actual choice of going the Timbersaw really screwed them. But to be honest, Zoomers has not reached their peak utility just yet. Which dies in the backline is not important. Sandboy much more important. They need to play around their tempo timings. They're big points of inflection. They're big peaks, and they might be able to get a couple kills off that. With the MKB and the Diffusal Blade, that's when you want to fight.
Yeah, the thing is their peak takes time to reach, but when they reach it, it's gonna be super explosive. Oh, Ocean.
Yeah, Ocean will
You'll be
fall.
getting cleaned up here.
It just seems
They
so
really
easy
want to
for
protect the
Unknown to clean
triangle.
them.
It's all about patient game right now for Zoomers. You need a dagger on Zero and Gunner's MKB plus the diffuser blade on Ricky, and then all of a sudden you become so much stronger. You just need to hit the timings now and try not to get snowballed before that happens.
For the tuck outside boy. That shackle shot just at the edge of the sentry vision. They need some sort of dust though to see Sammy. Sammy for now is invisible. Power shot to get more vision. For Keel, why'd you go forward? You had no dust, so there was no way you could see him. Only Wish had dust, but he has to be the one that leads. Frostbite for the bear, but of course he counts like a hero, so it's not gonna be the long Frostbite instead. Savage Roar finishing off Widge, but with the Arena Blood, they close everyone in. The Gust even worked with this, and they use the Shackle Shot plus the Focus Fire to kill Gunner. They're lacking damage on Roboteta, only one Javelin, not the MKB yet completed, but Gunner slowly ticking down. They need one more hit, they're not gonna get it, and Roboteta's already fallen. Yadomi even tries to snipe Gunner, but Gunner's too good at juking, and Yadomi will be punished together with Berna in the backlines. Unknown. This is going to be a team wipe. They just need the final kill, and they're going to guarantee it. A team wipe, all because, well, Zoomers knew how to juke around, honestly.
Yeah, Lone Drip was baiting everybody in to commit a position onto him, and he's just too tanky. All the heals coming out from the Var as well, keeping him alive, and also Gunner is one of the better players that is really good in sidestepping. That's why you always see Gunner juking out some LSA, spears, anything like that. Of course, Robo Z.
Yeah,
Diffuser
Roboteta
Blade is up.
might die here. Windrun's up in 4 seconds. Second plane strike with tricks of the trade. He gets it, but the Timbers are stacking the damage. And Roboteta thinks going back in. He has a Windrun now ready. Husky is in trouble. Power shot to finish him off. They go for Sammy Boy next. They don't see him. The multi-shot gets his blind lane.
Oh, the sentry?
They do have the sentry. The shackle shot. Perfect with the GG treat. No. It didn't actually land, unfortunately. It was a good attempt, though. Sammy Boy will just TP away. But, oh no! They were really quick on that frostbite. Impressive.
She is. Yeah. That almost turned to the very bad one because Mars pushed Ricky down and get him out of the sentry side. That was very bad and scary for 1 millisecond, but CM definitely redeemed that. Yeah, overall, Zuma's getting a little bit over aggressive there. They just won a team fight, and normally after you won a team fight, you want to, tend to farm a little bit, chill down a little bit, and regroup. Take the next fight. So
Oh, interesting. The top
they
lane.
definitely paid for it.
No, they can't go for counter spin. Yeah, they paid for it a bit. 4 Zoomers kind of overextended there with a Ricky. I mean, it seems like Sandboy is a bit too eager to engage in all of these fights, honestly. Considering
True.
he hasn't really been played around his peaks, he's just kind of been playing, almost finding himself invulnerable. At least it's created a fair amount of space for Gunner, but he is far behind. And Ricky is a hero that needs kills to recover. He doesn't really recover by farming naturally, most of the time.
Yeah, Ricky is a tough hero to play from behind, because when you're playing from behind, you don't have the map control. You're most likely walking into sentries as well. And top lane, he might be in trouble. They don't have any detection though from these two men.
Yeah, I think Drakeel needs to start carrying Dust, honestly, 'cause he's the one that's always leading, and the fact that he's leading and he almost kills the Ricky multiple times, but they never have Dust to just finish him off. Especially because you're not punishing the Ricky's lack of Manta style. He's taking really long for Manta. Just carry Dust, Drakeel, seriously. You have an Orb of Venom. Do you really want that over Dust?
That's absolutely right. I have no idea. Oh.
This initiation by Sammy. He's really wary of the high ground. It's good. It's good. Don't let them know that you're afraid of them. Just walk away. Lone Druid turns true form. Now becomes a bit unkillable. Goes for the Roteta. He has the MKB ready. The smoke screen actually divides the team fight, but a beautiful arena
Oh, no.
Mars yet again. However, Yadomi is already done. They're pummeling whatever's inside the arena. As 4 Zoomers goes, this arena turned from Roman to American. Gunner going further, hoping for the kill on Berna. Berna is too slow, cannot run away, and Grandma Wish is also trying to dance here, but Rubik steals the freezing field and gets luckier with the procs. Berna falls as well. It's okay if Rubik dies as long as he gets the Crystal Maiden for it. So with his next target, they need Entangling Claw. Shackle Shot to give him more space. He has an MKB, but he can't catch up to the Wind Ranger. Another use of that wind run. And Gunner, he'll either kill Yadomi or he kills the tower, but something's dying here. Yadomi, no lucky
Root?
Entangling Claws. Where's the root? Use the root, Gunner! Oh, he got it for the Wind Ranger. That was perfect. Entangling Claws actually does happen to be pseudo RNG, so Gunner knew after missing like 4 Entangling Claws that he was pretty ready for another one.
Yeah, you sound just like a Mirror Bulldog right there, though. Like, where's the root?
I was joking.
But
Please
yeah.
don't. Okay, I was just joking. Like, I know that the root can't be activated.
I swear you sound like a Mirror Bulldog there. But yeah, a very good fight for Unknown. They managed to force the buyback coming up from Mars as well. And most importantly, they managed to get the team fight successfully done around the Rosh pit. So this means that they walk into the Rosh line with no pressure at all. Husky is going to be the one sitting outside of the pit, breaking all the incoming smokes. Raquel?
Yeah, poor Drakeel. He's not going to survive. Goodbye to the Timbersaw Yadomi. Also, without the Arena Blood, he engages, and without the Arena Blood, he will die. That is terrible. Unknown just gave them the option to go for a free row shot, and they're starting to lose the plot of the game. Their consistency is falling. The Aegis now going the way of Gunner, and he can continue to play aggressively as Sammy Boy disrupts his initiation, catching 3. Another good stun by Zero. The stolen gust from Ocean, but Sammy Boy is stuck. The Frostbite's still annoying, and Gunner will concentrate into the tower, and the double damage on Berna is a bit too much to initiate on.
Just like Zoomers, they don't want to back just yet, though. Do they
Oh,
still want
see-
to fight this?
That's
Zero?
gust by Ocean. He will get punished eventually for being such a cheeky player. Sammy Boy, the maniac, jumping in again. Shackle Shot now stolen by Ocean. Stops Drakeel. Gunner hoping to use his Invis Bear, but instead of lose the support first. And
no!
Gunner, together with his Bear, he won't come back to true form. Oh, no, he will come back, sorry.
Oh, wait.
He did get it in time. He did get it in time, so Robert will die together with Drakeel, and the Aegis was a bait. Which you can dance all you want, but you're going to be dancing to your grave. As Yadomi tries to get away, God's Rebuke to slow them down, but Telekinesis will stop him from running.
I feel like 4 Zoomers are really good in forcing enemy team fights they want to pick.
Yeah,
Especially the one where they were forcing Roshan. And you can tell that Unknown, they're hesitating. They don't really know if they want to contest or not. And just the glimpse of hesitation, they managed to punish them with the initiation coming out from Slaughter. And after that, they just keep taking, good team fights for themselves and forcing Unknown to take very bad team fights. Unknown, they have to keep their composure a little bit here and take pick the good team fights for themselves because Drow right now, he needs more item. She needs more item as well as the Timber Sword. Timber Sword is not tanky at all when when he's exposed to the corrosive haze.
Oh, you told about what you say though. I think the Zoomers is incredibly good at forcing an 18 mistakes. I actually saw that when I was playing when they were playing against Quincy, and that's what the impression I got too. Is like, oh, Quincy seems to be going into bad fights all the time. Until you watch the replay and you go, oh no, it's 4 Zoomers that is forcing them to fight here. Right? It's like they know when they're stronger and they're willing to sacrifice people for that. Here, Roboteta though, that was not a 4 Zoomers play. That was just Roboteta overextending. Zero will try to punish Berna here. He has Blink Dagger in 6 seconds. They do see Berna right now, so they can continue to just chase after them. Gunner has true form, so he's not really afraid of going in. As he activates it, because he's ready to dive the tower. Nice Zero from behind, catching Weiji. Yadomi though, stayed behind to stop him. And with his Arena Blood, catches Gunner, and that's important enough as they can just deal with Husky instead. Husky will fall. Zero trying to stop Drakeel. Deals a fair amount of damage, but Drakeel can just kill him soon. The freezing fuel from Wedge. Everyone's trying to stop Gunner, but they still reach Berna, and Berna will fall as Gunner now gets stunned. Gunner is healing enough. He's just hitting the Timbersaw with all of his might. The Frostbite's soon gonna finish, and Drakeel will fall. Yadomi, by some miracle, actually manages to survive and TP away. But honestly, you already lost 4 heroes, including your Drow Ranger. Zoomer seems literally unstoppable.
Yeah, this fight around, it wasn't forced by Zoomers. It feels like Unknown, they're forcing the bad fight themselves. Like they're smoking to the top lane, which they have no vision at all. So it's like those, you know, those smokes that you hope to find something out of nothing, and you hope to catch someone out of position, but so nicely, Zoomers the entire team was there, prepared for that. And once again, Unknown, after the last team fight, they didn't even get any space to recover from that team fight. They instantly smoked, and of course, they won't be able to have the enough firepower to fight against 4 Zoomer.
Yeah. And the thing is, Zoomer is just running towards you, right? They don't even need a good initiation. They seem to just be able to run the bear towards you, and you haven't been able to deal with him, even with Yadomi's pretty decent Arena of Bloods. However, the bear is now shackled. They hit him with a Fire Blast. That saves Bear for a bit. Nice Savage Roar. Wait, he's actually going to turn this, and then to kill the Timbersaw in a matter of seconds thanks to the MKB. That mixed magical and physical damage useful against Timbersaw. Gunner lost his first Bear. He's in the middle of this arena. Why? Well, he just winked in. Zero gives him some space. The stolen power shot almost killed Roboteta. Gunner with a Savage Roar. They actually stole Frostbite, which might just guarantee the kill. For Oceans. My goodness. Yes, Sunny Boy dies. It's okay. Oceans is the real carry this time. He dies to the tower. Oh my goodness. He almost died to the tower aggro. But they saved Gunner, which was what matters. Sunny Boy was there sacrificing himself as part of his job. They managed to finish off the Wind Ranger. And all because Ocean is on point with these spells, honestly. Power shot into Stolen Frostbite. Mwah.
Yeah, he has stolen a lot of good spells. You know, all the freezing field. I think he has stolen freezing field twice. A lot of spears as well, and also the gas from Silencer was pretty impactful too. Yeah, everyone on Zoomer side is just playing out of their mind right now. Especially like Gunner with the last second running back into Ranger to draw him away. That was close, man.
And what sucks is that I think that for Zoomers, they played a bit too aggressively before they got their explosive tempo. But now that they have their items, they really do seem unstoppable. And Unknown doesn't have any big item. Maybe the BKB on Berna. But I don't even think that's the key, honestly. You need something to stop. First of all, Zero, who is constantly flanking them. I mean, he's been getting some crazy slithering crushes.
Yeah, like the thing to counter that is that you really need BKB on your side of Unknown to counter all the flankings or the disables. They have so many small disables as well on Zoomer's side. The smoke screen, the fire blast, anything that just come into a chain stun would really kill Ranger if she doesn't have BKB for the next fight. So I feel like BKB is a must for them to enter the next fight, and also they have to try to stay together as a unit to counter and punish the over-aggressiveness coming out from 4 Zoomers, because you know that 4 Zoomers, they are going to overextend at one point, and those are the points that you need to punish them.
In fact, they have multiple times, but it's so difficult to understand when they're overextending and when they're just fighting you because they know they're stronger. Like, for example, here on the Drow Ranger, 4 Zoomer seems to recognize without the Lone Druid, they can't really fight, but Sunny Boy is just waiting for a repositioning. They might lose Ocean early. They don't have Blink yet on the Slaughter, and they're going to let them go. But there was a true form on Gunner, so he was itching for a fight.
Yep, and these are the overextend overstanding fight from Force Zoomers that you definitely need to punish. But the thing is, when you're hugging as a team, you're also losing out a lot of farm too. So if Force Zoomers realize this, they can always just change their strategy up to say like stop farming. We can just split the map up because because Unknown is basically hugging as a 5-man. We can always just out farm them and wait for the second Roshan timing to be up, and then we fight again. So there's a lot of ways for Force Zoomers to play this out. And for Unknown side, because they are so heavily behind, there's not a lot of choices for them to make.
True, and because they don't also have a big spike to play around anymore, right? I think that their spikes were kind of just hoping that the Wind Ranger, maybe the Wind Ranger's items can make a difference here. Maybe the BKB on Wind Ranger could be a spike that can play around here. Because that's what feels so hopeless about them. They just keep fighting, and hoping that things will change, but they need an item that changes these things around, right? And I'm honestly not seeing it.
Yeah. You can really tell that they are losing patience. Like every single time Team Missile runs in, he didn't even have the reactive armor stacked up. That's why he falls so quickly every single time, especially with the corrosive haze on him. So Unknown, they need to take things a little bit patient, a little bit better, take things slow.
Yeah, maybe you're right? Try to establish more map presence. Try to fight around their area, because it seems like they're always fighting on Force Zoomers' terms. Partially because Force Zoomers runs at you and you start to like run away because you don't know what to do, right? And that's not particularly a situation you want to be in.
Oh, Witch. Getting baited by this Civil War.
Sammy Boy disintegrates him. He has Manta now, by the way, so Sammy Boy is much harder to catch because he can always dispel those dusts. Very big deal.
And the silence as well.
Let's see. Can
still,
they
though,
go? I like this. Yeah, why go for the tower? We can just take the high ground first, obviously. Yeah. And now, how does Unknown fight this? If they want to fight this, they gotta fight in this part of the high ground. The enemy team has a ward here, but yeah, they'll meet the breaks it immediately. Really smart. This
Husky
allows them to go for Husky. But Husky's a hard, well, not that hard apparently. Timber chain to finish him off. Yadomi will also fall. And Drakeel! Wow.
Oh my.
Literally, right? Matter of seconds.
Where
And it
was
was a
Timbersaw?
Timbersaw. What happened? He's in a different plane of existence. Timbersaw is no longer part of the third dimension. My goodness.
I mean, that was a Team Assault with 0 reactive armor. And he
Yeah,
after
that's
corrosive
true,
phase, he's basically sticking in a negative armor, so
Yeah.
it feels
Not
like
so tanky.
there's no Team Assault in this game. There's no frontliner for Unknown in this game.
And what feels bad is that it seems like almost Husky wanted that to happen, you know? Like you stand really low HP.
Yeah, that's
And
true. This is why
made-
Force Zoomers is so good in forcing enemy to take fights on their term. Because every single time you have this tanky Augur Magi, is just like playing like an idiot, just positioning himself every single time like he's out of position, but he's actually baiting most of the time. And this is why we see Undying, Augur Magi, Clockwork, Tusker, all these tanky post 5 are getting more and more popular because these are the things that you can do
Exactly.
with your tankiness.
I agree. That's why, honestly, Zoomers have been pretty much third picking the Ogre Magi every single game that they've thought it was allowed, right? They've really been taking advantage of this pick. Because, as you say, it's kind of difficult. Because, obviously, killing the supports is important. You got to do it. You get a little bit of a numbers advantage. Is the best way to play from behind. But how do you do it? How do you do it if the support is so tanky that you're going to have to sacrifice a core for it? It's not worth it. Ever.
Yeah, speaking about that, 0 is... Oh my god, what a fast reflex this.
Yeah, Gunner. A little power shot. No, not enough. I love that they power shot. Now they're kind of afraid because Ocean just runs towards him like, I'll steal the power shot. He got Crystal Nova, not a bad steal. Not a bad steal. Telekinesis. Drakeel, though, has 5 stacks of reactive armor. Maybe not enough. They go for Witch first, and Witch is down. But Zero sacked himself by running into the arena. Offlaners both dead. One support fell, but he did buy back. Saiyan Boy looking for more. The option is to go for Berna. Good Hurricane Pike, but he does! He has the Blink Strike with the Bash. Savage Roar gives Derringer a bit of extra movement speed, and she takes advantage of it. They're fighting at a choke point, not ideal, but there has no spells for Unknown. They have nothing they can use here to actually team fight. It's really just the Crystal Maiden Freezing Field, and it's immediately stopped by a smoke screen, while Ocean is solo controlling Robotheta. Nope, he has to play TP. Okay,
This... I mean, there's no fight from Unknown right now. They cannot fight back because their heroes are just not built to do so. Timbersaw is not tanky at all. It doesn't matter, you know. He didn't even get corrosive haste just now, and it was I think Sammy Boy literally just 5-shot him. So yeah, I feel like once again he has to get his reactive armor up. He has to get the stacks up before he jumps into the next fight, because that is like the 5th team fight in a row that he just dies in the very beginning of the team fight. And after he went down, there's no front runner for Unknown anymore, and everyone else just have to run away from false rumors. And obviously that's not good at all.
No, right, because then this is the point, though. It seems like right now how Unknown is playing, as they lose Timbersaw, by the way. It seems like right now how Unknown is playing is, let's see how far we can take this and see if they make a mistake and hope for that, right? And if you're playing that way,
Yeah.
you're relying completely on the enemy team's execution. You're playing by their tempo, by their rules, by their tactics. It's really difficult to win a game if that's your proposition. You need to take lead this game. Take the reins and try to come back, but it seems like this fast style from 4 Zoomers, which, not gonna lie, I know people will criticize me for this, but resembles OG a bit. It's a bit too much for Unknown to deal with. 0, BKB. They're gonna go for the Wind Ranger. Robo Theta activates the BKB as well, but how much is that gonna help you? They're not even going for you, they're going for your friend, the Archers, the Drowned Ranger. Lone Druid chasing them a bit too far though. That might be an overextension, but Berna's already down. They silence the Lone Druid, doesn't even need to use the true form, he still has Aegis, and they'll finish off Robo Theta in a matter of seconds. With a Frostbite, they catch the Timbersaw. And at this point, I feel like I've seen better Frostbite from Rubik than the Crystal Maiden, as they get another Frostbite to kill Berna a second time, and they also finish off Yadomi. Sammy Boy has to die. It's celebration death. It had to happen. It's good.
Poor Sammy Boy, he was committing for the rampage, and Ocean just takes it away from him with the Fate Bolt, and then Sammy Boy dies. That was a rough start for him.
No, he does it on purpose, dude. It's celebration. You gotta die once, you know, to give the enemy team a fighting chance, and then you. Because Gunner's your true carry. Gunner has been the guy that just took this game over.
Man, like this whole game is just 4 Zoomers running at Unknown, and this is like what you say. This is the classic OG kind of game.
Yeah,
just
it is.
run at you kind of game.
Now the Brax will fall. Does Unknown have a chance, Arthur?
I don't think so. The thing is, I feel like Unknown they're losing their composure. They're just giving 4 Zoomers all the fight they want to take. Obviously, they can be a little bit patient, dodge a little bit of fight, and wait for the good timing, wait for the BKB timing to be up, and then pick the right fight. But most of the time, we are just seeing Unknown. They die, they get team wiped instantly. When they revive, they run right into 4 Zoomers again, without any farm, without any recovery. So
Without
it's
any new items, without the idea of
Yeah.
like, hey, we're gonna fight in this high ground, we'll use a smoke. Or like, I've actually even seen smokes from Unknown for a while. Not that it would matter, right? Because if you're just fighting like this, but I agree with you, man. That's a very good point to make. It's kind of the weakness of losing with the Timbersaw, though. You don't really have. I mean, your Mars is your best teamfight ultimate right now, which is not too great. You need a bit more to be able to really bring this game back. You don't have like the Enigmas, the Tide Hunters that can bring any lost game back. You're kind of a snowball lineup, and the enemy team snowballed harder than you.
Exactly. I feel like at this point right now, you're just counting on 4 Zoomers to make some massive, big mistakes or big throws for you to come back into the game. But 30k net worth in 30k goal lead in 33 minutes. I feel like it takes more than at least 3 throws for 4 Zoomers to actually throw their lead away.
Yeah, Sally Boy's been trying. No, I'm kidding. I don't think the 4 Zoomers has ever really been in peril, because something I have appreciated is very similar to the game we saw from Midas, right? Sammy Boy has been throwing his body at the wall, happily sacrificing himself to get kills, while Gunner always, or almost always, survived the team fights, which is important, right? And that way it was very difficult for them to really stop the true win condition, which was the Lone Druid, where Sammy Boy kind of pretended to be a fake win condition. That said, he still has 18k net worth, which is 5k above the Drought, despite him dying a fair amount of times this game.
Yeah, that's true. The amount of kills that he has gotten is insane.
Okay, they just went into
Look at
the
how
enemy.
quick.
Yeah, they went into the enemy base like it was their own. Berna doesn't know what to do. They really don't. Like, I guess if we go back to our fountain. Oh no, the bear's glowing gold. We gotta let him take the racks, I guess. They can't do anything. They just jumped you. The Mars is down for the count. The Wind Ranger had to buy back. What are you even planning on initiating with? Slithering Crush stops him. 0, the TP, the 4-step back into the fountain. And Gunner is just keeping them there. They have to use Freezing Field from the fountain. They're actually fountain diving, and they're gonna get the kill. They destroy Robofeta. Gunner's still alive. He summoned a second bear. They're gonna destroy all of them at this rate in the fountain and literally force out the GG out of their lifeless corpse.
You know, this reminds me of the TI9 OG versus newbie doing the bracket walk round 1.
I can see that.
Where the first game they just dove the fountain of newbie, and all of a sudden newbie did not know what to do, and this sounds like the same. This just seems like the same, that you are forcing your opponent to call GG in their fountain. And overall, really good plays coming out for Zoomers. Again, this is a rather slow opening, a slow start, but when they hit the timing, you can see how explosive they are. And their heroes just come all together.
Yep.
Very creative stuff, very good. Very eye-opening for me, from a C fella to watch this.
Yep. For those of you wondering, Arthur comes from Malaysia, so he is well versed in SEA Dota. It's his first time getting to cast NA Dota. Of course, he studied, but it's different to study the teams than to actually watch them in action. And there's something just special about 4Zoomers this tournament. The change for Zero seemed to give him even a faster. Like 4Zoomers were already a pretty fast team, but with Zero, it seems like they're even faster. And it honestly seems like they're constantly just running at you. They've done this in multiple games. I'm really excited for, honestly, 4Zoomers versus Omega. I think that's going to be a really exciting matchup, but we'll see. For now, great draft, both games. Unknown, though. I think this game was played a bit better, but they need to be able to... Like, if you want to play against the best, you need to be able to keep your composure when you get stomped like this. You can't lose the plot so easily, because this game Unknown started to be really desperate. It seemed like it was really only Yadomi with a clear plan, whereas the rest of the team just kind of went with it, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's also very tough to play against such aggressive lineup as well. You need to see the attacks coming, because if you don't, you are always going to be reacting to whatever your enemy is doing, and of course, after a couple of losses, you got to stop reacting. They have to kind of put that into a big. It should be a big lesson for them this game.
Well, with that, guys, it's a pleasure. Thank you for watching us today. My name is Mr. Alpos. I've been here with Arthur Dota. And if you guys enjoyed the cast or the production or the games in general, we really appreciate if you follow the channel so that you can continue to follow us the rest of the days. We still have like 13 days of group stage to go, and some of the days are going to be much, much longer. Well, one game longer, which to us is crazy because it's going to go from 4 a.m. to like 12. So we really appreciate anyone who wants to give us some follows, share the stream, whatever. We're just doing this because we love Dota so much. That's why we get to share this with the viewers. As you guys can see, there's no ads besides the Eeples ad, and those are the guys that literally make this possible, right? Because we work for them. So thank you guys very much for watching again. Any suggestions you have for production, any changes, feel free to send them our way, either at Eeples Gaming or at my personal Twitter at Mr. Avo Plus. You don't have to follow or anything. Just send me a message or even a tweet and be like, hey, I'd like you to do this, I'd like you to do that. I'd be willing to listen, of course. We're here to improve your experience so you guys can enjoy this wonderful Dota with us. It's been a pleasure, guys. Remember to check out Arthur Dota as well on his own Twitter, and we'll see you guys tomorrow with some more matches. We'll be starting again tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, right? Or 4 a.m. if you live in Singapore, or 9 p.m. if you're from Europe, 8 p.m. if you're from Russia, right? Privyet, my good Russian friends. EGB versus Brazil, Eagle Boys versus Brazil will be the first match of the day, followed by Infamous against Beast Coast, and then we're going to end the day with Quincy Crew versus Thunder Predator. So, we hope to see you guys tomorrow. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you guys